if you have any major questions you'd like to address, go ahead and leave a comment. All right, enough talking. Now, go do whatever you need to do. Take a 20-minute pause break if you must, and I'll see you on YouTube in now, I guess, 25 minutes. Bye.
Ooh, God, what do I find unique about it? There's so many things.
I absolutely love A-Fest.
This whole event has exposed me to people that I didn't even know existed on this planet.
I feel like we started with a party, and then we went right away into some knowledge and some personal growth.
I have not experienced conferences where I have seen so much diversity in the population of people.
And it's not like a nationality diversity thing, which that's here too, but just their experiences in their lives. It's just been fantastic.
An environment like A-Fest is important in establishing business and relationships because you need people who are thinking bigger than you.
Everybody's playing it at this really high level.
Everybody you talk to has something else extraordinary about them that is something you've never met anybody that's done that or been there or gone through that.
When you surround yourselves with great minds, people more successful than you.
You learn things about yourself that you didn't know before, and you bring that back into the world, and your life is changed. There's no person that could go to A-Fest that wouldn't have their life changed in some way.
Just like a plant needs soil and nutrients and water and sunlight, you need people around you that believe you when you say, yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to accomplish this, this is my dream. And if you don't have those in your life, they're here at Awesomeness Fest.
It meets all my needs. I have diversity, I have significance, I have connection, I have certainty that it's going to be amazing. It's never, ever disappointed me.
A-Fest has exceeded what I thought it would be.
The team just has such great attention to detail.
And I had pretty high expectations of what that would be.
All those things when you go to their seminars, you're like, man, I wish they would do this. They do it here.
Awesomeness Fest is the #1 event that I've ever been to in my entire life.
Each A-Fest finishes, I'm already looking forward to the next one.
People are so willing to see you, to witness you, and to recognize your spirit.
I've just never seen anything like it. If you saw 5 or 6 people like that, it would be a wonderful experience. But every single person is like this.
Like, that just doesn't happen other places. Naturally, it doesn't happen at conferences.
Being here is just, it's a trip.
If you're interested, you have to come.
And if you are called to a higher purpose in life, A-Fest is your tribe.
I love it. It's like the X Factor. You can't quite define what it is, but it's like, I gotta go back for it.
It's magnificent.
It's invigorating.
I just love it.
It's something that you have to experience to know what it is.
go.
Hi everyone, welcome to our AFES Mexico 2016 webcast with Vishen, Lakhiani, Asha, Gill, and a whole bunch of some of the most incredible minds in spirituality and business that we're going to be bringing to you live on Facebook, YouTube, or wherever else you're watching this. Asha?
Yeah, we've got about over 7-8 hours worth of absolutely amazing stuff coming to you for the first time, unless of course you were at AFES in Mexico, which would be the second time, and you know, reminders are always good because we always miss stuff the first time around. So that's going to be fantastic. This is going to be transformational teachings, speeches that are really going to motivate you. The theme was Live Your Quest, and this is what the next sort of 8 hours is going to be all about. Plus, what's really, really super is that we are actually going to have a couple of Q&A sessions with Vishen talking about becoming limitless and the fact of why this was themed Live Your Quest and where it came from. Now, it came from, I believe, chapter 10 of your book. Can you tell us a bit about it?
So Code of the Extraordinary Mind, which is the book I wrote, it's by the Mindvalley story, was published last year, and that final chapter was called Live Your Quest. And the code is really about 10 different steps that human beings go through to truly live life at the top of their potential. And the 10th step, and by the way, I'm having a hard time with this mic right now because I have tiny ear holes. And this is so gigantic, it just doesn't fit in my ear hole. So anyway.
Tonight's going to be a night for admissions, isn't it? Hi, my name is Vishen Lakhiani, I've got small ear holes.
So, okay, so back to my book. Let's focus on
focus, chapter 10.
Chapter 10, that's what this AFEST is about. It started because in chapter 10, I interviewed some really remarkable people from Michael Beckwith to Emily Fletcher. And at this AFEST, I wanted to bring all of these extraordinary people on stage to talk about this idea of living your quest, of living life in line with your purpose. Interestingly enough, when we polled our Mindvalley audience, one of the things we found is that the number one thing that you guys said that you would love to learn is to live in alignment with your purpose, because we hear about this all the time. We read about this. We read about people who are living their quest and are having the most incredible unfoldings in their life, in their business. They seem to have fun doing it, and they're doing really epic things. This AFEST is designed to get you there. So for the next 7 hours, you're going to hear not just from some of the world's most formidable entrepreneurs, but also some of the best spiritual teachers on the planet. Now, it is rare to see people from the realm of science, technology, and entrepreneurship, and men and women like Lisa Nichols, Michael Beckwith. You know what? I'm just going to take this out of my head. Damn it. Communicating on stage together. But here's some of the people you're going to hear from. You're going to hear from Tom Bilyeu. Tom Bilyeu created a company called Quest Nutrition. And what is most remarkable about Tom is that in 2012, his company became the second fastest growing company in America. But what drove Tom? Tom was living his quest to end obesity in America by creating new types of food products that people can snack on that are actually healthy for the body. You're going to hear from Tom Chi, another Tom. Tom Chi was the co-founder of Google X. When Larry Page came up with the idea for Google Glass, Tom Chi created the first Google Glass prototype with chopsticks in a span of 1 day. Tom Chi is going to talk about how when you're living your quest, you seem connected with all of the planet and all of life. You're going to hear from my friend Jeffrey, who was the CMO founder of Zumba. Jeffrey joined Zumba when it was at 2 million in revenue, took it to 1 billion, and you're going to hear Jeffrey talk about how he did that because he was living his quest. And then they are the personal growth and spiritual teachers. We'll hear from Edmeades, from Mindvalley favorites such as Lisa Nichols, Emily Fletcher, Michael Beckwith, who's one of the biggest speakers at this event. And what you are going to learn is how to string all of these ideas together. Now, everyone watching is going to get something a little bit different from this. But what we'd love for you to do is to keep asking questions, share your comments. We have a TV monitor right here where our team in a room behind this camera is going to be pulling out the biggest comments. We're going to be answering them, interacting with you. So while these talks are on replay, the comments, the interaction, me and Asha, the screw ups with my mic, all completely real.
I want to ask you a question, because we're also going to be hearing from you, right? What was your first sort of aha moment about living your quest? Because that would have happened quite a while back.
That's a brilliant question. Okay, so here's why this idea is so important to me. When I started out my journey as an entrepreneur, 5 years into starting my business, I found that I was actually more broke and more in debt than if I had never started a business.
Oh, wow.
Right? But I was looking at some other entrepreneurs and they were doing well. And I researched this and I found that it's actually quite common that many entrepreneurs do not make more money than they would if they were employees. Now, what's causing this? What's causing this thing where writing your book or starting your business, this attempt to live what you are here to do, causes you to go through so much turmoil and stress, while other people, well, it just seems to flow for them.
Yeah.
And as I started having conversations with many of the brightest minds in the world, from leading entrepreneurs to philosophers to spiritual teachers, I noticed this theme. And that theme is people who were on an upswing in life. They seem to be in sync with something beyond what the rules of society said they needed to do. They were not starting a business following a particular script. Many of them started a business without even using a business plan. But things seemed to go on an upward swing. And they would use words such as, you know, I wake up every day and I'm excited about this. I feel like the universe has my back. I wake up in the morning and I feel intuitive guidance is guiding me. I feel like I'm in flow. I would hear these words repeat themselves. Now, whether I was asking this to Richard Branson, and I've asked this question to Arianna Huffington and Elon Musk and Michael Beckwith and Lisa Nichols and Tom Chi and Tom Bilyeu, all of them were using these same words. And that's why I got obsessed with figuring this out. And the more I started figuring this out, the more my life and my business started unfolding in beautiful ways. When I figured this out, I remember it was 2008. In 1 year, Mindvalley, which was about to go bankrupt, suddenly exploded by about 400% in revenue. I wrote about this journey in my book, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, so I won't go deep into it here, but that was the inspiration that made me want to bring these ideas to you, our global audience. So this is what we're going to be talking about today.
And I love the fact that you actually ask people that what's the thing that gets them out of bed every morning or keeps them up at night, not in a negative way, but you ask every single person you talk to that, which I always find the fascinating part for me. But I think we need to find out who's here with us today, right? Because we're here, it's live. You guys are all out there, you're tuning in. So I'm a bit short-sighted, Vishen, so you're going to have to help me figure out.
I'll be your eyes, Asha.
You'll be my eyes.
Great, so we're going to pull out some of the comments on the screen. Angie from New Hampshire, USA.
Hello, Angie. We're going a bit slow here. We're going to pick it up.
Shanti from Puerto Rico. Hi, Shanti. There are people here from all around the world. So the Mindvalley community right now is about 1 million people in the US, 1 million people outside the US from 100-something countries. Hi there, Pat from Cincinnati, USA.
I know we've got someone here from Mauritius as well.
Ksenja from Slovenia, beautiful name. Ari from Montenegro. I've always wanted to visit your country, Ari. Dina Jela from Serbia,
Gosh,
close to
this is
Montenegro.
so exciting.
Sarah from Austria.
How many languages do you know how to say hello in?
Me?
Yeah.
1. Martha from Michigan, USA. Martha, spent 4 years in your state. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, go blue. Anna Scolarohi from Orlando, Florida, USA. Been to your state and your city for theme parks. Daniel from Denmark, Legoland.
We love Legoland.
And Kimberly from California, USA, my favorite state after Michigan. Melody Ray from Amsterdam, Holland. Hi, Melody.
This is crazy. Okay, so we're going to put a pause on that, but we will be coming back and addressing your questions and also giving a shout out to more countries and cities that come along the way. But we've got a first speaker coming up, and Vishen, it's somebody you know super well. In fact,
our first speaker, Eric Edmeades. Eric Edmeades is a Mindvalley favorite. And Eric Edmeades is, my God, one of the most incredible speakers on stage today. So, Eric is going to be talking about a really simple idea in this 20-minute speech. And the idea is about how when you expand your vision beyond what you feel is comfortable, right? Mysterious, beautiful magic starts entering your life. And that's all I'm going to say. The speech was so profound, I've been sharing it. I actually got on stage and shared this with my entire Mindvalley team just 2 days ago. Watch this. Eric Edmeades.
Awesome.
So what me and I were talking about last night is I just like to take really complex stuff and make it just practical, doable, simple. You know, for example, law of attraction. How many of you guys are into law of attraction? Great. Here's the thing, though. I think it's much simpler than ever said before. It just works like this. If you would like to be attractive to circumstance, if you would like to be attractive to investors, if you would like to attract great employees, great relationships, great everything, then simply enjoy what you do. If you're enjoying what you do, then you are inherently attractive. And most of us set up our lives so that we do a whole lot of stuff that we don't really want to have to do so that we can eke out a moment where we get to do what we think we really want to do. And so stop it. Like I immediately, you want to come in, somebody says, hey, Eric, can we do a joint venture? Can we do a deal together? Can you do some mentoring for me? The first thing I will ask, I don't care about the money. I'll eventually care about the money. But I don't care about the money. I will first ask, is it fun? It's the first thing I'll ask. And then I'll say to myself, does it have an impact? And then after that, can we make a profit doing it? And those will kind of be the things that'll set me up doing it. If you set up your business, it's really simple. If you're bidding a contract to develop your website and you go talk to two companies, one of the companies, the staff likes being there. They enjoy their jobs. But the other company, their staff loves being there. Their staff is impassioned about being there. The owner loves being there as well. Everybody has just, like, nobody leaves at 5 o'clock. They have to push their employees out the door because they love. Which one do you want to do business with? No question. And it's the same with every area of your life. I was talking to somebody about this morning, and I said, you can test it anywhere. If you want to raise money, let's say you want to raise money, you've got investors coming to your business, and you have 4 hours of really crappy work to do and 4 hours of really fun work to do, and they're coming in the middle of the day. Which work do you think you should do right before they come? Do the stuff you love, because that'll boost your vibration and create attraction. Does this make sense? All right, so that's what I mean about taking complex things and just make it simple. The more you're smiling, the more stuff comes to you. And so then I think a lot about, like, the way our desires are. You know, like, I think that some of the greatest enjoyment we get out of life is not in the achieving, it's in the wanting itself. Isn't it sometimes? Like, it is the want, because I know there's been a million times where I've received the thing that I wanted so much, and it was anticlimactic. The wanting was really the fun part, right? And so many times, can you guys put that slide up for me? I just knocked this up real quick, but this is just how I think of physics. This is how I think of the world. You see, there's this whole universe of things that are impossible to you. You don't even know about them. They're not impossible, they're invisible. You don't even know they exist. And then at some point in time, somebody comes along and says, hey, this thing's visible, but you go, yeah, but it's impossible, initially. And the challenge is get-rich-quick schemes and all these different things that people sell and what have you. It's like, I'm going to help you take the impossible and make it immediately actual. Get rich quick, right? Instant results. Here's the trouble with instant results. You never acclimatize to the result. How many, you guys have heard the stories. Win the lottery, what happens? It's awful. It's not just lose it, it's lose it, it's suicide, it's prison, it's depression. If you take a butterfly out of the cocoon before it was ready, it will never fly and die. You need the whole process of going from impossible to possible to probable to then actual. And so why I'm so amazed at coming here, I came here on vacation. I came here because I thought it would be fun, right? Highest value fun. And then I thought, well, I might have a chance to have some impact. And it turns out you guys had an impact. Because suddenly everything that's going on in my life is 1 degree more possible right now than it was 4 days ago. And what's fascinating about this is that's all you need. All you need is to change your beliefs. I woke up one day in a hotel room in Bali, and there'd been a horrible earthquake in Yogyakarta, 2004, 4,500 people killed in a heartbeat, and I'm looking on the news. My first thought was, wow, I'd like to help those people. Before I turned on the news, it was all invisible to me. I turned on the news, it became visible, but impossible. I mean, me, little old me, gonna go all the way to Java from Bali? I don't even know how to get there. And then I thought, well, wait a minute now. I'll just call the concierge at the hotel and ask how close it is. So I asked how close it was. It's the next island, and there are ferries every day. It went 1% possible. And from 1% possible, I started making new phone calls. Well, can somebody get me a truck? And is there a medical supply place somewhere that I can buy a ton of stuff on my credit card right now? And food, is there like a huge food wholesaler? And each time I got an answer back from the hotel, it went from 1% possible to 4% possible. And 24 hours later, I was in Yogyakarta helping people rebuild their lives in the most devastating earthquake situation I'd ever seen. And it didn't go from impossible to actual in a minute. It doesn't work like that. You know, when you go climb Kilimanjaro, you can't go. What happens if you try to climb Kilimanjaro in one day and go straight to the summit? Does anybody know? You get sick, and you might even die. You need to go there one step at a time. And the first step is not the first step you take on the mountain. It's the first step you take to start to believe one day you could do it. And that's what I saw here in me and in so many people around me, is that the minute something becomes like, okay, how many of you would like to get from point A to point B? Okay, great. Step one, figure out where point A is, right? Step two, figure out what is point B. And I'm going to tell you point B is the point of belief. That's what point B is. The minute you start to believe in something, then it is now possible for you. And until, you see, because other people, they start off at point A, and then they want to go to point B, and they start walking toward point B. But then what happens to their belief? It starts to fade. Their friends, they're friends. You'll never make it. Oh, it's so hard. Why do you keep trying? Come on, get a job. Right? They're friends. And so they go, well, my belief is fading. And so they turn. And they turn, and they turn, and they keep turning, and then they get lost. The weirdest thing is that it wasn't a strategy they needed. It was belief. They needed to believe in what they were doing in a big way. How many of you, just even a tiny little bit, how many of you right now have big dreams that you have slightly stronger? Never mind the strategies that you learned. Never mind the phenomenal things you learned from Jeffrey. Never mind the incredible stuff that you learned from Janet. Never mind all the wonderful things Vishen. I'm not talking strategies here. I'm talking real simple. How many of you feel the tiniest bit stronger belief about your dreams right now? That's the change. That's it. Everything's right there. Because you see, the minute you believe in something, it changes the way you see the world. It changes everything. I sat down with my wife one day and I said, I'm tired of being in the business world. I want to become a speaker. I'd done it for a little while. I enjoyed it a great deal. I said, I want to be a speaker, but I don't want to start all over again with these tiny rooms of people. I want to get out there and do big things. And she goes, okay, let's do that. And she goes, well, what I suggest you do is you partner with people. As Janet would say, you get yourself some enlightened alliances. Go out there and find the right people. And she said, who do you want to work with? And I said, I've got the list. I started writing the list down. And what does my wife say to me about that list? She goes, you can't work with those people. I said, why not? She goes, because they're good. What? She goes, no, I'm sorry. I meant they're only good. And you are outstanding. And you don't know it. And you need to get out there. I will tell you, Janet says this to me all the time for 10 years or 5 years or whatever. A butterfly can't see its own wings? You have no idea how brilliant you are. You have no idea. So my wife says to me, do something different. She says, I want you to create a board of the people that you're like afraid to write on the board. That's what I want you to do, the incredible people. I said, all right, fine. I'm a little annoyed with her at this point because, you know, men, don't we love being coached by our wives? So I go up on the board and I write down Tony Robbins. Ha, I say to her. Ha. She goes, good start. Fine. And I go, who else? I go, I know. The guy with this like second largest seminar company in the world. I go, Harvecker. She goes, excellent, that's a good start. And I said, okay, who else? I want to write books. What about like the most successful author in the history of books? How about that? Jack Canfield, I write on the list. She goes, that's a great list. You want to go for a walk on the beach? Okay, and then we go for a walk on the beach, and you guys heard Vishen talk about this, and some of you at A-Fest would have heard me talk about this in Greece. We played the Wouldn't It Be Nice game. And my wife and I just go on the beach, and we talk about, wouldn't it be nice if this happened? Wouldn't it be nice if that happened? Wouldn't it be nice if that happened? And then not too long after that, I walk into a grocery store in Turks and Caicos. Most of you don't even know where Turks and Caicos is because it's smaller than a postage stamp. It has 2 grocery stores, and I happen to be in one of them, and guess who's in the lineup in front of me? T. Harvecker. Now, how many of you guys have seen somebody you know really, really well? I mean, you're not your best friend, but you know them pretty well, but you see them in a place that you weren't expecting them, and you don't see them. How many have had this experience? They walk up and they say hi, and you're going, I can't place you at all because you're not wearing the suit that I'm used to. Is this right? I would never have seen him if I had not written his name on the board. I would have been standing there in the grocery store, and he would not have been present to me because we don't see stuff. But once we begin to believe, then our mind starts paying attention and looking for evidence. And there he was. Now, wait a minute now. How many of you have ever seen somebody really famous, thought it'd be really cool to go up and talk to them, but didn't do it? How many have had this? So that's the next step. Why am I going to go talk to this guy? Only his name was on the board. How can I not? What do? How do I explain to my wife that I put his name on the board and then he was in the store and I didn't say hello? How do I do that? So what do? I have a chat with him. And then we're having a barbecue at his house. And then he tried to sell me his company. And we had all these great talks. And then I got a letter in the mail later, and it said, Dear Eric, you have been nominated for membership in Jack Canfield's Transformational Leadership Council. He's on the board. Every 6 months, Jack's a good buddy of mine. I hang out with him every 6 months, if not more. And I'm like, this is getting really weird. And then some of you guys know the story. I get the phone call. Hey, Tony Robbins would love to have you come and teach business. I'm like, oh man, where's that? I'm gonna buy more of those boards. They're magic. They're magic. But what's really magic is that in the very same way, when you buy a car and suddenly you can see that car everywhere, you know what I'm talking about, right? Why couldn't you see it before? I would put to you that everybody who uses that example on stage doesn't fully understand it yet because you could see it before. Because if you couldn't have seen it before, you would have tried to park where it was parked. So you could see it before, but you couldn't see it for what it was. And I'm telling you right now, there are people that a week ago, you couldn't see them for what they are. There are opportunities in your life that you couldn't see what it really was, the opportunity that it really represented. But as a result of what you've done here, the people you've connected with, the knowledge you've gained, now you will see those things differently. And all you have to do to maintain that is act upon those visions.
Amazing. And I just want you guys, or to remind you guys that this is live. So do send in your questions. And I actually have a challenge for you, because listening to him talk, I was actually thinking of the top 3 names I'm going to put on my list that I want to meet, right?
Did you?
Well, I had Christopher Walken at the top, but that's for personal reasons.
Incredible dancer.
Yeah, such a great dancer. But yeah, if you guys could just humor us, give us your top 3 names you're going to put up on your board that you would love to meet.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Yes. If you have your top 3 names on your board, people you'd like to collaborate with, meet that, or put them on.
Who would yours be that you haven't met yet?
Mine. Oh man, can I make that? There are like 2,000 people watching.
Oh.
Well, actually, yes.
How about dead people then?
Dead people.
Less
yes.
insulting. Okay, dead people.
The top 3 dead people I'd like to meet. It's easy. Leonardo da Vinci.
Right.
Nikola Tesla.
Okay.
And Albert Einstein.
Of course he would.
Of course.
I'll just stick with Christopher Walken. All right, so keep your questions coming in. We're going to get to them very shortly, especially questions to Vishen himself, because he's going to be doing a Q&A session, at least 2 of them, over the next sort of 7 odd hours. So who have we got up next? Someone you know very well.
So we wanted to start off this live cast with ideas, with talks that would inspire you to dream bigger. So the whole idea behind this next talk and Eric's talk is to get you to expand your vision into the biggest it could possibly go, and to show you that there is nothing to fear about dreaming beyond your limits, because we've been trained to live life, right, based on logical steps. So we set a goal based on what we know right now, and we know how to get to point A. So we set goals based on point A. The point of Eric's talk and Lisa's talk is that you can go way beyond point A. You can go way beyond what you think you can go, because all of us have these unseen abilities, these hidden reservoirs of faith, this universe behind our back that comes to our aid when we are aligned with our purpose and are pushing for something beyond what we can see. So that was the essence of Eric's talk. And what you're going to see now is another such talk. As you watch this lady on stage, Lisa Nichols, keep this in mind. Lisa Nichols at one point was a single mom who had less than $20 in her bank account. I remember she's a dear friend of mine and we've known each other now for 7 years, and she'd tell me stories of how she could not afford to buy diapers for her baby. She had to wrap her kid in towels because she had nothing more than $20 in her bank account. She went on to become the 6th African American woman to take a company public, and her story is unreal. So let's get ready for another dose of incredible inspiration from the one and only Lisa Nichols.
Hey there, hey there. How are you guys doing? I love it. Vishen is telling the truth. We were sitting in Canada and it was June is what he didn't tell you. And December was a long way away. And I said, that's one weekend. And he was like, oh, that's the weekend I'm doing. I thought, did I just get set up? and it was the best setup ever. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be with you. I'm so happy to be a part of this conversation. And in this moment, leading the conversation, because I had so many breakthroughs in rooms like this. And this is where I explored Lisa, forgave Lisa, reinvented Lisa, discovered the best parts of Lisa, gave Lisa permission to play big, play huge, play ginormous. Here is where I found some of my best friends on the planet, my new friends. And so I love rooms like this. I'm super committed as long as I can to be in this space with you. You know, when we talk about live your quest, that's a really big statement. It can be exciting and scary. Anybody have that mutual feeling at times? You're like, live my quest. I'm just trying to figure out my GPS. I'm trying to figure out what does next year look like. You know, and then there's that opportunity that comes with living your quest to go, wait a minute, what happens if I decided and designed my next best season? What would that look like? And so I thought that I'd just slide by to stir your soul a bit. It's kind of what I do. I have to leave tomorrow midday. I have a dinner engagement and a keynote speech in Jamaica tomorrow night. But for today, I thought we'd just turn things up a bit. So may I do that with you guys? Yeah. Now, I've been known to make things a little mildly to moderately to significantly uncomfortable in any form of mediocrity. I've been known to do that. I wake up in the morning to find out how can I disrupt anything that's not in alignment with my future today. And so since I'm on the stage today, I thought I'd just do that with you guys as well. Is that all right? Yeah. When we talk about living our quest, I think that living my quest, really, if I look at it on a daily basis, it's finding my own voice. It's finding your voice. It's finding the song that only you can sing, off key or not. It's finding your rhythm. It's discovering what it feels like to walk in your shoes today. It won't look like it looked 10 years ago. Living your quest is, what can I do with my life so that my life becomes infectious to someone else? Living my quest looks like, how do I make my fingerprint matter so big that it lives beyond my transition day? Living your quest is, how can I forgive the perceivingly unforgivable so I can love the absolute lovable? Living your quest is, how do I give myself 1,000 second chances, and every time I get to 999, press reset? Yeah? Yeah. Living my quest is not some ambiguous, untouchable experience. Living my quest means going back and healing the little girl in me so that the woman can be free. It's going back and embracing the little boy in you so that the man can show up and give himself permission to cry when necessary. Living your quest is not something that you can't touch. It's not something that requires a stage or lights or cameras. Living your quest is being complete and content with who you are in the dark of the night. So who you are in the middle of the day is all right. Living your quest is as simple as it is complex. Living your quest is about giving yourself permission, say permission, on a daily basis to become the next best version of yourself. Living your quest is not holding yourself hostage to old decisions, not holding yourself hostage to shame, blame, guilt, regret, and anger. Living your quest is about recognizing that every day I can be reborn to my possibility. See, living your quest is as internal and personal as it is public. Living your quest is about recognizing that you have brilliance in you and not being willing to dim your light one more day. Living your quest means not being afraid of the genius in you, even though you have doubt. Living your quest is recognizing that you get to sing your song off tune, that you can get to live in perfection while you master imperfection. Living your quest is, it could be complex and it could be simple. And I'm only telling you the things that I've had to do. Because in so many ways, I didn't know I would be standing here with you in Cancun. My path didn't make sense that it would land me here. I look at my life as a young woman in South Central LA, living between the Harlem Crip 30s and the Rolling 60s. Those are not cheerleading squads, y'all. Having 3 fights a week to get home from school, and that was the easy part. The hard part was the fact that my highest grade in school was a C+. See, when some of you brought home C's, your parents were frustrated. When I brought home a C, my parents were excited because I was severely dyslexic in school. So it took me a lot longer to learn. The last time I took an English class, I got a fail. And my English teacher said, "Lisa, you have to be the weakest writer I've ever met in my entire life." I said, does that come with an award? I am kind of collecting rewards. And the last time I took a speech class, my speech teacher gave me a D- and said, quote unquote, "Miss Nichols, I recommend that you never speak in public, that you get a desk job." And what it showed me was that some of your best motivation might come wrapped in sandpaper. Some of your best inspiration comes with some pricks and some nails and some thorns around it. Some of your best inspiration came in an experience that you didn't ask for, you didn't want, and you'd never want to have again. Some of your best inspiration, some of the very thing that's fueled your soul to get you here, came in an experience that you dare not wish on your enemy. You dare not wish on anyone. But yet it still fueled you to come and step inside your quest. So when you ask the question, am I on the right path? How can you not be? If you can still see light, how can you not be? So I just stopped by to stir your soul a bit. I stopped by to disrupt any form of mediocrity in you. I stopped by to settle your doubt and put in place of the question mark a period or a comma. Because some of you have put a period where God put a comma and said, it ain't over yet, it's just beginning. Don't put a period there yet. That deserves a comma. Yes, yes. And so I just stopped by. I stopped by to wake up that imaginary baby in your belly that says, don't you sit down on me. Don't you let me sit down. Don't you let me go without being shown to the world. Don't you, I will not let you off the hook. I will keep you up tonight. I stopped by to shake that imaginary baby in your belly. I stopped by to ask you, what would your song sound like if you sung it out loud so that we all can hear? Don't just sing in the shower. Sing so I could hear. What would your dance look like if you did it so that I could see? What would your rhythm look like? Because when you let your rhythm out, when you just get inside your rhythm, and when you are bold enough to share your rhythm with the world, y'all just bounce like this with me. When you just share your rhythm, come on, just like this. And when you share your rhythm, and all of a sudden, you become outrageous enough to show the world that you are willing to move inside of an imaginary sound that's only in your belly, all of a sudden you look out, and the rest of the world is moving with you. I just stopped by. I just stopped by to have you feel your movement, or at least feel the desire to feel your movement. As a matter of fact, become unapologetic and non-negotiable about your movement. As a matter of fact, become non-negotiable about the fact that the world has to feel your movement. As a matter of fact, be willing to lose some sleep. Be willing to stay up late. Be willing to become unapologetic and non-negotiable. Be willing to piss some people off even. I just stopped by to agitate that something in you, because I believe sometimes we try to be too polite with our dream. Sometimes we don't want to disrupt the world while we're dreaming big. Sometimes we're more committed to living in someone else's perception of us than we are living in our truth of ourselves. I'm just saying. So I stopped by to agitate that. I don't know, am I talking to anybody in this room? I stopped by to ask, are you willing to play so big that you scare yourself? Are you willing to sing so loudly that the next room stops? Are you willing to dance in such a rhythm that you become contagious? Are you willing to forgive the unforgivable, love the unlovable? Are you willing to do it all 1,000 times until you get it right? Are you willing? Like, I just stopped by because that's what it feels like on a daily basis to recommit to the divine assignment on your life. Because your life has less to do with you than it has to do with all of us who will cross your path. And because you let your light shine, you gave us permission to do the same. Because we saw you do it with knees knocking and teeth chattering, but you did it anyway, we just become copycats of you. Well, he did it. I might as well do it. And all of a sudden, an entire nation is doing something bold and outrageous and radical. I want to play a message for you. Jason's going to help me play a message for you. And in a moment, I just want you to sit silently, eyes open or eyes closed. And I want you, wait a minute, Jason, in one moment. I want you to, in the message that you hear, it'll be familiar. You've heard it once or twice before, but I want it to sit in your soul. I want it to sit in your cells. I want it to pull you. I wanted you to not look at this message and this experience from over there. I want you to sit in it, to say, what if I am to do my version of this? What if, without any evidence, without any witnesses, I'm supposed to see something as big? My version of this. What if, without any co-signers, without any agreeers, I still am supposed to do something like this or something very different? What if I need no evidence that it might be so, because faith is operating without any physical evidence? What if?
Be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted. Every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together.
Thank God, this little boy who grew into a mighty man would be bold enough and outrageous enough to have such an audacious dream, to be willing to be ridiculed, ostracized, threatened, to be so convicted that he's willing to give his very life for a dream that he might not physically be here to realize. Oh, what a mighty mightiness. So I ask you, Because of him, we're sitting here, lying here, dancing, singing, rapping, playing together, because he was bold enough to fight against what was the norm. So I ask you, can you help me down, Doc? What is your dream? Are you willing? Are you willing to disrupt any form of what, I'm gonna come down to center in a moment. Are you willing? Are you willing to reinvent yourself? Are you willing? Are you willing to become someone you've never seen before? Are you willing to run, leap, and soar, even at the possibility that you might fall? Are you willing? Are you willing to do something you've never done before, say something you've never said before, do the things you don't want to do, say the things you don't want to say, so that you can be the man, the woman you've always known yourself to be? Are you willing? See, I didn't come here to give you a lot of answers. I came here to disrupt your soul with a lot of right questions. Because I wasn't supposed to be here. I was that kid that was always struggling with self-esteem. Am I good enough? Am I smart enough? No one looks like me, makes it anywhere. I'm chocolate, mocha skin, full lips, round hips, and kinky hair. You just don't see me on TV. You don't see me glorified. You don't see me representing beauty. You don't see me. So the world didn't give me permission to be here, but I didn't ask for it either. So some of you are still asking for permission. And sometimes you have to stop asking for permission, and it's just time to give the world notice. So I just showed up to invite you to give the world notice that you're coming. Give the world notice that you've been here. Give the world notice that you've played polite long enough. Now it's time to play full out. Give the world notice that unapologetic just showed up. Give the world notice that non-negotiable just showed up. Give the world notice that if they can't handle your light, that you're tired, you're no longer going to dim your light. If they can't handle your light, put on some shades. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, are you willing? Because when you become that bold, when you become that audacious, when you become that unapologetic, all of a sudden you become infectious. All of a sudden, just the mere glimmer of you, when I can catch a glimpse of you, when I can get in your hemisphere, in your atmosphere, in your zip code, something happens to me because I'm in proximity. And then you become absolutely aware of the true assignment on your life. That you were here to save us. You were here to inspire us by the way you walk with assistance, by the way you rise above your own uncertainty, by the way you push past your religious conversation, your cultural conversation, your economic conversation, your gender conversation, by the way you show up and say, how can I serve humanity? By the way you recognize that your human spirit is unbreakable, your human spirit is unshakable, your human spirit is unstoppable, your human spirit is unavailable to the relationship that's not going right, to the finances that don't look right. Your human spirit is unavailable. Your human spirit is simply asking for you to give it a command. Who will we serve next? What will we do? And what mountain will we require to bow down? And when you get that and you operate with that knowing, all of a sudden you become contagious. And people just want to be in your space and share your oxygen because you make them believe again. So what is your quest? It might just be to go home and be 1,000% present with your children. Your quest might be to love an unlovable sibling. Your quest might be to forgive an ex so you can truly be present with your next. Just saying. I'm just saying. Like it might be that. I'm a girl who, as a mom in 1995, I was broke and broken. And all I was committed to do was not spend the next 25 years in that brokenness. So I didn't decide my quest out of a pursuit of serving the world in a big way. I stepped into my quest becoming committed that I won't have it that way anymore. So however you step, just step. However you step, just step. Sometimes you gotta step out of something before you're stepping into something. Just step. Don't get paralysis of the analysis trying to make sure the step is right. I'd rather you take 10 steps wrong than analyze trying to make one step right one more day while someone's waiting to be inspired by you. I'm still figuring out how to get it right, but I've done some good work trying to figure out how to get it right, sis? One day I'm gonna master this thing. One day. So I just stopped by to stir your soul. I stopped by to not let you off the hook of your brilliance, of your genius, of your humanity, of the willingness to live in a constant duality, allowing your brilliance and your confusion to coexist, and you embrace them both. Not waiting for another thing, not waiting for another person, not waiting for any permission, not waiting for someone to validate you, not waiting for your mother, your father to say you're okay, not waiting for the man, the woman in your life to say go, be free, not waiting. What are you waiting for? I need your oxygen today. I need your oxygen today. So I didn't come here to keep you comfortable. It's working, huh? She's like, why is she so close to me right now? So I just wanted to ask you, are you willing? I want to take you on a guided visualization. I went on this visualization about 17 years ago. And every time I did the visualization, it would disrupt my soul. And I didn't understand why I was so disrupted. But when the facilitator would take me on it, he would play so big. And at the time, I couldn't see myself that big. And he kept pushing my buttons and telling me to see this big part of me. And he was making me so afraid every single time. And so I made sure my friend wouldn't let me leave the room, because I said, instead of running from my bigness, I just want to sit here and grow in it. Just one breath at a time. One breath at a time. So this might not be your last time here. It might not be the last time we see each other, because you'll keep breathing one breath at a time and into the woman, the man that you're becoming. The divine assignment that's been placed on your life that you're perfectly prepared for. That with all your imperfections, you're perfect for the job. With all your imperfections, you're perfect. Take a deep breath. I love you, sis. I want you to, we're going to play just a little. Jason, would you help me with just a little bit of guided meditation music, guided visualization? So many of you know me through some of the guided visualizations that I've done with Mindvalley. Thank you. So I want to take you on this journey and then tell you a story on the other side. Might blow your mind. Get yourself comfortable, whatever way you're comfortable. You may want to do this with eyes closed or eyes open, whatever you're comfortable with. I want you to visualize yourself driving down the highway. There's a little traffic. It's a sunny day, summertime, beautiful. And you're just taking a nice breath. Driving to an event that you're to speak at. And as you get about 15 minutes out from the event, you check your watch, look down at your watch in your mind. You notice it's 15 minutes away, and all of a sudden you begin to notice that that traffic is slowing down. You get a phone call and say that you don't have to be there for another hour, so you're excited. So you do the off-ramp. You get on the off-ramp and you stop by your home. And imagine it's 5 years out from today, on this day, 5 years out, and every single one of your dreams have come true. 5 years out. As a matter of fact, you've surpassed all your dreams. So I want you to think of whatever that car is that you love. The car you're driving is better than that. Whatever that community that you've wanted to live in, you've surpassed that one. Whatever that thing is, that life experience you want to have that you call success, oh, you're way past that. Just keep seeing yourself. For some of you, you may see a bank account balance. I want you to take that bank account balance, visualize whatever it is. Money is just energy. Money is just energy. Visualize that balance in your bank. Now I want you to double it in your head. Double it. Now I want you to drive your car to the front gate of your home. And I want you to push in the code, and the front gate automatically opens. And then you drive another mile up to your house. I told you it's better than you imagined, guys. You drive a mile on your property till you get to your front door. Your big double door open. You walk into the home, and whatever your home looks like in its most beautiful, pristine place, travertine floors, a spiral staircase, a beautiful chandelier, you smell lavender, you smell chamomile, you smell the beautiful aromas, the beautiful flowers. You hear the music. Your house is your sanctuary. You hear the waterfall that's running in the indoor pool over in the back corner. You hear the laughter of your family. I want you to hear the laughter of your family, the robust laughter of your family. You go into the dining room where there's a 20-person table and everyone standing around the table and enjoying each other. And the person who cooks the best in your family, they cook today. It's a good day. And your family gathers around the table. Visualize your family sitting down at the table. And one by one, they raise their glass. And to your surprise, they all begin to toast you. They begin to celebrate you for what you've done, what you started 5 years ago. The person that you stepped into 5 years ago in Cancun. The person that came home wasn't the same person, you see. And that person began to do some really amazing things, inward and outward. And life just began to change. And they are witnessing it, and they just want to celebrate you. They finish the toast, and everyone begins to eat and talk, and you look down at your watch again, and you realize that, oh my God, I'm running late. I got to get back on the road and get to this speaking event. So you hop out of the room, you run out to the car, you jump in your car, you choose the convertible today again, and you get on the highway. And as you're on the highway, you're driving up the highway and you run into traffic again. Now you're really 15 minutes out and you need to get there. You hear that there are going to be quite a few people. You're not sure of the number, but quite a few. And you're getting frustrated. Feel yourself get frustrated right now. I want you to feel that energy of being stuck in traffic, of being... And then you stop and you think, wait a minute, this just might be my traffic jam. They might be all going to the same place that I'm going to. You make your way through traffic. It takes you 20 minutes. You get there 5 minutes late, but no one cares. They're so excited to see you. You walk into a stadium. Picture yourself walking onto this big platform. You walk onto the stadium. The room is silent. You come to the podium. You look around. There are 10,000 people there to see you, to hear you, to touch you because of what you've done, who you've become, the example you've been. See yourself, guys. See yourself right there. See yourself right in the center of the stage. See yourself. You look out and you can feel the energy of every single person, all 10,000 people. You open up your paper. You get ready to say your speech. But you start with 2 words. Thank you. And then before you can start your speech and say another word, person number 6,782 way in the back, they yell out, no, thank you. And then person number 460, they yell out, thank you. Person number 56 in the front yells, thank you. Person number 7,950 yells, thank you. And then each person just begins to yell, thank you, thank you. Thank you for believing in yourself again. Thank you for getting over your fear of being brilliant. Thank you for showing up in Cancun even scared. Thank you for picking up the pieces again and again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 10,000 people all say thank you to you. Just breathe it in. Just breathe it in. Breathe it in. Breathe it in. You stand on stage and you commit to that room that you're gonna lock every single door in that stadium, and you're gonna leave one door open, and you're gonna hug every single person that came to see you, and you warn them, we are going to be here for a while. And they're okay with that because they came just to get close to you, just to share your oxygen. And you stand by that door, the one to the side. And that 68-year-old man comes to you and he bends down and he hugs you and he says, thank you for letting me know I'm not too old to dream again. And followed behind him is that 16-year-old girl who comes and she hugs you and she says, thank you for letting me know that I count. And behind her is that 44-year-old woman who says, thank you for letting me know that I need to put myself first now. And behind her is that 35-year-old man saying, thank you for letting me know that I could feel out loud. I can let my joy out. I can let my tears out. Thank you for showing me what freedom looks like. And one by one, 10,000 people hug you and thank you. And on your way home at 3:30 in the morning, you realize that you never came to deliver a speech. You came to hear the people acknowledge you for being courageous, audacious, non-negotiable, and unapologetic. Take a deep breath. Breathe in your 5-year future, however you want it to look. Feel your feet back on the ground. Feel your back against the chair or on the pillows. Wiggle your toes a bit. Wiggle your hands a bit. And join me back in Cancun as you open your eyes. I did that exercise, that guided visualization, about 9 times with this same instructor. And I was very uncomfortable every time because something in my belly knew something that my mind wasn't ready to hold on to. You guys get that? And something in my belly was disrupted. And I kid you not, true story. And my friends from California know this. My brother, Reverend Beckwith, knows this. My sister knows this. I was driving on the 405 freeway, headed to San Diego. And I was in my convertible with my best friend. And this is the girlfriend that we don't remember back in 1992 which one of us had $10, but the other one was broke. And by the end of the day, we both had $5. That was that friend. You know your ride or die friend? I was with my ride or die friend. And life had changed. The Secret had come out. I'd been on Oprah. I'd been on Larry King. My brother and I had done great work together. My sister and I, Janet, had done great work together. And so my life had changed for my son, Jelani, and I. And we're riding down the highway and in my convertible, got my shades on, rocking my fro, playing some Indie just chatting with my girl. And I looked down at my clock. I said, oh my God, Sharita, I kid you not. We need to get there. I can't remember exactly what we're doing, but I know I'm speaking, and I know that we got about 30 minutes to get there, and traffic's getting kind of tight, and traffic slowed down a little more. Slowed down a little more. I said, Sharita, I can't be late. We got to get there. She's like, it's okay, relax. And she had been to this conference with me where I had done that guided visualization years before. And she's like, relax. I'm like, honey, I need you to dodge through traffic. I need us to make this happen. She said, relax. She goes, Lisa, what if this is your traffic jam? I was like, that's nice. That would be beautiful. But it's not. Let's go. I'm like, it's not. She's like, Lisa, but what if? But what if it's yours? I was like, that would be really cool, huh? And tears started streaming down my face. And right at that moment, she asked the car, she goes, excuse me, could we get in front of you? She's like waving to this guy. And he just kind of nonchalantly waves me. He goes, yeah, okay, go ahead. So we get in front of him. He sticks his head out the car. He said, go ahead, because I'm coming to see you anyway. And I just start bawling. Like now I'm doing the ugly cry now, like, ooh, ooh, ooh. But wait. So as we're driving, we're kind of dodging through traffic, and this woman drives up with this like beautiful Escalade. It was like this like 2020 Escalade. And she was regal, like the window went down regal, like, And she had this beautiful blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. And she said, what time do you go on? I said, I think as soon as I get there. She says, well, I'm gonna stay right behind you, because I came to see you. Now I'm just sobbing. And we're at a standstill. And I realize I'm not gonna get there in time. And one by one, cars begin to look at us and bump their horns. And people begin to wave. And I'm like, what are they waving at? And people are waving at us. I'm like, and I'm thinking they don't recognize me because I got my shades on. She's like, Lisa, they're waving at you. And so we're on the off-ramp, and there's no way, we're gridlocked. And I kid you not, one by one, each car drove up on the embankment and parted like the Red Sea. And as we drove my car through slowly, they yelled out their window, thank you. Thank you for the secret. Thank you for what you said on Oprah. Thank you for your work. So if you don't think that your future that you just declared is on its way to you, think again. I arrived at the stadium, and there wasn't 10,000 people there. There were 11,200 people there waiting on me. And what I realized was that the power of the tongue will speak life into your future. And I just want to know, what are you willing to speak life into? What are you willing to declare? What are you willing to become non-negotiable about? What are you willing to stop teetering about? See, some of you are still wondering, can I do it? Am I good enough? No, I'm not good enough. Am I good enough? No, I'm not. It's like you've been about to jump into a double dutch game for the last 5 years, wondering if you can do it. And you're just going, can I do it? Should I do it? Come on, how many of us are there? Come on, you guys, let's just be honest. Can I do it? Should I do it? Would I do it? And the world is going, hurry up! Just jump in already. We need you. Figure it out when you're in there. Jump in. And you're just saying, I just stopped by to say, are you willing to just jump? Because when you do, and you're willing to spread your wings, and you're willing to do something and be something different, and you're willing to get to the edge, knowing you might fall, but also knowing you might fly. Are you willing to leap with butterflies in your belly, maybe even a little doubt in your mind, but unwavering, non-negotiable faith in your heart, are you willing to spread your wings and live? I just stopped by to stir your soul. I stopped by to disrupt any form of mediocrity in you. I stopped by to be the midwife to your imaginary baby of possibility. I stopped by so that you and I together can co-create the next best version. Because if a man like Dr. King in a time like that can do a thing like he did, then what can we do? What's available to us? What is the universe waiting on us to make a command for? What is the human spirit ready? What order is it ready to deliver? I'm just saying that I don't want to be off the hook. And I ain't letting you off the hook because you don't want to be off the hook either. Because my grandmother says, baby, when you get my age, and y'all, some of y'all met my grandmother before, she's spicy. She's come to A-Fest. She was more popular than me. She says, baby, when you get my age, I'm 87 years old, you're supposed to sit in your favorite rocking chair and tell the story of your life. But when you're your age, baby, you're supposed to make sure the story's gonna be good to tell. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. And so I want to take you on one more journey, may I? Before I take you on the journey, I just want to, we talk about some of your best plans get disrupted. And so often when our plans get disrupted, we stop. And sometimes we check out. And we begin to ask that ever so powerless question, why me? I always say the quality of your answer lives in the quality of your question. Ask a better question next time. You might get a better answer next time, right? And so I just want to celebrate my brothers. I met them here. We've become fast friends. I want to celebrate Ricardo, and I want to celebrate Josh. They're here to give us some coffee, bulletproof coffee, and for 1,000 reasons, transportation, the coffee is on like Juan Hulo's truck somewhere and never quite came. And I just want to celebrate the two of you for staying resilient in the face of discomfort. Stand up. Staying resilient in the face of discomfort. And yesterday, I didn't understand what the coffee was until you explained it to me. And the best way I can describe it is I've never heard coffee that's actually fuel for your body and fuel for your future and fuel for your dream. And so let's make a point to make sure they know that they haven't lost any time, that the human spirit is unbreakable and unshakable, and we are a tribe. So I know, like I know, that everyone will still visit your booth and still get great value from the things that you've created already. So I celebrate you too. Today I'll be out on wherever we're going, doing whatever we're doing. I'm gonna be front and center doing it with y'all, whatever it is. And I know many of you have asked, how are the ways that you can play with me and learn from me? And there are ways that you can do that. If you'd like to have those conversations, Narelle is with me, and Matt is in the back, and just have those conversations with us. Our goal is to say yes, yes to you. You just gotta figure out the question. And we wanna serve you. But just watch out, because I'm only going to speak to the woman or the man you're becoming. I won't get stuck in who you've been. I'm committed to you. I believe that we're in a day where we don't get acknowledged enough. And we don't get acknowledged enough because we haven't set the example enough of what self-acknowledgement looks like. When Reverend Michael Beckwith and I were on the Oprah show years ago, I said something. I said, it's my job. The world is looking at me and using me as the example of how they get to treat me. And it's my job to give the world the best example of how they get to treat me. And I wasn't always there. I didn't always know that. I didn't always do that. And so I want to take this moment as we close, and I want to go into a space of acknowledgement, because many of you came here and you came here to have your tanks filled back up again, yes? And so I want to intentionally, with intention and focus, I want to do that. And Mindvalley has asked me for many years to hold sacred spaces for you and to push the envelope and to create experiences and facilitate connection and to disrupt things like we did on day 0 and replant them with you. And I'm honored to do that as a transformational coach. That's the space I live. And so for the last time that I'll be in front of you for this A-Fest, I want to leave you with the gift of being full by your own words, but being full by someone else's words as well. So on the count of 3, I'm going to ask you to stand and find a partner. You can have the partner next to you. You can find a stranger. It's always beautiful when that occurs. And just silently, if you can, silently face them. 1, 2, 3. Yes. If you're sitting down in the front, you can stay there as long as you're fully face each other. As long as you're fully face each other. And a good friend of ours, Janet will recognize this song. A good friend of ours did this amazing project with some of the teachers from The Secret, and I love his work. And I want you to listen to this song, and I want you to hear it in a whole new way. I want you to feel it in a way that feels so cellular. I want you to dedicate this song to your partner through your eyes without talking, and I want you to hear the song as if it were written for you. You might hear a familiar voice on the song. You may recognize a voice. But just take a deep breath. Jason, you can start that piece. And take in every word. The opportunity daily to turn my valleys into my mountaintops.
So I choose to give the world my best possible.
It's time to play big.
And give it all I can to be embraceable.
You're perfect for this assignment.
To the world.
You're perfect for this assignment.
I sing my song.
We're waiting for your song.
Embraceable to all. So I choose to give the world my best possible. To turn my valleys into my mountaintops.
Your hardest times, we're preparing you for now.
So I choose to give the world.
Make a choice.
The best of me.
Give us the best of you in this next season.
Possible, the best of me.
No one can sing my song like me. No one can dance my dance like me. No one can speak with my rhythm, smile with my shine. No one can do me better than I can do me. So I choose to give the world the best me possible. You are perfect, as is.
No one can sing my song like
Nobody can sing your song.
No one can dance my dance like me.
Nobody.
No one can speak with my rhythm.
Nobody.
Smile with my shine. Oh, smile with my shine.
We've been waiting on you.
No one can do.
We've been waiting on you.
Better than me.
As is.
Oh, I stand tall.
You are enough.
I'm proud to be.
You've always been enough.
Spreading the joy.
Come on, give us that joy inside of you.
Deep inside of me.
That's deep in you, give it to us. We're ready for it. We've been waiting on you.
No one can sing
my song like me. No one can sing your song.
No one can dance
my dance like me. Only one of you.
No one can speak with my rhythm.
No one can smile with your shine. No one has your smile. No one can do you better than you.
No one can do me better than me.
You are an unrepeatable miracle. You are an unrepeatable miracle. Share yourself.
Spreading the joy.
Give me what's in you.
Deep inside of me.
Feel it. Feel it. Step into your yes. Step into your yes. Surrender inside your yes. Listen. Come on, y'all. Feel it.
No one can dance. No one can
dance my dance.
No one can speak.
Come on, y'all. Sing the words with her. Come on. Come on. No one can smile with my shine. Come on, sing it. Come on. Come on, sing it with her. No one can do me better than me. Come on. Come on. Spreading your joy. Spread your joy. Spreading your joy. That's deep inside of you.
No one can sing my song.
You came to A-Fest to meet you.
No one can dance my dance like me.
You came to A-Fest to come back to you.
No one can speak my rhythm. Smile with my shine.
Come on, you guys. No one can do me better than me. Sing it, sing it. Say it, say it. No one can do me better than me. Spreading the joy that's deep inside of me. Spreading the joy. Spreading the joy. That's deep. That's deep. You woke it up here. You woke it up at A-Fest. You woke it up at A-Fest. You woke it up at A-Fest. And it ain't ever going back to sleep again. You woke it up at A-Fest. Now. But it ain't quite over yet. Like the late night infomercial goes, and then there's more. Shh, turn face your partner silently. Now that your souls have talked, now I want you to hear your words. Repeat after me, looking at your partner. Repeat after me, looking at your partner. And say the words. And partner, I want you to hear the words as if they were scripted especially for you. If you happen to be by yourself, then this is a time for you to arrive back at you for you. There's a reason why. So looking at your partner, not at me, repeat after me. You are beautiful. Everything about you is beautiful. Your soul, your spirit, your heart, your mind. You're beautiful. You're perfect in every way. Even with your imperfection, you're perfect. Your eyes, your hair, your hips, your legs, your voice, your thoughts, and every past decision are exactly as they should be. You are amazing. You're phenomenal. And I know at times you forget that. So I need to tell you right here, right now, you're on the perfect path. You're in the right time. You're enough. You woke up enough. You're smart enough. You're brilliant enough. You're young enough. You're wise enough. You're giving enough. You're loving enough. In case you haven't figured it out, you're enough. And I'm honored to stand in front of you and witness your greatness. We are better off because you're on the planet. There will be a time. Take a deep breath, you guys. Just take a deep breath. There will be a time after we leave AFES where you might have a difficult moment. And the things that I've just said to you might be hard to remember. I want you to remember this moment when I stood in front of you. I looked in your eyes. And I said, in those moments, when your faith wavers, borrow my faith in you. I love you. I honor you. And I appreciate you. Hug time. So now, could I have, Jason, can you play something? Could I have Ricardo and Josh, Reverend Michael Beckwith, can you come up? Doc, can you come up? And Sis, can you come up? And can the two of you come up? Sam, can you come up? Do the Dr. King with a little music again. And Jean, can you come up? Will you come up for me, sweetie? Will you tell him to come up? Will you come up? Will you come up? If you're willing to dream big, one day your dream will become someone else's reality. One day, your dream will open up a door so big that thousands of people from all across the world will walk through your dream. Your dream. Janet, will you come join me? Your dream was never about you. Your quest is less about you. It's about a little black girl and a little white boy and a little Asian boy and a little Latin girl being able to play together and create something new because you were so outrageous to dream. It's being willing. It's being willing. Your dream is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Grab your neighbor's hand and hold the dream and feel the dream. So if you have to be scared to leap, be scared. If you have to walk by yourself, walk alone. If you have to pray the heaven downs, get on your knees or your face. If you have to kill the small part of your mind, then give it a burial. Whatever you have to do. It's been my honor to serve you. Wherever you go in life, remember that you have a sister friend with you, loving you in prosperity and possibility, because I will be there with you. Thank you.
I kind of felt like we should have been holding hands at that point.
I hope you guys like that. So, one of the things about that speech that Lisa told me later, that maybe you guys, it wasn't apparent, is that her decision to play MLK's I Have a Dream speech, her decision to bring all those people up on stage was completely spontaneous. It came to Lisa while she was on stage. And there's something really interesting about this phenomenon. Some people call it channeling, some people call it being in flow or being in tune with your inner spirit. But both Lisa and our next speaker, Don Jose Ruiz, do this a lot. They get on stage, they have no clear scripted speech, but they have an intention of what is the experience they want to give the audience. And then things just flow through them. So that entire thing that you saw, including Lisa's words at the end, were completely channeled. She came up with that idea directly on stage.
It just goes to show you, when you're actually in the flow, you've released all inhibitions and magic really starts to flow. And actually, just watching that, I'm a huge fan of Frida Kahlo, right? She's one of my heroines.
The famous Mexican artist.
And quite apt that she would come to mind with that. But one of her quotes, which I've always loved, resonated, but it didn't hit me until just now, was that quote of hers that is, I am my own muse. I am the subject I know best, the subject I want to better. And that's what Lisa is all about, isn't it? It's kind of like investing in yourself and believing in yourself.
Right. Now, our next speaker, and we're not going to go directly to our next speaker, but our next speaker, Don Jose Ruiz, does the same thing. He is the son of the legendary Don Miguel Ruiz. And Don Jose Ruiz gets on stage, and what he does is, he channels. He had no idea what he was going to talk about, except that it was going to be on the idea of living your quest. Everything that flows through him is literally flowing through him as he gets on stage. Don Jose told me that at a certain point in his life, he had prepared this long script and written down exactly what he was going to say on stage. And his dad, Don Miguel Ruiz, came to him. Don Miguel Ruiz, of course, is the author of the famous book,
Four Agreements.
The Four Agreements and Mastery of Love, two of the greatest spiritual books in history. 19 years, it's been 19 years since those books were written. This is the 20th anniversary of the Four Agreements. And last summer, it was still #1 spiritual book. But anyway, Don Miguel Ruiz went up to Don Jose, our next speaker, and took his speech, crushed it up, and tossed it away and said, don't ever do that again. Just let it flow. And that's what you're about to see, right? But before we bring on Don Jose Ruiz, let's talk about that idea of being able to get on stage and just let things flow, being able to channel what it is that you're about to say. The best speakers can do that, but it comes from living your quest. You see, one of the key ideas that happens when you are on purpose, when you're living life with your quest, is that you get guidance from within. You're going to see this theme get repeated over and over and over again among multiple speakers on stage here. This is one of the most interesting phenomena of men and women who are living their quest. They are highly, highly, highly intuitive. Now, as you watch the speeches, pay attention to this, because many of our speakers are completely channeling what they're about to say. All right? And you're going to learn how to do that too.
I want to ask you, because from your experience, what does it feel like in terms of the feedback and the reception that, you've spoken in front of thousands of people before? Obviously you go in with key points, because you're delivering sort of, if it's a new thing, you have those key points that you kind of know you're going to hit. But what is the difference between the days that you feel you're in your flow and there are some days where you're not? You still deliver a really good thing, everything hits on point, but what's the difference in terms of how the audience resonates with you?
Well, it's completely different. I use energy techniques when I'm about to get on stage. And one of the first energy techniques I do is setting intention to be able to deliver to the audience what they most need to learn. I use another energy technique where I expand the energy in my heart. and I extend it to everyone in the room. I connect with their hearts, and then I ask my higher self to put the words through me that would best resonate with people. As I started doing this, my abilities as a speaker just went through the roof. So I rarely need to prepare a speech. You can put me on stage with 5 minutes notice. As long as I have 2 to 3 minutes to close my eyes, go into my meditation, and connect with the audience, I will know what to say.
I've seen this because, you know, we've gone through stuff before and he's like, no, Ash, just say it like this. And, you know, then 15 minutes later, Vishen's still speaking. I'm sitting there going, how on earth am I supposed to remember everything he said? It's gone on for too long and he's still going.
But these things are real, and you can learn how to do it. Now, every AFES broadcast, we have an offer on a Mindvalley product, right? We pick the Mindvalley product that most resonates to the theme of the broadcast. The product that is on offer during this broadcast, because it is all about living your quest, is my product, Becoming Limitless. It is one of the highest rated programs on Mindvalley. And you can go to afest.com/limitless to get access to this product. The link is on the video here, right on the screen, right? But one of the things that you learn in this 8-hour program, it's 1 hour a week for 8 hours. One of the things you learn in this 8-hour program is how to tune into your intuition. And when that switch is hit, you get to flow. And whether you are on a date and you need the right thing to say, or in a business meeting, or on stage, you're so tapped into your intuition that the message that you need to get across comes to you. And it's more than just your logical, rational mind. Anyway, let's get on to the next speaker, Don Jose Ruiz, because this is a man who epitomizes this. What you're about to see is an example of a speaker getting on stage and completely channeling their speech.
Yeah, I heard everyone who was there were completely sort of sucked into this vortex of just presence when he spoke.
Right.
It's going to be phenomenal.
Right. So a little bit about Don Jose Ruiz. Don Jose Ruiz and his father, Don Miguel Ruiz, wrote the 4 Agreements. Don Jose wrote the 5th Agreement. Now, the 4 Agreements is one of the best-selling spiritual books in history, even though it was written 20 years ago, from 2017. And it is such a profound book. It has made such an incredible, indelible mark on history. And Don Jose wrote the follow-up to that book, the 5th Agreement, another beautiful, beautiful, beautiful book. So here you have Don Jose Ruiz, author of the 5th Agreement, on stage at AFest with a powerful message for you.
I feel so honored and humbled to be part of this tribe, the AFES family. Every time I come and see any one of your eyes walking, I see open hearts. And you know, this is what the world needs. And I really know that we are like the eagles, flying into one nest. And we'll fly wherever we come from, spreading that love. And the only thing we have to do is be our authentic selves. Because when we are our authentic selves, you know, there's no need for mask. There's no need for pretending. There's no need for lying. And there's no need for negativity in our life. Because when we open our hearts, we begin to feel the positivity running through our veins. And our body begins to feel so emotional that it begins to merge and making love to the soul, to everything. Because we know that our essence creates love. So why should we go thirsty of love when we create it? And then we have the perfect opportunity to come to this earth to take care of the love of our life, which is ourselves. And we cannot give what we don't have. So when we give this love to ourselves, we give it to our families, to our brothers and sisters. It doesn't matter what belief they have. It doesn't matter what religion, what sexual they are. No, what matters it is that there's open heart. Because one day I bit the apple and I fell into judgment and I began judging myself. And then one day I woke up and said, oh my God, judgment is nothing more than an illusion. It was here before we were born, it's here when we are alive, and it will exist after we die. So why waste an inch of our life supporting this illusion? From this point on, we will break the curse of the scorpion that stung itself with its own tail in the middle of the desert in Sonora, because we have woken up. And I'm not sorry to say this. Once you wake up, you can never go back to sleep. And then your soul begins to feel the quest that you're about to take. Without any expectation, you're ready for life. Because we all know we work for the same boss. We may think we're going to the left, but the boss makes us go to the right. But if we're always prepared and open-hearted, we are home wherever we go. And this is the dream of the eagles. Because the dream of the eagles live in love. And when two eagles are in love, they're not flying with chains, controlling each other. No. They're letting one be free. Because the nest will always be there, waiting for the love, waiting for the presence, waiting to put the gifts that we have. And what is our gift? Well, it's our message. But what message is it really? We all are messengers, but what kind of messengers are we? What is the message that we give to ourselves and to the people that we say we love with all our heart? We don't have to answer out loud. We can answer within ourselves. And if we like that message, we continue. But if we don't like the message, we can change it because we are the storytellers and we can change any story. That's why in the Toltec tradition, the teachings are so simple. In the Toltec tradition, there's nothing to learn, only to unlearn. Unlearn what? What takes our inspiration away. Because the word Toltec, it means artist, artist of the spirit. For we are always creating. And the moment that we return back home, and when I mean back home, is when we return back to open-hearted way of life. We begin to expand a message. We expand the art that comes from the heart into the mind. So this is the challenge of the Toltec. How you're going to express your love. How you're going to express in words your romantic, your soul, your inspiration, your dream, and the moment that you connect with the heart in your mind. There is nothing stopping you because remember, you broke the curse of the scorpion that stung us over his own tail. So if it was doubt that got us into suffering, then it will be doubt that gets us back into heaven. And you know what? Heaven has always been here. This is our body. And our soul is the angel that steps into this body that to take care of the love of the life, which is heaven. And there is no doubt. That's why when we look into the mirror and we see our own reflection, sometimes we imagine that we've never seen a reflection before, but it looks deeply in the eyes. It looks deeply with those beautiful eyes at us, saying, I will be loyal to you wherever you take me. If you take me to suffering, if you take me to drama, I will be there because I love you. And you know what? It's just waiting for us patiently to return back home. Because I remember when I woke up, I said, oh my God, my body served me all my life. Now it's time for my mind to serve my body. No matter if it's broken, it will be the healing force. Because we are the healers, and the true healers heal themselves from their own lies, which it is to not believe in lies. And from this point on, the quest of our life is completely open because we got inspired. We got inspired by life because we feel life inside of us. And there is nothing stopping us because we don't believe in judgment anymore. And this is what I dream with imagination, what Siddhartha felt under the Bodhi tree. He was living in his heaven when all the judges, when all the negativity come with Mara trying to break his faith and they couldn't. Finally, they took the poison arrows with fire in them and just shot up at Siddhartha. Siddhartha peacefully sent them love, and before the arrows hit him, he turned them into roses because he understands the power of forgiveness, because he understood also that there's an addiction in this world, and that addiction is of suffering. And when people get infected by addiction of suffering, they say things that they not mean. That's why when you see somebody saying mean things to you, or being mad, or screaming, cursing, they're just asking for help because they're possessed. And how do we know this? Because we were there once too. And going into that underworld, into that darkness, make us appreciate that light within us, because the Savior was never outside. It was just inside of us all the time, ready to make a decision, ready to make an act of power. And an act of power is an act of love. So this is why we can never go thirsty, because we create that love. We have all the answers. So many times we disrespect ourselves by not believing that we are loved. But when we're skeptical of our own negativity, everything begins to change. I remember when I said to one of my friends what the fifth agreement was, and it is to be skeptical, but learn to listen. And my friend said, Jose, being skeptical sounds negative. And I said, yeah, it might be negative if you think negative. But just imagine if you think positive all the time, and you have one negative thought. You're skeptical to that negativity, and you don't bite that apple. Because when you bite that apple, you put a spell on yourself. Because wherever we put our attention, that is what we're going to perceive. So sometimes the body gets nervous. Sometimes the body feels afraid. Sometimes the body feels happy. And when I feel this, I totally woke up and said, oh my God, I'm having a conversation with the Creator. It's not in English, it's not in Spanish, it's not in Spanglish. But it's learning to listen. Learning to listen to the love of our life. If I'm nervous, if I feel afraid, I will say to the love of my life, don't worry, I am here. Don't worry, I will walk on fire for you. And this is what the real meaning of walking on fire it is. When you walk with heartbreak and nothing's going to stop the faith from coming out of you. That's why sometimes you see in a cathedral church some saint, a priest or a nun praying up to the skies with a dagger in the heart, because it means that nothing, no heartbreak will break its faith, because it knows that it's part of life. And when you know that that is part of life, then you wake up knowing that the art of happiness, first rule, it is that we're not happy all the time. And having that awareness, the next time that we become unhappy, we know the cycle. And we're ready to serve the love of our life. I remember a beautiful dream that I had a long time ago. I was walking in the desert with my ex-wife. And all of a sudden, I see a big line of souls ready to enter a cave. And I asked my ex-wife, can you do me the biggest favor? Can you get all of those souls and take them to the sun? I will enter for them. And like in seconds, she was gone with all the souls. And I was in front of the cave. And I felt fear. But I said to myself, if something happened to me, I will only go back home. And in that moment, I get inside the cave. And when I entered the cave, it was like I entered a mitote room. A mitote is like you hear 1,000 voices speaking at the same time. And then I put attention to one voice. And that voice is speaking a story of suffering that I went through. And I said, okay, I take my attention away and I look around someplace else, and it's the same thing. And then I say, okay, these things are not real. These things are already past. So I begin screaming like a madman. Who is in charge of this place? Who's in charge of this place? I want to see you right now. These all things are illusion. They're not real anymore. And then all of a sudden, I woke up in the same dream. And when I woke up in the same dream, there it was. The big horns, the black obsidian eyes, the red face, the long hair. And then he looked at me directly and said to me, how dare you? How dare you take what I feed upon and take them to the sun? Those souls, they're mine. And I responded quietly, you have forgotten, haven't you? Those souls don't belong to you. They belong to the sun. Like I belong to the sun. And like you belong to the sun. In that moment, it started to laugh. It started to laugh in mockery, trying to break my faith. I felt the fear, I felt the nervous, but I said to my ground, if something happened to me, I will only go back home. And in that moment, the demon jumped and bite me. In that moment, I surrendered. I said, this is the last thing I will do. I will hug this demon and just surrender in his arms and go back home. And in that moment, I just surrendered. And all of a sudden, I woke up again in the same dream. I took a step back. There was no longer a demon in front of me. It was a 7-year-old Jose that turned into an 11-year-old Jose, that turned into a 17-year-old Jose, that turned into the age where I was actually. And then he said to me, thank you for coming back for us. And I responded, us? Yes, us. All those souls ready to enter the cave was nobody else's souls. It was our own soul, one for each day of our life. Thank you for coming back for us. And in that moment, I woke up. And when I woke up, I had lost my eyesight some weeks before. And in that moment that I woke up, I could see a little bit. That I went to the mirror And I look into that reflection. And just like I said before, it was like I've never seen that reflection before that was looking at me with such love. And then is when I said, okay, I'm ready to live my quest now. I'm ready to prepare myself to take care of the love of my life. And like I said before, in the Toltec tradition, there's nothing to learn but to unlearn how we go against ourselves. Because when we get awareness, we wake up. And this is why I say, when you wake up, you cannot go back to sleep. You can find yourself in ghost town. What do I mean ghost town? In a place that you don't belong there anymore, that the Toltec called the island of safety, a place that we're used to, a pain that we're used to. We're afraid of the unknown, so we stay in that island of safety. But do we really belong there? Would you really put your kids in an island of safety, or your loved ones in an island of safety because you feel so much fear? No. With all the love gives you courage. Just like Mama Jaguar has the courage to protect her cubs. Well, guess what? Mother lives inside of us all. No matter if you're female or male, it doesn't matter. It runs through us. And from this point on, we completely wake up. I remember when I was having a difficult time, and one of my good friends, passed away, and my father wrote a book called The 4 Agreements. And for the longest time, I didn't want to read it. Like my brother says, why do I want to read a book that tells me what to do? My dad telling me what to do when he's already telling me what to do in life, But when I was hurting, I read that book. And I confess, I don't read a lot of books, but that book, I read it from beginning to end. And I was just in awe. I went up to him and I said to my father, Father, I know this information. I know it. And he puts a big smile on his face and says, of course you know it. Everyone knows it. Because it's integrity talking to integrity. And then, I said, okay, piece of cake. I'm going to master these agreements. And, I begin practicing them. And then 1 month later, I go to my father's father. These agreements are very difficult. And he's responded, no, they're very simple. What is difficult is what you have made agreements to in life. That is what you need to let go of. And I remember trying to let go of it, that I begin, meditating. I was, kind of nervous to be out in the world, that I prefer to meditate. And I meditated like for 2 or 8 hours a day. Then one day my father knocked on the door. And he said, Jose, what are you doing? And I said, I'm meditating because I'm transcending. And he goes, no, you're not. And he goes, what do you mean? He was always pushing my buttons to react. And when I said, what do you mean? I'm meditating. I'm here all these hours. He says, no, what you're doing is abusing meditation. And I was shocked to hear that. And he goes, what do you mean I'm abusing meditation? Yes, because you prefer to be locked in this room with your eyes closed instead of being out in life with your heart open. So if you still consider me your teacher, I'll give you one more assignment. You will take it, son? I said, of course, Father, always. Okay, it's time for you to meditate with your eyes open. Keep the same peaceful that you have when you're meditating in front of the altars. Open your eyes and walk with it. Nothing can break the silence, son. Everybody's dreaming in life. Don't let anybody uninspire you, because you will do damage to yourself. And then from that point on, I make a prayer every morning that I wake up, and that goes, may life protect me from myself, because I know that I was my own enemy. I was my own tyrant. And if I was my own tyrant, that means that I'm my own savior as well. Then I begin practicing being impeccable with my word. And being impeccable with my word, it was to not corrupt the word, to do harm to myself and to others. Because in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God, and God represents creation. When did we begin abusing that creation? When we believe in lies. That's why I was full of lies in my head. That's why I was hurting myself. But the moment I began practicing and catching myself, something magical began happening. When we begin practicing the impeccability of the word, something magical happens inside our mind, is that we begin thinking impeccably. And when you think impeccably, You cannot even say a little white lie because you feel so uncomfortable. And this is what I really understand from studying many traditions, is that the ultimate spiritual awakening is to have a clean conscience. Because when you have a clean conscience, you don't have to remember a lie. You don't have to reprove everybody else. You just are with yourself. Just imagine what the Egyptians used to say. In order to enter heaven, your heart must be light as a feather. And of course, they were talking about the consciousness. Just imagine when you wake up one day with clean consciousness and you don't take anything personal anymore. It's because you have found forgiveness, because you forgive yourself from using the word to go against yourself. And every time that we take something personal, it's because we're taking ourselves personal because we're giving power to that negativity. But what I said before, when somebody says negative things to us, they're just asking for help. It's like somebody very upset is trying to make you react. It's no different when I saw the Exorcist movie with my father. Because when I saw the Exorcist movie with my father at the end of the movie, he said to me, "How do you like that movie?" And I said, "Oh, I loved it very much, it was very scary." Well, the same way he said, I see the possessed little girl, I see you. And I'm like, "Papa, I'm not possessed by the devil, Papa." "Yeah, you may not be possessed by the devil, but I invite you next time that you get very upset and you make a tantrum to look yourself in the mirror." And one day I did that without knowing, and then I turned around, there was a mirror, and I see myself very, very devilish, very angry. So I was possessed. And that is the gift, when we have everything in our power to heal ourselves, to take us back to center. And this is what I say, when you begin forgiving yourself, you let the world be. Because Mother and Father divine, they love all the children. No matter what they do, they love them all because they're all working for the same dream. And if Father and Mother can love all our brothers and sisters, why can't we love our brothers and sisters too? This is when we wake up. Like Father says, imagine waking up in a room completely sober where everybody's completely drunk. This is sometimes how we feel with our love. This is why it's so beautiful to be in this room, because everybody has open heart, This is a beautiful thing because everyone's a messenger of love. And, to not make assumptions for me was a big teaching, because from this point on, I really understood that I was afraid of communicating, that I began making assumptions of stories that were not real. And, because I was afraid of communicating. But the moment that I broke that, I really can speak to my loved ones what it is. In that way, it's about respect, because it all goes to being impeccable with the word. And to do our best is my dad's favorite agreement, because without this one, the other ones don't exist. This is the act of the intent that we really are, because this is what we really are. We are intent. Like I remember asking my father, what makes me move my hands? What makes me think this way? He says, intent, because this is what we really are. And that's why he says, I don't believe in the afterlife, because we never die. We just move on with this energy that we are. And this is why we are all connected, because we are the same soul. We are the same energy. Only the ego separates one from the other. But we are the same living being, living in a big dream. Because this dream is about heaven. And the ones sleeping inside heaven who have forgotten themselves. But one day, we wake up to live the quest. Like I have a little story about the quest of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, Kulkulkan. It was a long time ago. The god of the rain, Tlaloc, was sitting above a cloud in lotus position, just seeing all the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lands. And then he got attention into Teotihuacan, the sacred temples of the Toltec. And then inside there was a little cave that he saw snakes coming in and out of. But his attention went to one particular little snake that was afraid to come out into the light. Then the god of the rain said, I will do everything in my power to help this little snake come out from darkness into light. So what did the god of rain do? He made it pour for months. And then that cave began feeling. All the snakes started coming out. And the last snake to come out was the little one that was afraid of life. And finally, for the first time, the little snake is sliding in the dirt and just feeling the beautiful sun. And then he saw the beautiful quetzal birds, the beautiful colorful birds flying all around. And then another mature snake comes and approaches it. You like that bird, don't you? Said, yes, I love that bird. You want to fly like the bird, don't you? Yes, I want to fly like the bird. And the big snake said, then forget it. You are a snake. You will never fly. Broke his heart, broke his spirit, so the little snake went back, sliding back into his little hole, but there was no more little hole. It was full of water. So Tlaloc, in that moment, cleared the sky, beautiful blue sky with clouds passing by. And the little snake began seeing itself through the reflection. And he was seeing himself flying in the reflection of water. He was seeing the clouds pass, and he was seeing his own face flying. He said, you know what? I may not have wings, but I have imagination. And with the imagination, I can fly and do the impossible. In that moment, Tlaloc smiled and blew. And the snake went up into the air, so the little snake was flying finally. He was living his dream. He was living his quest, but not completely yet, because when the moment that he saw the sun, nothing else existed. He saw the sun and went directly, like a sperm went to an egg. The snake went into the sun. And then there was a full eclipse. And when the eclipse was over, Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, Kukulkan came out of the sun, flying all around. And then he saw Teotihuacan and went flying there. But before he reached the ground, he got stopped by two archangels. And the two archangels said to Quetzalcoatl, it is an honor to see you once again, to feel your love, Quetzalcoatl. We would like to build you a pyramid in Teotihuacan. Where would you like your pyramid to be built? In the palace of the Father, the palace of the Mother, the palace of the Truth? Where would you like it to be built? Quetzalcoatl looked down and he said, I would like my pyramid to be built in the Plaza of Hell. And the archangel said, why? Why in the Plaza of Hell? And Quetzalcoatl smiled. It's because heaven doesn't need heaven. Who needs heaven is hell. And wherever I go, I will take heaven with me. And he went to Teotihuacan, and this was the birth of the Toltec dream. For all of us, we are that energy. We are that awakening force, that feathered serpent that will do the impossible, because we don't believe in stuff that will stop us, because nothing will stop the fire within us to expand in this beautiful earth. And this expansion, it is our heaven. When we wake up, it doesn't matter what we do, because no one can tell you what you're doing is not spiritual, because common sense, everything that the body does is spiritual in action. And I will give a little example. It is because one time I was in Vancouver, Canada, giving a lecture. When I finished, this beautiful woman, a Tibetan Buddhist master, asked me if she would like to give me a gift. And I said, oh, with pleasure, I would like to receive the gift. And she laid me on the floor, put like 20 Tibetan balls around me, and began hitting one by one. And every time she hit one, she went, Om, Om. And it went like for 40 or 50 minutes, I don't remember, but I remember when the sound stopped, I didn't want to open my eyes. But when finally I did open my eyes, I looked at her beautiful face and smile, and she asked me, how did you like that experience? And I said, I loved it so much that it reminded me of an Ozzy Osbourne concert. So when I said the word Ozzy Osbourne, her face got a little distorted. I said, I don't mean no disrespect. Let me explain to you why. It's because I love rock and roll since I was a kid, you know. And one time I went to see Ozzy Osbourne in concert, you know. But before I went to see Ozzy Osbourne, I went to India. And in India, when I see Master Baba coming out to get his letters, all the people started clapping, doing bhajans and singing Om and, you know, singing that energy vibration. So when I went to see Ozzy Osbourne, he was singing a song called Mama, I'm Coming Home. And the chorus goes, Mama, I'm coming home, I'm coming home. So home sounded like an Om. And I was in the middle of the concert, and I turned around, and there's like 65,000 rock and roll fans oming, with the awareness they're oming. They're just loving what they do. So that's a spiritual experience. That's why I say, you live your quest. You do what you love to do. And that is a spiritual experience. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And remember, when somebody else tells you, it's just their dream. It's just their offering. You don't have to believe them. You can be respectful. You don't have to debate them. Because when you know the truth doesn't care to be debated. The truth doesn't care to be put into battle. The truth just is. And it's like the sun that will melt everything which is not of unconditional love. And this is what happens when we open our heart. This is what happens when we become a tribe of love. And this is what happens when we master love. Because when we master love, it's because we master ourselves. So I repeat this question. How can you go thirsty when you produce love? And what kind of messenger are you? What is the message that you give to the people you say that you love with all your heart, and especially to yourself? You're here in life for a purpose, to bring your heaven, to bring your love, and to share with everybody else, because we all are creating a pyramid in our life. And you know what better thing to do it is than to share what we really are. This is our eternal body, and we're ready to make a masterpiece of art with our life, because this is what we're here to do. That's why Toltec means artist of the spirit. It's not a religion. It's definitely not a cult. You know, we don't have an Aztec god or something like that, like people say in the internet, you know. It's just a simple way of life. That's why when I read the 4 agreements, I felt like it was written personally to me. And Father said that it was written for everybody, because it's everybody's book, because it's integrity talking to integrity. So, with all my love and gratitude, let's begin living our quest and make with our life a masterpiece of art.
He is such an amazing storyteller, isn't he?
He is. And you know what's really beautiful about that? So I was sitting down with Don Miguel Ruiz and Don Jose, and what they're teaching is basically Toltec wisdom. Toltec is an ancient Mexican form of spirituality. And Don Miguel told me that Toltec means to be an artist. The Toltecs, they were artists. They would create these beautiful stone sculptures hundreds of years ago. They would build pyramids. They were incredible artists. But the Toltec wisdom that he's talking about here, he said, the important thing to understand is that all of us are artists of our own lives. And so it's about applying this wisdom to create the most spectacular version of our lives as possible. And I thought that was what was really beautiful about what Don Jose spoke.
Yeah, I mean, and it just what impacted me as well was that whole just do your best agreement. And I wish this was taught in school, because so many times it's like, yeah, do your best, but it's such a flippant sort of, as an aside, just to sound positive, but it's never ever really meant. Just do your best, and your best today may be just 1%, but if really that's all you can do and that is your best, then you've just got to be okay with that, right?
Right. Bonus points for any of you who know all 4 agreements and the 5th agreement and can write it down in the comment box right now for everyone to see, because I forgot.
I'm thinking I got 2, 3 maybe.
Do your best is definitely one for sure.
Don't make assumptions. Don't take
make
something
assumptions.
Personally.
Yes, and someone's going to type it out.
Yeah,
I know there's a smart ass somewhere who knows this stuff.
Hey,
okay.
listen. Also, we want to actually get some of your feedback, because this is interactive and we didn't actually get a chance to talk to you or read out what you were thinking, saying to us beforehand. So Vishen, I'm short-sighted.
So what
Take it away.
we're going to do is we're going to read out some of the biggest questions which have come in, so that we can spend this time answering those questions. At this point, you've heard from 3 amazing speakers. You've heard from Eric Edmeades, you've heard from Lisa Nichols, you've heard from Don Jose. Could we get the question on the screen, please? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you guys a chance to ask questions that we're now going to answer. The first is how to deal with enormous amounts of negative energy surrounding you, from Mickey Shakovsky. Do you want to take a stab at that?
Gosh, for me personally, I think it's just making sure that you know where you're at. You know, if you know where you're at, you can be unshakable. And it's only when you buy into the assumptions and worries about whether or not that person's going to like what you have to say, and you start letting all of those things in, I think that starts getting your energy really shaky, right? And you start absorbing all that negative stuff because you're allowing it.
Well, Mickey, frankly, we don't know if you're talking about negative energy that's coming from you or negative energy of the people around you, right? Now, if it's the people around you, that's actually a lot easier. And there's a concept I write about in my book called becoming unfuckwithable. And becoming unfuckwithable means getting yourself to a particular state where you are not you're not influenced by what people say around you, whether it's negativity or whether it's even praise. Because even if you're addicted to praise, if you need praise or you need appreciation too much, that's as bad as being easily swayed by criticism or judgment. Because either way, you're letting other people's energies influence you. So anyway, becoming unfuckwithable is an important concept. In Becoming Limitless, which is the program that is on discount right now, special enrollment discount as part of this webcast, we actually cover this topic. We cover the topic of how to be unshakable in your own skin. But if you are talking about, Mickey, about negative energy that comes from within you, that may take a little bit more time because, of course, changing oneself does take time. What I'd recommend is the 6-phase meditation.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It's scientifically designed to shift 6 different elements of you. It's completely free. All you have to do is Google for it. You'll find videos on it on YouTube, speeches about it. About 1 million people use it right now. You can download Mindvalley's Omvana app. It's on the app. The 6-phase started out as my own custom meditation I designed, gosh, like
Don't
7
say how
or
long
8
ago.
or 9 years ago. I still do it every single day because it's my super fuel. It's the thing that keeps me in the zone, and it works for everyone. If you use the 6-phase, please leave a comment for Mickey. Share with him maybe some of the benefits you've gotten. But Mickey, I want to recommend that you Google this, you try this, and you check it out. For those of you who want to go beyond, who want to learn how to be unfuckwithable, well, you have 2 options. You can read my book, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind. You can also go to afest.com/limitless, enroll in that Mindvalley program, Becoming Limitless, because it gets you there. It takes about 8 hours of training over 8 weeks. You can't rush this stuff, but it gets you there. Next question.
And I just want to actually say that, you know, the 6-phase meditation, my son's 9 and he actually uses that. And another thing I believe is a
That's
circuit
amazing because
breaker.
my son's 9, he doesn't touch that stuff.
Oh, really? Well, that's because you're his dad.
I know,
It's like, you know, parental stuff is like whatever, so over. But another thing that's really super good about breaking like self-negativity as well as external stuff, I think is a circuit breaker. And I use funny names. So if I'm having to deal with somebody or a group of people who have a certain vibe going on with them, I don't make up mean names, but I make up funny names because it makes me giggle. And when I start giggling, I fracture any kind of frisson within me.
Right.
And if I'm being negative or whatever, I make up names for myself. So my son's name for me when I'm in a bad sort of state of mind is Miss Cranky Poopy Pants. It makes him laugh. And nowadays he says it out loud, which makes me laugh and breaks my sort of negativity as well. So, you know, name calling in a nice, very inventive, creative way also really helps sort of put a pause button on there.
See, I'm Miss Cranky Poopy Pants. Let's get on to the next question.
Yeah. Okay, we got another question coming up.
Okay,
Vishen.
come on. And if you guys still have a question, comment. Post it in the comment. It might come up next. What if you know your passion but don't know how to start? What if you know your passion but you don't know how to start? Asha, would you have any advice?
No. Vishen, what's your advice?
Well, there's a book, right, by Napoleon Hill. It's called Think and Grow Rich. And Napoleon Hill puts out a really interesting idea in this book precisely for this question. It's called The Power of Baby Steps. So he says, if you kind of know what you need to do but you don't know where to start, that's okay. Just take a baby step. You know you want to start a company to solve problem X, but you don't know how to get the technology going. That's okay. Get out there and register that company name or go ahead and buy that domain. Now, what he says happens is this. When you take that first baby step, right, that step itself shows intention. And when you show intention, your intuition starts spinning. The universe goes, okay, he's not kidding. He's going to be acting on this. And so you get the insight for the next step. And then you take that next step. And you get the insight for the next step, and you get the insight for the next step, and you get the insight for the next step, and the insight for the next step. And what happens is, you aren't going to hit your goal in the most optimal part. You may zigzag a bit, but you still end up hitting the goal. The problem is, most people never take that baby step. So, buy Think and Grow Rich, and I can't remember the exact chapter, but I remember reading this. I read this 15 years ago, way before Mindvalley. And this idea of baby steps really, really, really resonated with me.
I think also, like, just triggering what Eric was saying earlier as well, kind of is a thing of like, if you can't imagine it,
right,
it's never going to happen. So unless you actually take time to imagine it, and then that first baby step, like it is going to register the name and doing nothing else for maybe a couple more months. But if you can't imagine it, imagine that name becoming legitimate or whatever, you're just never going to get there. So I would say imagining as well is like the first thing.
Right. So pick that baby step. Even if it's wrong, you will autocorrect. And that's the other key part. Even if the baby step is taking you in the wrong direction towards your goal, by taking that step, you will learn something, you will autocorrect and autocorrect and autocorrect. And interestingly enough, Tom Bilyeu, who is our next speaker, is going to be going deeper into this topic.
I think, Vishen, a lot of people though are so, for example, if this is your heart's desire and your passion, right? Putting it out there and imagining it for yourself is one thing, but you're going to come up against a lot of people and what they have to say. Very well-meaning people,
Miss
right?
Poopy Pants.
Right. So what's your advice to people who kind of go, okay, I know what the first baby step is, but I'm so afraid of it being the wrong one, even if I autocorrect, because people are watching me, because I am leaving that job to become a speaker like Eric wanted to be. Or what's your advice about?
Well, that is a whole different thing, right? In the code, I talk about the steps you got to go through to be unfuckwithable. That's chapter 9. There are like 8 steps before you get to that, but it's really about being able to not let other people's opinion of you influence you, or take that baby step in private. Don't tell people what you're doing. We'll come to that.
Works.
We'll come to that in a moment. Tom Bilyeu is going to be talking about this. Next question.
And also we're going to be coming up with, I asked a lot earlier on, your top 3 people you want to meet, so we're going to be finding out who they are soon as well. So
I like this one. So Amar asks, what is the meaning of A-Fest, right? So Amar, you really want to know the truth? A-Fest started out because those of you who know my story know that what happened to me is that I started my company. I started Mindvalley in New York City. It was 2003. And what happened was, it's funny because what happened in 2003 in America is so similar to what's happening today in America with Trump's people going up, rounding up illegal immigrants and stuff. And so what happened in 2003 is that there was a Muslim watch list. I'm not a Muslim. I just happen to be brown and unshaven, but I got added to a Muslim watch list even though I'd been living in America for about 9 years. And what this meant is that every 30 days, now you got to remember, this was 2 years after September 11, right? People were afraid of terrorism and whatnot. Can't blame anyone for this. But obviously when these type of laws are enacted, there's no way to tell what someone believes. So 88,000 men were added to this watch list. Even if you just could be Muslim. I'm agnostic, raised as a Hindu, all of you know that, but I was added to this watch list, and what this meant is that every 30 days in America I had to go and be fingerprinted, photographed, give the government my credit card so they were making sure so they could make sure I didn't buy fertilizer or anything explosive. And life got so unbearable for me that my wife, who was European, and I decided we had to leave America. I wanted my son born in the US. We were ready to be American citizens. So we left and we moved back to Malaysia. This is why Mindvalley, the hundreds of jobs we've created, are now in Malaysia and not the US. I love the US, but I was on that watch list for 5 years until Obama got rid of it in 2008. Because they called it unconstitutional. So glad he did that. So no longer have that issue. But that's why Mindvalley is in Malaysia. Now when I moved to Malaysia, I had to leave behind all my friends, all my contacts, all my business partners. But I lived life as a hacker. I wanted a way to be able to reconnect with all of these people. But I couldn't get them to get in a plane and fly all the way to Malaysia. So I thought, what if I could figure out a way to get all of these amazing people to come join me on a paradise beach every year or so, hundreds of them, and stay in a 5-star hotel and combine all the things I really love: connection, parties, great music, personal growth, amazing speakers, business masterminds, and have them pay for everything, right? And that's how A-Fest started. So A-Fest started because I was bored and lonely and depressed and couldn't live in the country I wanted to live. And I had to find a way to hack reality to make that happen. And that really was what it was. Now, the first A-Fest happened in Costa Rica, and it happened near a really famous surfing spot called Witches Rock. And as you know, in surfing language, the word awesome is really popular. Yeah. So we called it Awesomeness Fest. Awesomeness Fest. Now that lasted about 5 years, and words like awesome have a shelf life, sort of like groovy or radical. So we soon realized that was dumb branding, right? So we got rid of the word awesome. We called it A-Fest, and that's what it is called today. It's called A-Fest. For the first 5 years, it was really just a social experiment. In fact, we gave away all our profits to charity. A-Fest has raised about $600,000 for the X Prize Foundation over the last 4 years. It's only this year that it's really become a business. But that's what it stands for. So I thought you guys might get a kick out of that history. But everything you see emerge from a bored, lonely kid wanting to find a way to hang out with his friends in a beautiful location.
And so just for all of you who want to know what it's like to be here in Malaysia and work for Mindvalley, he's bored and lonely when he's here, and he's only ever happy twice a year at A-Fest. So if you want to see the best of Vishen, go to A-Fest.
Yeah,
well,
when I started A-Fest in 2010, Mindvalley wasn't what it is right now, right? It was a very, very different company, and it wasn't as much fun a place. Next question. How to replace old beliefs with more productive new beliefs. Aha. So Maral Jumayeva is talking about belief swapping. Beliefs, I teach in consciousness engineering, is like the hardware of your computer. If you want to upgrade your computer, you can swap out an old drive, an outdated maybe 500 megabyte drive, swap in a 2 terabyte drive, and your computer functions better. Beliefs are like that, but we don't realize that. We think our beliefs are us. Your beliefs are not you. The first thing is you must understand that your beliefs are pre-installed in you, like bad hardware. And they come from teachers, from family members, from your parenting, from media, from your culture, from your religion, from your politician. But people cling to their beliefs. In the book Righteous Mind, it says that we often start from belief and then we rationalize. This is why if you're liberal, you start rationalizing the acts of your liberal politicians. If you are raised conservative, you start rationalizing the acts of your conservative politician. But at the same time, we rationalize all other beliefs, and these beliefs thus become true for us. If you believe that you, like your parents, are going to be slowly putting on weight as you get older, and then when you're in your 60s, you're going to be at risk for cancer and a heart attack, well, guess what? That belief is going to be true for you. If you believe that aging is in the mind and you are going to live to 100, that belief is going to be true to you. So what happens is that one of the greatest skills we can learn is to be able to pinpoint our beliefs.
I was going to say that because we're not always aware of what our beliefs are. We just operate like my hand will go up to swat a fly. I'm not thinking about it, right?
And there are numerous methodologies for this. Lifebook, which is part of Mindvalley's catalog, is one great system because John Butcher takes you through 12 categories, and in each category you identify your premise. Your premise are your beliefs. That's his word for belief. And he gives you ideas on alternate ways you can look at everything from sexuality to parenting so that you can investigate your beliefs. Christy Marie Sheldon's Unlimited Abundance, also on Mindvalley, uses energy healing to heal beliefs. It's another powerful method. Harv Ecker's Secrets of a Spiritual Millionaire focuses on money beliefs and teaches you how to tweak and toss away bullshit money beliefs that you have. Consciousness Engineering, which is Mindvalley's membership program, that is the $29 a month program on Mindvalley where you get access to all of these remarkable trainings, interviews by you, interviews by me. That one is designed to help you swap your beliefs by bringing to you some of the world's greatest thinkers. Because when you learn from them, when you see how these people think about the world, their beliefs, you can go, aha, I want that. And you can pluck it out and install it in your head. Now, if you're not in any of those programs, a great way to swap in and swap out beliefs is to read autobiographies. You know, many of you earlier made a list of the 3 people in the world you would love to meet. I noticed men like Elon Musk, women like Oprah, men like Barack Obama, and Donald Trump were on that list. Read their biographies, because by understanding their beliefs, you get to decide if you want to take this belief into yourself. Biographies are a great, affordable way to do this.
I was just going to say, when you're talking about biographies, I was like, what was the last biography I read? And it was like Janis Joplin. I wonder what beliefs I can work out of there. Maybe for another day. But I think also something that Marissa Peer, who's coming up as well, a little bit later on, also talks about is that be that 5-year-old or that 3-year-old in that why stage. So you're thinking of, daydreaming and thinking along the lines, that chatter in the brain happens, and it's like, well, why? Why do you want that? Why are you saying that? Why do you feel that? And kind of be that kid to yourself can also stop you and realize, oh my gosh, where does that come from?
Right. And if you're a parent, I learned this from Shelley Lefko, who's another previous AFES speaker. She says the greatest thing you can do as a parent is to be conscious of your children's belief-making mechanism. They are constantly creating beliefs about the world based on what you do. So every action you take as a parent, you want to ask yourself, what is my child going to believe about the world from this?
I think I'm failing there.
We all do. We all mess up on this.
question.
We all mess up on this. But if you understand this, it changes your parenting. So today I was driving my kid home from his capoeira class, right? And I read something in the news that threw me off. And he asked me a question. I realized I wasn't paying attention to him. I was thinking about this horrible news article I read. And I realized that he could be forming a belief along the lines of, Dad doesn't listen to me. I'm not important, because these beliefs spiral, right? So knowing what I've learned, I turned him and I said, Hayden, I'm so sorry. I read a really upsetting news article and it was in my mind. I'm going to put it aside right now because you're so important to me. I want to listen to what you just said. So when you understand these things, you understand how beliefs form in children, and you can understand how beliefs got formed in you. And it's just such an important idea to take away. Okay, now we'll get to one final question. What if you feel your quest, but it's a broad spectrum? How do you laser point focus? By Brandy Parker. Thank you for that question, Brandy.
All his. I'll just go make a cup of coffee.
So Brandy, I totally get you, because at any given point in my life, I feel I sometimes have multiple paths to my quest. My quest is reforming global education to help humankind become a more advanced species. That's why we do everything we do in Mindvalley. But there are many different ways to do it, from apps that spread meditation to things such as the new university that we are launching in a couple of weeks. You'll hear about that soon. How do I divide my time? Well, what I do is, when I have many different options, I basically do two things. The first thing is, I look at the options and I look at what people I have in my life, what assets I have, and I ask myself, which of these options can leverage one or two existing assets, right? So for example, if a particular idea can leverage the fact, let's say I'm launching an app on meditation. If that particular idea can leverage the fact that I have a friend who's a meditation audio producer, it gets a point. And if it can leverage on the fact that I have another friend who maybe is an app designer, it gets another point. So I add these points to my ideas, but I'm looking at which of these ideas can leverage on existing assets. And existing assets would be knowledge you have, connections you have, expertise you can bring in, advisors or so on, maybe an additional business you have that has shared assets. It could be an office space, it could be talent, it could be technology, or it could be maybe access to funding or partners. So I allocate points to my ideas and then I pick one. And then I do something that I learned from Richard Branson. I once asked Richard Branson, look, you have 300 companies. How do you know who to partner with? How do you know what to focus on? And he says, look, I sometimes don't know. But what I do is, when I decide what is the one I want to focus on right now, I go full deep in it for 3 months. I go full deep in it for 3 months. I let everything else run on its own. I bring that thought, and then I go full deep into my next idea. And he does it for 3 months. I don't know if he still does that, but when I asked him this question 5 years ago, he said 3 months. So I hope that helps, Brandy.
I think also for a lot of people I know that I talk to as well, that whole sort of decision making of which one to choose, because there's so many things. You can do everything. You just got to kind of, as you said, prioritize what you can do right now and do it well. But I think also you make being practical sexy. But a lot of people don't feel that way. To have to sit down and go, what can I leverage now? Seems to take the magic away out of this fantastic idea where you're going to go and change the world.
You're right. It is a very left-brained approach.
And so, but it's really good, because when you do that, you really analyze what you can do right now, given everything that you have.
Right.
And you've got more possibility of actually making that the success you want it to be, right? By just taking that time.
Now, one of the things that happened is, so one of the things which I now openly talk about is that I function business-wise based on intuition, right? I would never speak about this before, but a study done by John Mihalaski, Newark College of Engineering, found that CEOs who score higher on intuition tests tend to produce better businesses in terms of the bottom line. So I use my intuition. So while, yes, I'm doing that left brain point allocation system, I also look at the idea and I feel it. And I give it a mental score of the intensity of its energy from 0 to 10. And of course, the higher score of that intuitive sense also matters in terms of which idea I choose. If you're highly intuitive, you can try this. Now, that's it for the questions. We're going to go on to the next speaker. Before that, I want to remind you guys, Becoming Limitless is the Mindvalley program that is on offer and on sale right now. You can go get it at afest.com/limitless.
Before we go though, just hold on.
And
We've
on
got
there,
some
we talk about
comments
intuition and a whole bunch of other ideas that will help answer some of the comments you guys put up.
Okay, there's some comments coming up that we've got to actually read out before going because
really?
they're fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. So how are you guys enjoying the live cast so far?
I love this
what's
comment.
happening for
Donna
you?
T said, "Oh my God, 3 hours of crying down and 4 more to go. Thank you for coming back to us. Oh my God." I love a comment that has 2 OMGs in it.
That's fantastic. I think we're loving it as well, reliving this moment. You guys, your comments coming
Lisa
out.
is simply amazing. This is from Indronella Baduri. Such a power she has over her audience, and she moves everyone along with her. She's just too good. Yes, she is. She has never missed an A-Fest.
She just makes everyone cry, It's amazing stuff.
India Burke said, "Thank you for showing us the path to access that soul calling from the source whose voice is fearsome, and that voice is our own. Thanks. Needed this moment to make the first steps." Guys, I'm so happy you guys are enjoying this.
That is so awesome. Okay, guys. Well, we've got more in store for you. Coming up is a man you know very well. Do you want to introduce him?
Yes, Tom Bilyeu. So Tom Bilyeu is a really interesting character. Tom Bilyeu runs a really famous YouTube show called Inside Quest. His company is called Quest Nutrition. And what makes Tom unique is that Tom was a Silicon Valley entrepreneur, was doing really well, and then decided that the work he was in was meaningless to him. He lost interest in it. And he asked himself, what should I do? What can I do that would get me excited, getting out of bed every morning? And he realized that there was one thing in the world he really, really, really was passionate about fixing. And that was America's obesity epidemic. Tom had a family where many of his family members were obese. And so he decided he wanted to take on the food industry that was putting out crap and calling it food. So he launched a company called Quest Nutrition, and he followed his calling. And with his partners, he took Quest to becoming the #2 fastest growing company in America. It's an amazing story, and Tom is an amazing speaker. Let's get started with Tom Bilyeu.
Vishen, those were incredibly kind words, and I can't thank you enough for that. And getting to that point where we were able to build something was a long and arduous journey that I think a lot of people are going to be able to relate to, because it started from a place of absolute terror. And growing up, I didn't show any early signs of promise. A little embarrassing to put these photos up. I wish these photos were atypical, but in reality, that is what I look like pretty much all the time. I always had some sort of clown hat on. I actually wore my pajamas out and about on the streets. That's San Francisco. Yeah, that was really where I started. And wanting to do something with my life, I had this unending ease that I could do more, I could be more. I just didn't know how, and I felt trapped, but I didn't know what I was trapped by. And my own mother, who's always been my biggest cheerleader, who all but kicked me out of the house when I was panicking and didn't want to leave the state for college, was actually the only person in my graduating class to leave the state. Wasn't something that people from Tacoma, Washington did. You stayed, you went to a state school. My mom still lives less than 3 miles from the house that she grew up in. So this is not a place where people go off and explore. But my mom always felt like if I didn't do that, that I would have a lot of the same regrets that she had, that I wouldn't see the world, that I wouldn't discover myself, and that one day I would look back and say, what if I had only tried? Now, what she didn't tell me at the time, but she has since confessed, is that she just assumed I was going to fail. Now, my mom is hilarious. She's not Jewish, but you would think she is, because her whole life, since kicking me out of the nest, she's been desperately trying to claw me back. And so one day I finally asked, I said, what is with that? Like, literally, you forced me to leave and go to college, so why have you worked so hard to get me back? And that's when she said, with nothing but love in her heart, I just always thought you would fail. And that was a gift. It was really a gift, because at that moment I realized that the things that I've accomplished in my life had nothing to do with being given something at birth. Now, I felt this unease that I was talking about, that I could do more, but I was stuck, and I didn't know what I was trapped in. In 1999, a movie came out called The Matrix. That movie ended up giving me the intellectual framework to think about what was happening in my life, because there was something limiting me. There was something that made me feel adrift. And this gave me the vernacular to think about what it was. And in the movie, they talk about taking the red pill. The red pill, its only promise is the truth. That's it. It's not saying that it's going to make things better. It's simply going to reveal the way that the world really is. And that, for me, was incredibly intoxicating. And I took the red pill intellectually, and what I began to realize is that the mind is the matrix in and of itself. Now, there's people that'll debate whether we actually live inside the matrix, whether we're actually in a simulation, and it's a fun conversation, but I honestly don't care about the answer, because I can tell you right now, today, in this moment, I promise you, the matrix has you. If you guys know David Foster Wallace's concept of this is water, to a fish, water is so ubiquitous it ceases to exist. Now, we all have that same thing, and it's playing on us, and it's keeping us from becoming who we want to become. And that thing is our mindset. It's our belief system. It is so ever present. It is so ingrained into the fabric of who you are and the way that you process data, you don't even notice it. You don't even know that it's real. And this is the thing that impacts your life. It is your inability to see that your mindset controls everything, that it is water in and of itself. Now, when I heard this from Shakespeare, I realized that once you become aware of the water, you can change everything. That you can go from a scared, lost kid in Tacoma to whomever you want to be. And in understanding that, things began to become possible. There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. And if that's true, then belief itself is a construct. And if belief is a construct, if belief is a construct, then like any other construct, it can be manipulated and changed. And at any moment, this is so important, at any moment, you can choose to believe something new about yourself. Now, the weird thing about belief is as soon as you change that belief, it becomes true. Why that is, I will never quite understand. What weird quirk of human evolution has left us in a space where simply believing it makes it true? If you think you're dumb, guess what? You're dumb. Truly. And you will act in accordance with that belief, and that should scare the shit out of you, because it scared the life out of me. And I saw myself heading down a path that I did not want to be on because I believed that I was dumb. I had a fixed mindset. I used to only apply for jobs where I knew I'd be smarter than the person interviewing me because I did not want to feel badly about myself. But you can imagine the types of jobs that I got. I once lovingly referred to myself as the king of remedial jobs. And I actually had pride in that, because what I built my sense of pride around was getting the job, was always being smart, was being right, and none of those things were moving me towards my goals. Now, if you don't know this quote, live by it. One can have no smaller or greater mastery than mastery over oneself. That's Da Vinci. Da Vinci did amazing things with his life. I wanted to do equally amazing things with mine. And if that's the game that we're playing, if I can construct my belief system, if I can choose at any moment to believe something that's more empowering than I was believing the moment before, and that will actually find its way into my actions, allow me to do things that I couldn't do the moment before, then it's like that moment in The Matrix where Neo realizes he knows Kung Fu. And that's like, as funny as that is, that's how I think about life. To me, the very fundamental purpose of life is to find out how many skills I can acquire that have utility and then put that utility to the test in service of something greater than myself. How many skills can I acquire that have utility, put that utility to the test in service of something greater than myself? That is, for me, the purpose of life. Now, I don't actually want to know Kung Fu. That is not the mission that I'm here to live. But I knew that I had to identify my mission. So what was going to be my mission? Mother Teresa has an amazing quote. Nobody will act for the many, but people will act for the one. And that really struck me, because I realized they were right. I was looking at this global pandemic of ill health, and I wasn't moving into action, but thinking about my mom and my sister, or the uncle I had who ate himself to death when I was 12 years old. That made me want to act. Now, at the time I began thinking about what my mission was, my partners and I were running a technology company. That technology company was not mission-based. It was designed to make a lot of money, and we were making money, and we were winning awards, and we were standing in this beautiful conference room overlooking the Pacific Ocean, and I turned to them and I said, I'm completely miserable. And there I was living the cliche of money can't buy happiness, which is pretty ironic because I'm a guy that actually understands the power of money. Money is the great facilitator. Money can make things happen. It's powerful. It has true utility. So how then, as it's going through my fingers, am I not able to find fulfillment? And the reason is that fulfillment exists outside of all of that. Fulfillment has to do with the last part of what I believe the purpose of life is, and that is to exist doing something in service of something greater than yourself. And if you're not able to tap into that, then you're never going to get that fulfillment that you want in your life. This is the central tenet by which I believe everyone should live. You can create yourself. In fact, no one else is going to create you. But if you forget that you're in water, if you forget that the matrix has you, if you don't realize that everything you believe is a choice, everything you believe is a choice. If you forget any of that stuff, then you will not be able to make yourself into the person that you want to be. Man cannot remake himself without suffering, for he is both the marble and the sculptor. That is, it gives me the chills even now to think about that, to know that if I want to become the person that I want to become, I am going to pay a price. And to me, the question that we all have to ask is, who do I want to be? What do I want to become? And how high of a price am I willing to pay to get there? And I will pose to you that the people that you most admire, the people that have achieved at a level that you want to achieve, they are no different than you. They simply know what they want to become, and they're paying the price to get there. That's it. Right now, between me and the person I want to be, between you and the person you want to be, there is a gap of skill set, and that's it. But once you know your mission, and once you believe that you can accomplish anything you set your mind to, then you can do the extraordinary. Now, for me, getting out of that space of being lost, of not knowing what I wanted to do with my life, it all came down to needing to earn credibility with myself in very small, incremental ways. This is me 60 pounds ago. And I knew if I was going to accomplish anything in my life, I was going to have to get control of my mind. Now, ironically, there's two ways to get control of your mind. Way number one is directly going to the mind, which can be very scary, can be very daunting, very ethereal. It's ephemeral, it's hard to grab onto, it's hard to touch. But way number two is through the body. And so I decided that my Kung Fu was going to be to get very good at developing my body. And in that process, I was going to learn about nutrition, which would allow me to help my mom and my sister. In that process, I was going to earn credibility with myself. And earning credibility with yourself is so important. Do it in micro ways. For me, just showing up to the gym every day was a micro victory. I said I was going to do it, and I did it. Now, you have to understand, I hate working out. So for all of you crazy people that get an endorphin rush from running, I hate you all. Running for me is like being stuffed into a meat grinder. There is absolutely nothing pleasurable about it whatsoever. So whatever neurological thing you guys get that you've been blessed with, I have not been blessed with that. So for me, showing up at the gym sucks. Eating a bowl of ice cream is awesome. And so getting to a better place for me was a totally different journey. Thank you. And what that was just showing up every day and putting in the work. It was reading about human metabolism and understanding how what I eat impacts my body. It was earning a little bit of discipline every day, knowing that, well, I did it yesterday, I can do it again today. It was not eating something that I wanted to eat. And most importantly, and if you're taking notes, write this down, it was about changing my identity. Because at the end of the day, identity and values drive behavior. Amen. Preach. Identity and values drive behavior. So if you want to make a change, you have to change your vision of who you are. You have to begin telling yourself a different narrative. And the narrative you tell yourself about yourself is everything. And if you tell yourself that you're a scared, undereducated kid from Tacoma whose family has never accomplished anything, let me tell you what you will become. A scared, undereducated kid from Tacoma who never accomplishes anything, because that's what you believe. You tell yourself that story enough, and it will become real. But on the flip side, you could tell yourself a story of you're a learner. You learn faster than most people. You're willing to put in more work than most people. You're willing to read more books than most people. You're willing to spend an inhuman amount of time every day improving your mind simply by getting new ideas into the system. And that you will admit that you're wrong faster than anybody else, that you won't let your ego get in the way. And you tell yourself that story over and over and over. So when somebody comes and tells you how stupid you are, that you're just a dumb kid from Tacoma, you go, you're right, that's amazing. Thank you for pointing out that flaw, because now that I'm aware of it, I can improve it because I'm the learner. And once I switched my narrative to being the learner, it didn't matter where I started, it only mattered where I was trying to go. And as long as I had that clarity, then I could execute because I believed I could do anything I set my mind to without limitation. All right, there are very concrete habits that you can use, that I have used. Once you get your mind in the right place, once you believe that it can happen, this is what I did. I worked out. Why? Because it helped me gain control of my mind. One, it was micro-credibility with myself every day. I said I was going to do something, I did it. Two, when you're suffering and you're willing to fight through it, you tell yourself a story that you're willing to pay the price to become what you want to become. And also, and this may be the most important reason each and every one of you should start working out, and it has nothing to do with living longer, because we could get hit by a meteorite, who knows? So I'm not even worried about that. But I am worried about this. When you watch your body transform, you get the loudest signal from your subconscious that you can change, that you can change anything you want, that you can change your bicep, your tricep, your quad, whatever it is that you want. Something that you literally could not do the day before, you can do today. And your mind sees that that's true. Your mind sees that something you couldn't pick up yesterday, you can pick up today. And it begins to ask itself, well, if that's possible, then what else is possible? Now, for me, finding my center was also a very important thing. So I work out first. The next thing I do without fail is meditate. I do a just breathe meditation where I'm simply trying to calm my mind. Then I do what I call thinkitating. During meditating, I get into an alpha wave state brain pattern, which enhances creativity and unique connections. I'm not worried about whether I'll ever think a unique thought. I am simply interested in the unique connections that I will make that no one else before me or after me will ever make, because their circumstances are different than mine. And that, to me, is what makes each of us a beautiful snowflake, is we're all going to make connections that other people might not make. And so during thinkitating, I take advantage of a problem I'm trying to solve. I smash it together with my alpha wave state, and I see what comes out of it. I read obsessively, because I believe in one simple math equation: ideas in equal ideas out. And then I keep a list of the most important things I'm trying to accomplish. If you're trying to become something, you need to know what that something is. And then this is the most important piece: I execute. Only execution matters. Burn that into your nervous system. Get a tattoo. Do whatever you need to do to remind yourself only execution matters. Thinking about it, feeling good about it, those are awesome. But if you have a vision of something you're trying to do, become, whatever, and you don't execute against it, and I don't need you to want to build a big business. If you tell me you want to be the greatest parent of all time, then I'm going to ask you, what are you doing to execute on that goal? What are you doing? How do you define it? What are your deliverables? What are the metrics by which you're judging yourself? And by the way, if you don't want a grand goal, you don't need one. But then say, what I'm trying to do is get centered. I'm trying to experience happiness. Even that, you can begin to look at ways that you can improve that. Now, I very much subscribe to the theory that the human animal is an active species, meaning it will forever be moving forward. I think that's a good thing. It's one of the most exciting things in my life. And I have 3 fears. 1, brain damage. That freaks me out. 2, losing my wife because, damn, that woman's cool. And then 3, I don't ever want to feel like I've hit the end of what I can do. I always want to feel like there's something more that I can learn and grow into. So keeping in mind, execution is how you get there no matter what your path is. All right, it always starts with having very, very clear goals. From there, this is the secret sauce to executing. This is the thing that you need to do with your mind. There's an entire talk that I give on this one slide alone, so I'm going to go fast. We've already talked about values and identity drive behavior. Ego is a must. And I know when we talk about meditating, we talk about transcending the ego, and maybe it's possible, and maybe I just haven't been able to do it. But let me tell you how I've leveraged the ego that I have. I believe people commit suicide when they no longer believe that they will ever feel good about themselves again. Now here's the scary part. I think that's a reasonable reaction. The only problem is it's a lie. And if you know the Buddhist teaching, there's an amazing phrase, this too shall pass. Whatever you're feeling, whether you're feeling great or whether you're feeling terribly, it's going to pass. But if truly you could never feel good about yourself ever again, why would you want to go on? Even serving other people, you do it in part because of how beautiful it feels. So helping people understand that that will pass, that there will be something beautiful again waiting for them, but that what you build your self-esteem around, what that ego is tied to is absolutely critical, because if you tie it to being right, if you tie it to being good, if you tie it to being pious, if you tie it to anything that is fragile or tenuous, it can go away, and then your ego is damaged, and then the psychological immune system kicks in, and then you start making really weird choices. So build your ego around something positive. Build your ego around something that is truly anti-fragile. Something that's anti-fragile is not something that's resilient. Resilient things are still defined by their breaking point. Their breaking point just happens to be far away. Anti-fragile is the more it's attacked, the stronger it gets. I used to pride myself on being right. I used to pride myself on being smart. Bad news is I'm really not that bright, and I was wrong all the time. Really. And the thing, Lisa Nichols, are you here? Oh, God, that woman's in this place somewhere. She gave me some of the most powerful words I have ever heard, and they have stuck with me. You do not get to make me extraordinary as an excuse not to succeed. When she said that, I was like, I really wanted to, though, Lisa. You're special. There's something you have that I don't. And when she said that, I thought that's so true. Whenever you look at somebody that's been successful, do not allow yourself to make them extraordinary at your expense. You're capable of whatever it is that they're capable of. But it comes down to the mental constructs that you're going to have to build and leverage in your own mind in order to do something great. So I switched my self-esteem from being right and being smart to being the learner who was always willing to admit that he was wrong, identify the right answer, give credit to the person who thought of it, and put more energy behind it than anyone else. And that became my driver. Now, what did I do with that driver? I turned that change in attitude, along with my co-founders at Quest Nutrition, into building, as Vishen said, the second fastest growing company in North America, valued at over $1 billion. Every financial dream I'd ever had in my life come true. But at the end of the day, the only thing that mattered had nothing to do with the money. And it had everything to do with, we set out to build a business around value creation. We set out to actively ask one question. What would we do and love every day, even if we were failing? And that, for 3 very different reasons, ended up being attacking the pandemic of the body, trying to help people live a more beautiful life. And there were times where putting that value first meant that we did things that were less profitable. There were times where we put that value first and it was outright stressful to the company. But that was the driver. And that was the thing that actually allowed us to grow, because people could feel that this company was different. They could feel that we weren't after the sale. They could feel what we wanted was to help. And in today's world, leading with that, as you guys know if you're at this conference, can have tremendous rewards. The original title of my speech was Helping the World is Big Business, or Saving the World, I think. Saving the World is Big Business. But after meeting you guys, I realized we needed to talk about something completely differently, because you guys know more than most, it's not about the money. So what is it about? It has nothing to do with who you are today. Don't worry about that. I'm not very interested in the person that I am today. I am a far cry from the person that I can imagine and the person that I promised myself that I will continue to work to become. So it's not about who you are. It's about who you want to become and the price you're willing to pay to get there. Become that person. Change the world. Change yourselves. Do beautiful shit. Thank you, guys.
Gosh, I tell you what, up to this point, I feel like I am missing my notebook. There's been so many gems here. It's been incredible.
Right,
so far.
and Tom is an amazing speaker, right? Now, note what he said. He grew his business 57,000%. And I believe it was 2012, he made #2 on the Inc. 500, which is no small feat. What I love about Tom is, despite being like one of America's most recognizable entrepreneurs right now, because he's all over the place. One of his videos recently, I think, had something like 50 million views on Facebook. This was the one where he interviews Simon Sinek on millennials, right?
Wow.
So Tom is all over the place. Brilliant man. But I love his passion for how he integrates personal growth into his business as his fuel. Now, what you're going to see next, because there were so many questions I wanted to ask Tom, I got on stage to interview him for about 15 minutes to ask him some of the most important questions that might be forming in our minds. So check out this interview. So the first thing, Tom, is it sounds almost so simple. You have a quest, you have a mission, and you build a Inc. #2 company. But I'm sure there were major hiccups along the way. Sure. What is the biggest hurdle in this journey, and how did you overcome it?
Yeah, so in the early days, it was manufacturing. So many people may not know this. Normally, a food company doesn't actually make their own food. So you find a contract manufacturer, they make it for you. They have the expertise in that. You have the expertise in marketing, maybe formulation, although many times food companies don't even formulate their own food, which is pretty crazy. So we had a vision for what the product could become. We went to the co-manufacturers, and they said, that product literally can't be made. And to make a long story short, we realized they were actually correct with one caveat. It can't be made on the equipment that exists today. So the big breakthrough for us was being willing to engineer our own industrial-grade equipment so that we could make this protein bar that had never existed before. So, and that was a huge challenge. And one of my partners happens to be very good at fixing that stuff, but to hedge our bets, we actually kept our previous company for the first year of Quest. And so I, with my wife, we were at Quest full-time, and they were still running the technology company. So I was repairing equipment, which, let me assure you, is not a situation you want to be in. So you just have to, and going back to your point, it really is that simple. It's not easy, but it really is that simple. So I remember when the wrapping machine broke down, and I want you to imagine my dad, who to this day, God bless him, such a sweet guy, but it's just absolutely heartbroken that I hate cars, I hate repairing things, I don't even like having greasy hands, like, oh God, I so hate it. And so it breaks, and I'm looking at it like, oh, wow, like, I'm paralyzed. And then you're like, okay, I don't do paralyzed, that doesn't fit with my identity, okay, I'm the learner, that's right. And you go grab the manual, and you literally start flipping through the manual, and you try stuff, and you rack your knuckles, and you bleed a little bit, and and you
I love
figure
that.
it out.
I love that. You were so committed to your mission that you just figured things out to get there. Now, one of the things that you spoke about that I thought was fascinating was your routine.
Yeah.
Let's go deep into your routine. So you start with working out.
Yep.
What type of workouts do you do?
So I'm a weight trainer guy, so I don't do cardio unless. So the picture of me when I was super, super lean, I have to do cardio to get that lean. But otherwise, let's call it 85% of the year, I'm not doing cardio. So I go in, I traditionally do what's called a push-pull leg split. So on one day I do all the push muscles, on the other day I do all the pull muscles, then I do legs.
So you work out every single
and then
day?
rinse and repeat. I work out 5 days a week, and I usually take Saturday and Sunday off. Psychologically, it's just nice to know I wake up and I can do whatever I want.
Let's talk about meditation, the second thing on your list. What type of meditation do you do?
I do what I'll call just breathe, box breathing meditation. And if there are any meditator haters out there, let me tell you how I used to be one of you. I thought, so I'm going to give you a glimpse into my real soul here, vulnerability time. Things that seem overly feminine to me, like always freak me out a little bit. And meditating was like, oh, that's so like, there's nothing tough about that. And because, and that's because I have to fight. I mean, you guys saw the pictures of me when I was younger, like, you know, all like dweeby and emo-ish. So for me to find strength and to man up and to not, like, that was a real thing for me. I was the whiny kid. So if I remember one time I was playing soccer and I had broken my thumb in the middle of the game and they wouldn't take me out because I complained all the time. So they thought, oh God, here we go again, he's just complaining. But I'd actually broken my thumb that time. So I was the boy that cried wolf. I was always whining, complaining, crying about something. So to become tough, I really had to like focus on it. So meditation just didn't seem tough to me at all. And then on Inside Quest, I interviewed a Navy SEAL. And he was like, oh, dude, I'd be nowhere without meditation. And I was like, you know, here's this hulking guy, he could kill me if he wanted to. And he was like, no, let me show you how to do the breathing. And so then once I had that, what you would call a brule, once I got rid of that brule, that meditating was for weaklings, and then I could embrace it and realized, oh my God, like this is changing my life in real time.
Now, after meditation, you say you do something called thinkitate.
Yeah.
Did I say that word right?
Thinkitating, yeah.
Okay, so I bet all of you are wondering, what on earth is thinkitating?
So
and did you come up with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just mashing thinking and meditating together. So I found that I really try to break my meditation into 2 parts. So the first part, I am truly trying to calm the monkey mind. I'm actually just trying to breathe. And box breathing has a very physically pleasurable rhythm to it. And so when I get into that state, I'll do 20, 30 seconds stretches where I'm not thinking about anything other than my breath and the pleasure. And it unfortunately is really sort of that short of a time period. And then my mind will start racing and then I'll remember, wait a second, get back to it. But then I'm in such a calm state. And here's the beauty about meditating. The more you need it, meaning the more stressed out you are, what I call background radiation. As the background radiation rises and you're not feeling good, you have a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, it will be more effective, not less. So meditate may take you a little bit longer to lower that background radiation, but when you do, you may then slip back into an alpha wave pattern for the first time in months if you haven't been meditating. So once I'm in that alpha wave state, I find that I want to take advantage of it because I'm trying to accomplish something in my business or whatever. So I'll say, okay, this is the problem I want to think about. How am I going to monetize my content, let's say? And so I sit in a very specific posture while I'm meditating. I break that posture for thinkitating. I lay back, and I don't mind if I start drifting in and out of sleep, and you guys probably heard the stories. I'm going to pretend it was Einstein. I don't think it was somebody else, but sort of that era, that level. Used to sit and meditate with something in his hand, trying to fall asleep. Dolly? I think you're right. Thank you.
It was
Edison.
that
out. So the person, Dolly, Edison, whoever the case may be, they would drop it, and it hitting the floor would wake them up, and there's something about that state that would allow you to make these really unique connections. So that's what I'm looking for. When I thinkitate, I find that I make connections between ideas I wouldn't otherwise make.
You then said you read. What would be your top 3 favorite books that you'd recommend everybody here needs to read?
Yeah, so number 1, it is the most important book in the English language. I am actually begging you, as like one empathetic human being to another, please read it, is a book called Mindset by Carol Dweck. And I'm going to guess a lot of you have read it. That book, for anybody who is willing to let it, it will change your life completely. It is the most important book in the English language. Beyond that, The Obstacle is the Way is also incredibly, incredibly powerful.
Who's that by?
That's by Ryan Holiday. And then there's so many books, but if you're not interested in starting your own business, but you still want to play at the absolute highest level, I highly encourage you to read a book called Linchpin by Seth Godin. And Linchpin is sort of the opposite. So for entrepreneurs, Obstacle is the Way might be a better book, but for people that they're not interested in that level of risk, but they want to be an artist in what they do, Linchpin was just game-changing.
Awesome, awesome. Now, what do you think was the number one thing, if you could think about one thing that really made Quest shoot up in its incredible trajectory, what was that for
Social
you?
media. It was social media. It was, and social media encompasses something big, which is, so up here, I'm trying to do exactly one thing, and that's be entirely who I am, lower my defenses, be authentic, not try to be cool, because I know that will allow me now, after we talk, to have connections with people. Because I'm an introvert, and I know nobody believes that, but when I come up here, I have to like get in the fucking zone for so long before I come up, because to me, extroversion is a technique. It's something I recognize how valuable it is, but left to my own devices, you will see, I always sit by myself, I never approach people, it just makes me uncomfortable. And I haven't addressed that skill yet in my life. It's something that I think I will eventually. So social media plays on that understanding of humans have a desire to connect. So even though I'm introverted, I still really want to connect, and I really want to feel part of something bigger, and social media has made that possible. So Quest was designed from word one to say companies are real people. It's not a nameless, faceless organization. I have a mom, and she is morbidly obese, and I have a sister who's morbidly obese, and I love them, and I want them to be happy, and I want to help, and that's why I'm doing this every day, and inviting people into that world. You create a community. I mean, you know this, right? It's about the community, and even just being invited into this and being a part of this, I'm reminded all over again the power of community. So we built a community. We didn't market.
The final question is this, and I bet a lot of you feel the same way. Yes, you are seeking a quest, but there are so many potential things that you might want to fix about the world. For example, I'm concerned about climate change. I'm concerned about education. How did you know that Quest was it? How did you know that this particular mission was what you had to pursue?
I didn't. So it went like this, and really, really get super comfortable with that, right? So my thing in life is it's better to go 1,000 miles an hour in the wrong direction than to go 1 mile an hour in the right direction. Why? Because I know enough about myself to know I will constantly check, is this the right direction? If I smash into a wall or whatever, I'll pick myself up and go, okay, wait, am I moving in the right direction? And if I'm not, I don't have a problem changing direction because I don't value myself in being right. So I value myself in how quickly I can realize that I'm wrong. So I had a business partner who was utterly obsessed with nutrition and human metabolism. Another partner who was an Iowa farm boy and knew about machinery and logistics. And then myself, who I so wanted to help my mom and my sister. And so it was like, okay, wait, you have these converging areas of interest. I already had a deep passion for helping other people. I'm just wired for it. I'm very empathetic. I get a rush out of seeing that moment of awakening. So like the truest mission of my life is to free people from the matrix. It isn't to help them lose weight. I just happen to believe the two are connected.
Connected.
But seeing that opportunity from a business perspective was like, well, let's run 1,000 miles an hour in that direction. If it doesn't feel right, we'll change.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. That was
Thanks
some
for having
crazy,
me.
amazing stuff.
Thank you.
Give them a round of applause,
Thank you,
people.
guys.
It's so cool, actually, when you see two people who are used to interviewing and sort of having other people in the hot seat kind of be that for each other. It sort of crosses between the sort of back and forth between you guys. Such great energy.
I know, I had so many questions that I really wanted to ask Tom. He's such a remarkable man because of not just what he's been able to accomplish in business, but because of his whole philosophy for living. Now, before we get to our next speaker, who is Emily Fletcher, who is a Mindvalley classic. Emily Fletcher is someone I consider one of the greatest meditation teachers in the world. So you're going to hear from Emily next. What I want to do is, for those of you who are interested in enrolling in Becoming Limitless, taking everything that you've learned here, getting it to the next level, I want to give you a quick idea of what's included in the program. So firstly, Becoming Limitless is one of the highest rated programs on Mindvalley. We have our customers rate every program. And this one, in terms of the methodology that we use, which is called NPS, scores ridiculously well. Now, Becoming Limitless is a program I created myself. And I'm just going to zoom in here so that you can actually see what is included in this program. So it's 8 weeks, and every single week I take a particular aspect of your life and I teach you the most powerful personal growth transformation to get you to the next level. Now, week 1 is really just getting caught up. Week 1, I share a ton of content, including the 6-phase meditation to the principles of consciousness engineering. Some of you may already know 50 to 70% of what's already in week 1. So it's basically just reminder and laying the groundwork. If you're a hardcore Mindvalley fan, you would know most of week 1. You can skip to week 2. In week 2, in Becoming Limitless, we teach you the concepts of total inner peace. So you know how we've been talking about how to stay true to yourself, how to not let other people's opinions influence you? That's what you learn in Total Inner Peace. You learn a technique to make yourself unfuckwithable. But then you go on to week 3, which is the idea of blisscipline. You know how many of the speakers have spoke about how they wake up every morning and they love their job. Life seems to flow for them. Well, blisscipline gets you there. It's a principle of how to ensure that the number one discipline in your life is the discipline of keeping yourself in daily bliss. And so this chapter is about increasing your levels of happiness throughout the day, because happiness is a fuel that helps you move along towards all your goals much quicker. Now in week 4, you design a vision for your future. Here you learn techniques to create that beautiful vision. Remember what Edmeades spoke about?
Yeah.
How when you expand your vision, magic enters your life. Here you learn the best techniques I've discovered, and you go through an exercise to expand your vision. Now that brings us to week 5, which is expanding your intuition. You heard Lisa Nichols, you heard Don Jose Ruiz, and you're going to hear Emily Fletcher speak about or speak true intuition. Now, what happens here in week 5 is you learn how to tap into your intuition. Again, the best techniques I found, so you're instantly intuitive. Week 6, you learn how to bend reality. Now, this gets a little bit on the woo-woo side.
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon. That's a reference from The Matrix. Asha is a big Matrix fan. Actually, so am I. Do you know my son's middle name is Neo?
No.
Hayden Neo Lakhiani.
I didn't know that.
My son is named after Neo in The Matrix. Now, I believe that we can bend reality. It's just my living philosophy. I teach you how to do it. But in week 7, we go deeper. And I teach you a technique that my students love the most of everything I teach. It's called merging. And it's an advanced way of influencing synchronicity and luck, of having... God, I can't even say this publicly because it's so out there.
You're about to say it publicly,
But
Vishen.
no, I'm not actually.
Okay,
I'm not. But if you have crazy goals and you want to make magic happen, so these goals come to you faster, the merging technique does that. Those of you who have seen me teach this on stage know what I'm talking about, but it's really hard to explain here.
Chapter 7.
Now, chapter 8 is my favorite. It's called How to Build Companies, Movements, and Mass Influence. After you've learned all of these techniques, how do you basically apply them to build companies, to build movements, to build things such as what we've done with Mindvalley? You learn how to apply this in chapter 8. So Becoming Limitless is really not just about personal growth. It's about, to use the words of our next speaker, Emily Fletcher, getting off the cushion and going into the real world and making a dent in the universe, being a force for change. Now you can check this out at afest.com, afest.com/limitless, and you can enroll today as part of this webcast on a special discount.
And a lot of you have been mentioning and commenting on the 6-phase meditation, and you just have to Google it because it's out there and it's fantastic, and it will get you started to seeing Vishen and the magic and his what do you call it? Your scientific process of the 6 phases that actually really work. And amazing for kids as well because they're so much more receptive.
And by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the Q&A and the interaction, when you enroll in Becoming Limitless in this batch, we're arranging a special bonus. I'm going to be doing 4 live training sessions, live coaching sessions with the students who enrolled. These are going to take place throughout the month of, towards the final week of March and into the 3rd week of April, 4 weeks. I'm going to get on a call. You can ask questions. We're going to use a webinar technology. So in addition to all of this, we're including that in as a bonus so I can help work with students more on a personal basis. So go ahead and enroll if you find this interesting.
And of course, you know, questions here. we're here for questions, or rather Vishen is. I'll just
Write a
facilitate.
question. Write a question down. I'm still having difficulty with these
I
damn
know,
earphones.
so I tell you what,
See,
you
it
can
is
just...
it is so tough living life with someone with as someone with small ear holes.
I know, darling,
it's
but it's
a
okay.
massive disadvantage.
Just use your eyes, because I'm short-sighted. We've got a few comments we'd like to share with you from all of
You guys don't
some
know
of
how
you.
difficult my life is because of my ear holes.
So can we share some of the comments with you, please? Roll up the comments, and Vishen, you can use your beautiful eyesight to actually read
Great.
them off, because I really need that exercise. Who were you talking to about that? There you go.
Tom Bilyeu, you're an amazing business person and speaker, but overall a great human being. Congrats. Hope to meet you two one of these days. That's by Juan Gonzalez Galindo.
That's cool. That's super cool.
So phenomenal comments here, folks. Now, let's get on with our next speaker, Emily Fletcher. Now, what you're going to learn in this talk is how to tap into what Emily calls nature. It's her word for the universe, to understand intuitively how to move faster towards your vision. She's one of the most dynamic speakers I've ever seen on stage.
Her whole thing about using your desire as your GPS to going out there in the world and actually achieving all that you want, it's fantastic.
Beautiful.
And she's great, and she's amazing.
So Emily Fletcher is one of the foremost meditation instructors in the world today. She runs Ziva Meditation Studios in New York. She has trained at Harvard, at Google, and now she's going to be training you right here on the AFAS webcast. Let's get rolling with Emily Fletcher.
This moment right here, walking up on stage, knowing there's going to be a dance
Whoa.
party, and this tsunami of love that happens when you stand on this stage, this is why I keep coming back to A-Fest. There is nothing like it, and I am so incredibly grateful. Thank you for being here with me, thank you for being present, and thank you for inviting me to come and play with you. Didn't anticipate being out of breath. Oh, yeah. How amazing was Don Jose Ruiz? Right? The Four Agreements is one of my favorite books, and I was so glad he talked about the fifth agreement and it works out perfectly, because what I'm going to talk about today is actually the sixth agreement. Just kidding. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about how to use your desires as nature's GPS. Basically like an instruction manual, right? Don't we all secretly wish that we had been born with an instruction manual, like a little set of directions of how to live our lives? And I actually think that we were. I think that we were given one of these things, but most of us don't really know how to listen to it, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So the theme this weekend is Live Your Quest, and we're going to be hearing this word a lot this weekend, so I actually looked it up to see exactly what it means. And it means a journey made in search of something. Simple, right? A journey made in search of something. And I think what most of us are really searching for is our quest. I think what most of us are really searching for is our mission, is our passion. And I think one of the things we can do to set ourselves up for success is let go of this idea that we have one quest, that we have one magical mission out there waiting for us to discover it. I think that's BS, just like I don't believe that we have one magical soulmate out there waiting for us to discover them. My husband loves it when I talk about that. But I actually think that this idea that we have one mission or one quest is debilitating. And as Seth Godin says, it's actually a form of resistance, and it can keep us from ever starting. I don't think there's one mission. What I think there are challenges to solve. And which challenge we solve and how, that's up to us. And this is what I want to do in our time together. I'm going to give you a framework for a way to discover your quest, or a quest, and then perhaps more importantly, how to start using your desires as nature's GPS on that quest. So it's a simple framework. It's 4 questions you can ask yourself, and it's actually not that original. Part of it is not that original. If you do a quick Google search, you'll see that there's all kinds of Venn diagrams of this, asking ourselves these 4 questions, and here they are. The first is, what's the most pressing need of the time? The second, you guys are writing this down, I like it, you're good students. So first question we want to ask ourselves, what's the most pressing need of the time? Second question, how do my gifts best serve the need of the time? And then it gets fun. Third question, which of these gifts do I want to do? We'll talk a lot about this. And then the fourth question is, which of these gifts do I want to do right now, in this moment? So, like I said, these questions aren't that original. If you've ever read Good to Great, or if you have ever done any business coaching, you've probably seen some version of this. But what we're going to do today is we're going to look at this through a meditative lens. We're going to look at this through the Vedic viewpoint. And perhaps most importantly, we took these 4 circles and we put them in the shape of my Ziva logo, because that's just good branding. So let's start with question number 1, right? What's the most pressing need of the time? What's the most pressing need of the time? What challenges do you want to solve? How do you want to be of service? And now what I recommend to figure this out is that you watch the news 1 time. Read the newspaper once or twice. Please do not get stuck in what I call spiritual bottlenecking. You know what I'm talking about? We're just like, oh, there's so many terrible things going on, and we're just ingesting so much news and so much media, and we're just looking at all these catastrophes and stressing ourselves out. It's not doing any good. You getting stressed out about things that are happening in the world isn't helping anything. It's only contaminating the collective consciousness unless you're going to do something about it. So if you're not going to do anything about it, I recommend that you just drive on by. Now, I do recommend that you want to do something about it, but we can't solve every problem, and that's what we're here to solve today, right? Do you know that the average American in this day and age receives more stimuli in 1 week than our ancient ancestors did in their entire lives? Right? So we want to be careful about how much media we're ingesting, and certainly what kind of media we're ingesting. It's also exhausting, right? So I want to just give you permission to absolve yourself of the responsibility of needing to have an opinion or a position about every TV show and every event and every political leader on the planet Earth, because, it's exhausting. Here's an interesting fact. Did you know that there were people who watched more than 6 hours of news coverage on the Boston Marathon bombing, and they experienced symptoms of PTSD that were worse than the people who were actually present for the bombing? Crazy, right? That 6 hours of media consumption could actually give you PTSD. So let's just take care about how much of this stuff we're consuming. But what I'm suggesting is that to figure out the need of the time, read the paper once, watch the news once, what's going on, right? And then we want to ask ourselves, well, actually, just take a second. Write it down. Write down like top 3. What do you consider to be the most pressing needs of the time? Or you can just think about it if you don't have a notebook. And it could be big to small: climate change, ocean acidification. I need to start a compost in my neighborhood, homeless people that don't have coats, animals that need adoption. Doesn't matter how big or small, but what's pressing to you? And then I'd love to hear who feels like sharing? Just 1 or 2. The election. That's pressing, and it's coming soon. Good. What else?
Humanity's awakening.
Good. Yes. Inequity. Racial, financial.
All human beings being equal.
Okay. Beautiful.
The refugee crisis.
Refugee crisis is huge. Food system failure. And now we're all feeling really depressed, just like my talking Greece. Okay, so let's move on to how we can start to solve these things, okay? So question number 2 that we want to ask ourselves is, how do my gifts best serve the need of the time, right? What are my unique gifts? And because I know you guys, if you're sitting in this room, I know that you have a lot of unique gifts. And if you're watching this online, you've probably done a lot of work on yourself, so you probably have a lot of things that you could offer the planet Earth. And this is where it gets tricky, right? Because we want to ask ourselves, which of my gifts will best serve the need of the time? For example, I happen to be a really good tap dancer, like legit. Check it out. And I could get up here and tap dance for 20 minutes, and it might be mildly entertaining, but let's be serious, it's probably not going to change your life, okay? Now, I also happen to have a gift for teaching meditation, and turns out the world is real stressed right now. Scientists are calling stress the black plague of our century, and I don't think that's an over-exaggeration. Stress is responsible for 90% of all doctors' visits. So I'm choosing to spend my time and attention on teaching meditation. So take a minute, and I want you to think about, what are your unique gifts? What if your unique gifts would best serve the need of the time? You can think about it, write it down, whatever feels charming. Because I know you guys. Let's get weird. Oh, I know there's some freak flags that want to fly in here. So tell me, what are your unique gifts? I want to hear them. Empathy, beautiful. Compassion, good. Making fitness fun. I love that. What else? Providing medical care. Positivity. Good. I love this. We're going to have a lot of really, really happy people helping to solve climate change. We've got $1 billion business on our hands, you guys. Okay, so these first two questions are really important, but these are the ones you've probably already heard before. And now is where it gets a little fun, right? Now we want to ask ourselves, which of these gifts do I want to use? Now think about this question. What do I want to do? So simple. So simple. What do I want to do? But how many of us are asking ourselves that question? When was the last time you asked yourself, what do I want to do? Most of us are asking ourselves the question, what should I do? What's going to make me the most money? What's going to be the best outcome? What's going to make my parents proud? What's going to make my college roommates think that I'm more successful than them, right? And Tony Robbins says that the quality of your life is determined by the quality of your questions. So if you ask better questions, you're going to have better answers. And I think that what do I want to do is a decidedly better question than what should I do? And this is where things get tricky, right? We don't ask ourselves this question because most of us don't trust our desires. And this is really what I want to talk about. How do we trust our desires? How do we tell the difference between an intuitive desire and an addictive longing? Right? Because we've all had those desires that have gotten us into trouble, right? And so the trick is that most of us are living our lives in this state of I'll be happy when. Right? We're living our lives pretty stressed out in survival mode, and so it's really easy to live our lives under the illusion that I'll be happy when I get that next job, or that next zero in my bank account, or that next romantic partner, or that next car, or that next pair of shoes, or the more Facebook followers, or another acquisition, or another employee, and it doesn't really matter what you're addicted to. I would call an addiction anytime you think that your happiness can be found somewhere out here, right? And this is where meditation comes into play. You guys didn't think I was going to give a whole talk and not talk about meditation, right? So how does meditation play into this? Right? So if we're living our lives in addiction, let's say you're a heroin addict, right? Or let's just say you're talking to a heroin addict and you ask them what they want. What they're going to say is, I would like some more heroin, please. Right? You ask a workaholic what they want. They're like, I need some more work to feel better. And where meditation comes into play is that it's the fastest way to feel better that I know. It's the fastest way to get you out of fight or flight and into stay and play. And when you're in this stay and play, you're actually tapping into the source of fulfillment. When we're living our lives in addiction and fight and flight, basically what's happening is that we get into survival mode. And when we're in survival mode, our reptilian brain is taking over. And this is where our addictions come from. And this reptilian part of the brain is 300 million years old, so it doesn't understand language. This is why you can't reason your way out of eating that chocolate bar. It's why you can't reason your way out of sleeping with that person that you really want to sleep with. If you're living your life in survival mode, fight or flight, and you have an addictive longing, chances are it's probably going to happen unless you're using severe amounts of control and determination. And I just think that it doesn't have to be that hard. Right? So what do we do when we meditate? We dial into the source of fulfillment. And I think that when we meditate, it's the fastest way to tell the difference between these addictive longings and our intuitive desires. Why? How? When you meditate, within 30 to 45 seconds of starting, your brain and body flood with dopamine and serotonin, which are bliss chemicals. So you're actually plugging into the source of fulfillment. So if you're filling yourself up every day, twice a day from the source of fulfillment, then you come out of this meditation and you still have a desire. But the desire is not there out of addiction. The desire is now there to cue you as to where nature wants to use you to deliver your fulfillment. Right? So before meditation, most of us think, I'll be happy once I acquire my desires. This is what the I'll be happy when syndrome is. It's the mistaken belief that I can somehow acquire my way to fulfillment. Once we have a meditation practice, we're filling into the source of fulfillment, then we use our desires as an indicator, as a guidance map of where we need to go to take our fulfillment on a field trip. So here's a real life example of this, right? So I'm walking down 9th Avenue in New York City, and I get a download for chocolate. Now, I'm very familiar with what a chocolate addiction looks like. This was something different. It was like, chocolate, now. So I'm looking around, and I'm like, where am I gonna get chocolate? And then finally, I see a bakery. And I walk into this bakery, and I'm looking at the menu, and I'm like, I don't eat gluten, so there's nothing really for me here, but it smells delicious. It smells like chocolate. And out of nowhere, I hear someone say, Emily Fletcher? And I turn around, it's my friend Pam. Now, Pam and I had done a show a few years ago, and Pam was a massage therapist. She was like, Emily, so great to see you. Listen, I just finished my yoga certification, and I'm really trying to figure out a way to combine my massage with my yoga. And I said, you want to do Ayurveda? And so I put her in touch with my Ayurvedic doctor, and now she's practicing Ayurveda. Now, I left that bakery, and I never got any chocolate. Right? I failed on my mission. I didn't get my desire because that desire had nothing to do with me filling myself up. It had everything to do with nature cueing me with where it needed to use me to go and deliver my fulfillment. So does this make sense? If you are tapping into the source of fulfillment, you can actually start to use your desires as a guidance on your quest instead of a distraction from your quest. Does that make sense? Cool. The other beautiful thing about meditation, right, is that it basically allows you to be fulfillment looking for need instead of need looking for fulfillment, right? It's just a more beautiful way to live your life. And imagine how an amazing life would look if you're not just at A-Fest, but your whole life, you really spent your days looking at what can I give to this situation versus what can I get. It really is a much more beautiful way to live your life. And a lot of people, I think, are scared to start a meditation practice because they think, well, once I have a meditation practice, I'm just going to wallow around in my bliss and fulfillment all day. But like, I've got everything I need right here. Why would I ever go outside, right? But like I said, I don't think the desires go away. It's just that we allow our desires to happen easily and effortlessly instead of having a death grip on them. Because if you have a death grip on your desires because you believe that you're going to be happy after you attain those desires, then it's very hard for nature to put the thing in your hand. Right? And so once we start meditating, we get a form of detachment, right? Meaning like, I have everything I need. And if you want to play, great. If not, all good. And call me crazy, but I don't think that neediness is sexy. I think that detachment is sexy. Right? Imagine going on a date with someone and then being like, hey, I think you're really cute. Do you maybe want to ask me out on a second date because I'm 37 and my eggs are driving up and I'm afraid I might die alone with cats eating my face? Like, you're not going to get a second date from that person. Or imagine going on a job interview and being like, hey, listen, I really need this job. Can you maybe hire me? Because if you don't hire me, I don't know how I'm going to make rent this month. And then I'm going to be sleeping on a park bench and I'm afraid of dying alone with cats eating my face. Right? Like, you're not getting a second job interview if you're approaching everything with neediness and attachment and this belief that your happiness is going to come on the other side of the acquisition of your desires, because they don't, and we've done that research, you guys. So step number 4, right? Let's take it out big picture again. Step number 4 is, what do I want to do right now? And this is really important, right? The present moment. What do I want to do right now? And it's really important that we start to train ourselves to listen to this still, small voice inside, because it's always changing. Our directives are always changing from our boss, right? And I recommend that we start listening to this, not what did I want to do 10 years ago, not what did I want to major in college, not what do I think is going to look good on my gravestone, but what do I want to do right now? This, I believe, is the fastest way to get into flow state. And it's just a more beautiful way to live your life. And when you really start to do this, when you start to turn up the volume on your intuitive voice and you start to turn down the volume on your addictive longings, then we move into this space where nature actually renders us choiceless. Can you imagine being faced with a decision and then just being rendered choiceless? I know it might sound a little scary because we think we like choice, but you guys, who needs 1,000 pairs of jeans to decide between? Who needs 100 million different YouTube channels to decide between? It's exhausting. So I actually believe that once this intuitive volume gets so loud and we start to be rendered choiceless as we move through our day, we have so much energy back, and that is power. Good, so let's review these 4 steps again. Step 1, we ask ourselves, what's the most pressing need of the time? Step 2, how do my unique gifts best serve the need of the time? Step 3, which of those do I want to do? What do I want to do? It's so simple, yet none of us are doing it. And number 4, what do I want to do right now? Right now. And if you can do this, if you can start to ask yourself these questions and really commit to your meditation practice so that you're operating from a place of fulfillment instead of need, then it's virtually impossible to not be lit up about your quest, to not be enthusiastic about your mission. And when you are enthusiastic about your quest and your mission, you're either going to inspire people to join you on that mission, or you're going to inspire others to find their own quest. And either way, we end up with a planet with a lot of people who are interested in leaving this planet better than they found it. And that is a planet that I'm very interested in living in. So you are all invited to join me on my quest of getting the world meditating. So let's do it, shall we? Let's get the world meditating. And thank you guys so much. The end.
I love Emily. She's just unbelievable. You know, it's so amazing being a woman, to have another woman walk on the stage and just fall in love with her. Like, I love, one of the things I get from speakers is that they could be saying the most amazing things, but if they don't actually connect with me in a kind of a sort of a energetic way, I switch off. So I get tantalized by the way people move, and I love the way Emily moves. It's like, there's something very gazelle-like about her, but she's also that cheeky tomboy who's your best friend from next door, who'll climb a mango tree with you and chuck mangoes down at unsuspecting passers-by. You know what I mean? So she's got this amazing sensual sexuality and then this cheekiness. I'm so drawn in by her. I just love her.
Okay,
I don't even listen to what she's saying.
While Asha is fantasizing about Emily Fletcher, and I know some of you probably are as well, just so you guys know, Emily is actually one of our top Mindvalley authors as of this past month when we launched her M-Word program on Mindvalley's new Quest app that took off like crazy. It's happening right now, actually. We have about 2,000 something, close to 3,000 students learning meditation with Emily every single day. So watch out for her. She's a regular on Mindvalley Academy. Now, I want to do two things over here. I want to quickly answer a question from a couple of students who enrolled in Becoming Limitless about a year ago. And you guys were asking if you guys would still get access to the coaching calls. The answer is yes. What we do is when we upgrade a program in Mindvalley, very often we go back to students who bought the earlier version of the program and we upgrade them for free. So that's going to happen to you. So what this means is that if you purchase Becoming Limitless even 2 years ago or 1 year ago, the program I believe was released about 18 months ago, you will still get an email that will invite you to participate in these live coaching calls where you can interact with me, and we'll go further and you get to ask the most incredible, difficult questions that you'd want me to answer. All right, now I also want to answer this question from William, and William asks, can you recommend an exercise for reigniting my passion? Visualizing my perfect future is the hardest part of meditation. I feel stuck. Well, William Pritchard, here's what I want you to do. Search for on YouTube a particular 13-minute video of me guiding you through an exercise called the 3 most important questions. In fact, just put that in, 3 most important questions, Vishen Lakhiani, on the internet, and you'll find this methodology. What this does is I guide you through an exercise that we do with everybody here in Mindvalley, where rapid fire, we make you think about how you want your life to unfold in terms of 3 different aspects of your life. You see, all of us, when we think about our vision, all of these visions can be distilled into 3 things: the experiences we want, how we want to grow, and how we want to contribute. Now, you may be wondering where I got those specific 3 things from, but let me tell you, it's those 3 things. Google the video. We don't have time right now to go into detail, but Google the video, search for it, and explore that. And I think that will help you reignite your passion. Those of you who have done this exercise, the 3 most important questions, please write a comment and let William and others here who are wondering know what this exercise has done for you. Now, with that, let's go on to our next speaker, a dear friend of mine, and one of the most brilliant men in America. Tom Chi, as I mentioned to you a couple of hours back, was one of the co-founders of Google X, Google's secret innovation lab that's coming up with everything from self-driving cars to internet that's powered by balloons flying around the world, to new innovations like Google Glass and contact lenses that tell your sugar level by being embedded in your eye. Now, Tom Chi was the guy who built the first prototype for Google Glass, but he's so much more than that. He has developed innovations that are used in products used by 100 million people globally. He worked on Microsoft Outlook. Remember that email software?
Yes.
He's one of the guys who developed many features for that software. And his But beyond that, he is a DJ, a former DJ. He creates children's books. He's a passionate environmentalist. And Tom's latest project involves him traveling around the world to unite ideas, thinkers, and scientists working on saving the world's oceans and saving our coral reefs. And in this talk, he's going to talk about a beautiful idea that merges science and aspects of spirituality. It's about how we are all connected. But Tom is going to explain it in a way that is purely rooted in science. So what you're going to listen to is a science talk. But this is where science and mysticism come together in one incredibly beautiful dance.
In holy matrimony.
And why is this so important to your quest? Well, many of us right now, one of the most beautiful things we can do as a quest is to help create a world, an earth, that is better off for the next generation than it is right now. I mean, humanity is facing ecological disasters because of global warming. And please don't buy that bullshit that global warming is fake, okay? My 9-year-old gets that it's real and it's propaganda and politicians who are bribed and oil companies that put out that BS. Most intelligent men in the world, most scientists know it's a real issue. And what Tom does here is he shows how beautifully connected we are to the soul of the planet. So, let's get started with Tom Chi.
All right, so what am I talking about today? A lot of you guys have kind of gone deep within yourselves, are part of a spiritual path. A lot of you are people that are in deep inquiry. And a thing that unites almost every spiritual path that humanity has ever pursued is this idea that everything is connected. And it's this powerful idea. Like it's central to so many of these systems of belief. But in the modern age, it feels almost the opposite of that. It feels like everything is disconnected. And in a way, we kind of look to this idea because this idea gives us hope, like, if only this was true, or maybe if this was true, then I could keep going, I could keep believing. And as Vishen mentioned, my background, I have a lot of technical background. I've been a scientist, I've been an engineer, I've been these sorts of things. And I'm here today to talk to you about how it actually is true, without any mysticism, without any of the sort of cloaked language around it, or the need for faith to go believe it. I'm just going to describe in very practical, direct terms, literally how everything is connected. And we're going to go do it in 3 simple stories. Story of the heart, story of the breath, and story of the mind. So let's start with the heart. So right now, all of us in this room, our hearts are beating, pumping blood, moving oxygen. And why do our hearts do this? Well, it's actually to move hemoglobin around. And it's actually, the action is not even on the hemoglobin per se. The hemoglobin carries 4 molecules called Hemi-B. And in the heart of the Hemi-B molecule is a single iron atom. And this is the critical piece of hemoglobin, because basically this iron atom is the thing that allows oxygen to bind and move all around the body and nourish us and allow us to live, for our breath to mean something. Now, so some of you might have known that, but a thing that you may not have known is that iron only comes from one place. Iron can only be formed during supernovas and in supermassive stars. And it means every single iron atom that is at the heart of your Hemi-Bs, that is moving your blood right now, came through a series of 12 stars that were formed, lived their lives, exploded, formed into new stars, lived their lives, and exploded. We all come from the same 12 stars. Now, the story doesn't really end there, because here's the thing about supernovas. You got a star, it explodes, and all its stuff is all over the place now. And now that all its stuff is all over the place, it actually doesn't naturally want to come on back together and be a star again, right? So once a star explodes, why would that stuff become another star? And there's a couple mechanisms, but the most important one in the universe is this process called galactic collisions. Because when two galaxies collide, all this material that had been spread far apart runs into material that had been spread far apart in another galaxy, and in that process, it creates a thing called a stellar nursery. And these stellar nurseries are the birthplace, the major kind of, the workhorse where all these new stars are born. Now, we look at the large universe and we kind of think, oh man, galaxies are colliding, it's so random, it's so crazy. This is not too rare a thing, actually. Galaxies, on average, collide with other galaxies every billion or so years, and then two large galaxies will collide with each other roughly every 8 to 9 billion years. So, and because of it, that these processes actually is kind of that central process wherein all this scattered material that had been spread into the cosmos pulls back together into stars, creates a next generation, explodes again. But even this process, oh, and this is what it looks like. So basically, galaxies far apart, a little closer, start to swirl around each other, right on top of each other, and then form into something new. And these images are not the same galaxy because this happens over 500 million to 1.5 billion years. But we took images of different galaxies in order to go show all the different steps in the process. Now, this leaves at least one more question, and this is why galaxies would collide in the first place. And it's not a random process. It's not we're sitting around in a random accidental universe. It actually looks something like this. So you see all these little dots. Every one of those little dots is a galaxy. And that red dot, and really we're much smaller than the red dot there, that's where you are right now. That's our galaxy sitting amongst 100,000 other galaxies. And you see these lines that are swirling together. Those lines aren't galaxies, but this is basically the path of how these galaxies will swirl together. Now, this feature is called Laniakea. It is the supercluster of galaxies that we're within, and it contains over 100,000 galaxies. And it's defined by what's called a gravitational watershed. So do you guys know that thing like when there's a mountain range, like the Rocky Mountains, and then you pour a bucket of water on the east side of Rocky Mountains, it's going to go flow down to the Gulf or the Atlantic. You pour it on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, it's going to flow down to the Pacific. This is exactly that same thing. There's basically lines in the universe where if a galaxy happens to be on one side of the line, it will swirl and dance with 100,000 galaxies over here. And if you drop it on the other side of the line, it'll swirl and dance with 100,000 galaxies over there. And this is our dance. And I think that this structure is an incredibly beautiful looking structure. To me, it looks like the petals of an orchid that are unfolding. And over the course of the next 5 to 10 billion years, we're going to slide along those lines and flow into each other. This structure is called Laniakea, which in Hawaiian means the immeasurable heaven, which is slightly ironic because when Brent Tully and team did it, they measured it. Cool. So one last thought about this. So quick review on the heart. Really, if it was not for this, then the galaxies would not regularly collide. If the galaxies did not regularly collide, we could not get so many generations of stars. Without those generations of stars, we could not accumulate the amount of iron that would be required to go create something like the Earth. And without that iron, we couldn't move the blood that moves in every single one of our heartbeats right now. And in that way, from the very beginning, every one of our heartbeats is directly connected. Second story. Okay, this is the story of the breath. Now, breathing is just one of these amazing pleasures in life. Like, we do it unconsciously, but it can also be one of the most grounding, connecting things just directly as a human being. But this thing that we take for granted is actually not a thing that was possible on this earth 3 billion years ago. Because 3 billion years ago, the composition of the atmosphere was something like this. Actually, we had about the same amount of nitrogen in the air, but we had almost no oxygen. We had 0.05% oxygen in the atmosphere. Definitely not enough to support any of the breaths that we take today. And instead, we have a crap ton of carbon dioxide. And what it actually meant was the Earth was basically entirely inhospitable, except for the tiniest, handful of single-celled organisms that kind of figured out, like in rock crevices, a way to exist. Now, lucky for us, one of those organisms was an organism called cyanobacteria, also called blue-green algae. And you guys will probably come to like these guys by the end of the talk, because they figured out this cool trick, which, as far as we know, has only been figured out one time in the entire history of the Earth. They figured out this trick called photosynthesis. And with that trick, they were able to take sunlight and convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. Thing never been done before and never been done since. And given that, on the Earth 3 billion years ago, they start doing their trick. And little by little, producing oxygen, taking all this carbon dioxide that was stuffing up the atmosphere and converting it little by little into oxygen. And this is how patient they were. Basically, it took 1 billion years for that oxygen to go build up in the oceans before any of it started poking up into the atmosphere. But even then, we weren't done, because as it poked up into the atmosphere, the Earth just immediately absorbed it. So if you've ever seen like iron oxide, like the rusty colored hills, that's actually oxygen being bound into the Earth. So they had to work for another 1 billion years putting oxygen out without it accumulating into the atmosphere as the land started to suck up all this oxygen. And once 2 billion years had passed of that, finally oxygen was able to begin accumulating in the atmosphere. So about 700 million years ago, something magical happened from the accumulation of oxygen in the atmosphere. And this chart shows the rough range of the percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere over the last 3 billion years. Enough oxygen got into the atmosphere that the ozone layer formed. And the ozone layer, you guys might, you kind of know it, but you maybe don't know it, but the ozone layer was a major breakthrough. Before that, so much ultraviolet light was coming from the sun, it would blow apart any life, right? The only sorts of things that could exist before the ozone layer were these single cellular and very simple multicellular life. There was no complex multicellular life before the ozone layer. Ozone layer forms, and shortly after, complex multicellular life starts to proliferate in the seas. 100 million years after that, the first plants get onto land. The sun was pretty harsh. There was literally nothing living on land until this happened, right? And then everything else that you know about biology, everything that you know nature to be, happened after that. So basically, here's the ozone layer, and here's all the stuff that you've ever heard of, right? So it is all due to the work of these tiny bacteria in the ocean chugging and chugging away for billions of years. And those bacteria actually never left us, because sometime along the way, plants got smart, and through a process called endosymbiosis, they actually captured those bacteria for their own good. And all the green that you see in plants are actually the direct ancestors of these bacteria from 3 billion years ago. They're called chloroplasts now, that they've evolved inside of a plant in an endosymbiotic way. But really, you probably ate some of these guys today. And, from the beginning, not only did they create our atmosphere, but up, to now and into the foreseeable future, they are the other half of our lungs. Every single time we breathe out, one of these guys is going to take that in and breathe it back to us. And without that, clearly, there'd be no way for us to take a single breath. And through this process, through this sort of, grit, if you will, of this organism, all of our breaths are connected. Now, one other thought about this. So let's say you were one of these organisms, and it was 2 billion years ago. And you get born into this world, and you live for a couple weeks, and then you die. It'd be really easy for you to assume, it would be really easy for you to think that your life didn't really mean anything at all, right? You were born, you breathed, swam around a bit, and then, after 2 weeks, you died, and the Earth seemed to basically be what it was before. But what you wouldn't have known is that every single breath that you took contributed to the possibility of countless life after you. And I think this is a valuable meditation because a lot of times in our own lives, we are kind of struggling with, do we have this purpose? And just want to give you the thought that maybe the purpose of your life is longer than your consciousness lasts, right? The purpose of your life exists on a time frame that you will not be able to understand, but is more fundamental, more deep because of it. All right, third story. This is the story of how our minds are connected. And I'm not going to go into like a kind of mystical woo-woo territory about like, ESP and all that sort of thing. Other speakers can talk about that, that's totally fine. But instead I'm going to talk about very concretely how all of our thoughts and minds are connected. And I'm going to do it through the story of this instrument, piano. Now, anybody who's seen somebody who's really great play the piano, you just know that this is a magical thing, right? Basically, people can create, joy. They can express pain. They can express so much complexity and emotion. They can do it with force. They can do it with subtlety. This instrument is a powerful, powerful instrument. And the people that play piano, whether they're concert pianists or professional musicians or musicians of any stripe, if you were to kind of scan their brains and kind of see what's going on, you'd actually see a good chunk of their brains when they're doing this stuff is being dedicated to how to play the piano. So there's structures that are related to the movement of the fingers across the keys. There's structures that are related to music theory and how to relate that to what the piano is capable of doing, of the motion of the pedal and so on and so forth. But one thing that you may not have thought of, so of course, if you do this sort of thing, if you play the piano, you will have these structures in your brain, and all the people that play the piano have, these kind of parallel structures in the brain that allow them to play the piano, of course. But a thing that you may not have thought about this process is that before the year 1700, this was a set of patterns of the brain that was just not possible. Because in the year 1700, the piano was invented. Right? Literally, this type of beauty was not possible until that year 1700. And it took a bunch of centuries after that for people to develop all the different styles of piano playing for us to achieve the level of beauty that we have arrived at with the piano. Now, what does this mean for us? Well, number one, it means that there's a set of people that invented it, and their patterns of thoughts propagated forward and opened up the bound for many other people to go play around with this instrument. And that propagated forward for many other people to develop interesting styles and be able to teach other folks that then studied piano. And really, this piece of work allowed us to open up entirely new vistas of human experience and possibility. And those thoughts were directly connected in a chain of possibility. Now, in the larger scope, I call this phenomenon the palette of being. Because what happens is every single one of us is born into a world where particular things are possible, right? So you might be born into a world where it's possible to become a pianist or a musician. It's possible to become a computer scientist. It's possible to become a dancer. It's possible to become all these things. There's colors in the palette that you can go dabble in and paint from and in order to create the masterpiece that is your life. Now, the thing beyond that, which I think is way more profound, is that the colors don't stay stable. The way that you live your life, you can add colors, right? The people that got together and took their mechanical engineering prowess and invented the piano, they added a color. It meant that every bit of civilization afterwards now has a new color to work with. Outside of people that have invented things, just sometimes your way of being adds a new color, right? Kind of an aside, it's like I remember when Lady Gaga was coming up, I was like, that's so Madonna, what she's doing, right? And it's because like Madonna came in here and she like just was a particular way. And then a generation later, like somebody could look at that and it's like, I like that. And she's not, exact copy of, nobody will ever be. But she decided to use some of those colors that did not exist before in order to go paint with and do something phenomenal. And this is actually the opportunity of all of our lives to be able to not only deeply embrace and play with all the colors in the palette of being, but through what we create in this life, through our relationships and through what, just our basic way of being, to add colors to this so that future generations are able to invent, live, be in a different way with each other. So closing on the arc of this first bit, I've covered 3 different arcs of how the heart, the breath, and the mind are connected. And a thing that I often get when I talk about the universe at large is actually people feel really small. They feel like, man, all this stuff is happening and the universe is so huge and I'm nothing. But not only is that kind of depressing, it's also factually not true, right? Because what happens in your life? In your life, the way that you live is going to affect your friends and family. The many friends and families that interact with each other are going to affect the way that society moves forward. The way that society moves forward is directly going to affect our relationship to the environment. And the way that the environment evolves is can directly affect the physical biosphere, the physical substrate on which biology lives upon. And if a little organism like a cyanobacteria, through a couple billion years of patience, could completely change this world from smoking, lifeless, to green and beautiful and incredible, do not underestimate what you as human beings can do with that same sort of patience and that same sort of dedication. That was part 1. You can probably clap. All right, so I kind of covered the whole history of the universe and life. So we're going to kind of zoom in. We're going to zoom into just people because Mia asked me to try to make this practical for people. This is about your quest. So let's talk about us for a second. So number 1, what are we, right? If we're going to talk about us, like our lives, what exactly are we? Well, we're made of about 7 billion of these. So that is an image of an atom, specifically a hydrogen atom, and it's probably appropriate because about 2/3 of the atoms in our body are hydrogen atoms. Now, so, in a way, there's nothing to be surprised at. Like, this is literally us all the time, so this is maybe the least remarkable thing, but a thing that you can, that might be remarkable about this is if we were to look into the atom and try to understand it, the things that make it up, the protons, the electrons, I wrote underneath how long they exist for. A proton exists for 10 to the 32 years. Electron exists for 6.6 times 10 to the 28th years. I know that doesn't mean that much for people that aren't that scientific, but just for reference, the universe has existed for this much time. So that means an electron, the amount of time that an electron lasts is going to be 1 billion times longer than the universe has existed. Right? This means all the stuff that you are made of right now is effectively immortal. It's immortal at like a level of comprehension that you cannot even begin to start, wrapping your head around, because it's gonna, it has a level of stability which is actually much longer than the length of the universe so far. So that's part 1. We are basically a vessel for just this immortal stuff. Part 2 is what exactly do we do with this immortal stuff? Well, effectively, we are a continuous flame of inner becoming. And I did these calculations. They were pretty fun to do. But basically, I guess I have a different sense of fun than everybody. It's cool. But in a given day, you basically bring in a little more than 1 kilogram of solid material, 2.5 kilograms of water between what you drink and the water in your food. And you actually also interchange almost 1 kilogram of air. And what it actually means is that 7% of your body exchanges out in a single day. That means yesterday, 7% of you that was you yesterday is not here anymore. And the stuff that you are right now, tomorrow, 7% of that is going to be gone. And you may not know, you may not have a sense of what 7% of the body is, but basically that's roughly the mass of your arm. Right? So every single day, one of those is leaving and one of those is coming in. Right? And it means that over the course of 2 weeks, you actually exchange out an equivalent to the entire body mass of your body. So these are the atoms that are coming and going. And the astute scientist in the room will say, well, that's not all the atoms, of course. It's going to be highly leaning toward water, and it's going to lean toward carbon dioxide. Yes, it is true. But even the stuff that is seemingly more permanent, like the calcium in your bones and all that sort of thing, 98% of all of that cycles out within a year. Right? So you think that you are you, but really from 2 weeks ago, you kind of aren't. And definitely from a year ago, you're definitely not. And we're constantly in the state of inner becoming. And what are we inner becoming with? We're inner becoming with this. So this is the whole Earth. And these are just the winds, right, at 2 different altitudes above sea level. And you can see like the brighter areas are moving at 150 kilometers per hour. What this actually means is that the breaths that you're taking right now, part of it was literally on the other side of the planet 4 or 5 days ago. It also means that the stuff that you're exhaling right now, 4 or 5 days from now could be becoming a flower in Germany or the Sudan. And this is not like theoretical. This is literally exactly what's happening. Part of you today was these plants a couple days ago. Part of you tomorrow is going to be them, both locally, just around you in the next couple minutes, and within the next couple days, literally everywhere on the planet. Right? And this is how much we are interconnected with our planet. This is how much we are constantly becoming our planet. And our sense of separation from the planet, like we need to protect nature, or humanity needs to have its priorities, we are that, right? So to the extent that humanity is a priority, then that also must become a priority. Now, this is all stuff that is true, and I know that once I did those slides, it's like, they really like these slides, but then I was like, I did not answer Mia's question at all. Because what the hell is with the quest, right? I did enjoy the calculations, but what was the quest? But this is all the stuff that we are. Well, now what are we supposed to do? And I bet actually after that description, some of it kind of feels a little ungrounded, because in some ways we're immortal, right? We're literally made of immortal stuff from moment to moment. In other ways, we're so ephemeral we can't even conceive of it. We are the Earth, and the Earth is us, like in a very short amount of time, constantly, every single second. But it actually turns out that there is something that remains. It isn't all just like a bundle of flux. And just to give you a sense of it, here's a simple chart. So basically, as life propagates forward and does its thing, it gets to operate with things like cells, at the level of an organism, at the level of ecosystem, and the wisdom of all the things that life does accumulates in a couple places. It accumulates in DNA. It accumulates in epigenetics in order to lead to different types of epigenetic expression. It accumulates in behavior that's passed down from one parent organism to a child organism. So basically, all this stuff that we're doing, even though it's constantly in flux, actually something is accumulating. Basically, life will work with these things and accumulate as these things. And just as I talked about the palette of being, the same is true with the mind, right? The way that we think, our worldviews, the way that we organize our societies actually accumulate into something, right? And actually, all these are in quotes right now because we don't really have very good language for this yet. As a discipline, this is pretty new territory for the human race. So sometimes we call it collective consciousness, sometimes we call it society's source code. I've heard it referred to as like psychological or psychic DNA in order to be parallel to physical DNA. But the reason I wanted to give this talk really is that the people in this room are literally a part of creating this new territory, right? You guys are both the students of all these technologies of the mind and all these technologies of being, and you are also the creators and teachers, many of you, of the same. And I kind of sat back and tried to look at all these teachings, and as with all things, I tried to make some sense of it. And this is the best sense of it that I could make so far. Because this is new territory, and effectively what we're doing as a tribe, as a group of people, is we're consciously building a new toolkit for the psyche. Now, as I looked at all these teachings, there's both just beautiful teachings all over the place, but sometimes you hear these teachings and they sound contradictory. Or sometimes you hear a teaching and literally the teacher will say a thing that invalidates or obviates another teaching. And I was like, well, is this really true? So I stepped back and I made a map of the entire space. Really, there's 4 different places where the teachings land. One is in the realm of serviceful discomfort, right? So basically, you're sitting on the couch, and there's teachers that will come in and be like, come on, get off the couch. And you're like, oh, okay. And then as soon as you get off the couch, you're like, and here's how you're gonna get things done. Here's your calendars, and all these productivity people, right? It's a little bit uncomfortable. Here's how you do your marketing funnel. Okay, great. But it's it's a little uncomfortable, but when you do it, it's of service. This is serviceful discomfort. Then there's disserviceful discomfort. What this is these are the people that work with the ways that we are disserviceful to ourselves and society and are super uncomfortable about it. So when people carry a huge amount of personal shame, then that's an example where it's really disserviceful to you, it's really disserviceful to society, and it's incredibly uncomfortable, right? And you have folks like Brene Brown and other folks that are really just diving into that and saying, let's go work with shame, let's really bring it out into the light, let's try to, create healing there. There's another category, which is disserviceful comfort. And these are the realm of addictions, right? Because it is not serviceful to yourself or the world at all, but it feels really comfortable. Wouldn't it be much better to just be high? Or wouldn't it be much better to just sit on the couch and just watch, binge on 10 shows in a row? And wouldn't it be more comfortable to be a workaholic instead of ever seeing what you're doing, right? Our addictions feel comfortable to us. And there's amazing teachers and people that are building a new consciousness toolkit around helping people in that zone. And then the last zone is serviceful comfort. These are the things that we can do that both are useful for the world and make us feel good. So things like meditation or restorative yoga or dance, these sorts of things just feel amazing, and they are also serviceful to the world. So I created this because I know all of you have both learned from these sorts of people, and many of you are these types of people, and I think the map like this helps us to be more disciplined about the way that we're collectively creating a toolkit with each other. We don't need to be fighting over these lines. Really, every single tool that we can make for people in any of these places is something that adds to the totality of how we are going to evolve consciousness together. I'm going to go leave you with one thought, which is, beyond what we add to the toolkit, every one of us lives a trajectory on this, right? We might start in, a sense of shame, and then we work, and then we find a little bit of serviceful comfort, but it wasn't, we really hadn't released the shame. Then we're back in addiction and so on, and eventually we escape that through a couple cycles of that. Or maybe, we're there and we bounce between, shame and addiction for our entire lives. And when we teach these things, and when people are marketing these things, they're always like, oh, well, you're going to live your best life and all that sort of thing. And I think actually there's a lot to that. It's a beautiful intention, and for many people, it really does do that for them. So very exciting work in that regard. But I'm going to leave you with a thought, which is, even if the person that at hand would never become conscious, if their life really was just this trajectory between shame and addiction, and they eventually overdosed or left this life or committed suicide, that even that is something that expands our consciousness in a way that serves, right? Because the friends of that person will go recognize what these patterns do to a human being. They feel that pain, they feel it, and they carry that forward in service to all the other people that they interact with, right? And a lot of the teachings that we're trying to do are really effectively compassionate teachings, because what it's saying is, sometimes even if you are like the Dalai Lama and you're pretty darn chill and you've done a lot of work on yourself, right? Like, you're still going to have a lot of discomfort in your life. You're still going to have a really tough life. But really what we get to teach is, can we be conscious and present in that process? Not so much like, can you nail it and make $1 billion and be on the cover of what have you, right? Like, those things are temporary and illusory. Like, these sorts of things that we do, which is the deep work of being inside ourselves, living our lives with full presence, are the things that are contributive to collective consciousness and the expansion of consciousness in the universe. And even the ones that do not get a chance to live that consciously also do so as well. They are worthy, and we see them, and in the process of seeing them, our consciousness continues to expand. Thank you.
Wow, is all I can say.
I love Tom. I love how he strung all of those powerful ideas together. This is the AFES speech that I'm going to be showing to my son, because he's such a science junkie.
Okay, fantastic.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now we want to get to a couple of comments which are coming up on screen. So Don Jose Ruiz. So Don Jose, It's so great to have you joining us live. Don Jose Ruiz, you heard him speak about a couple of hours back. He shared his agreement from his book, The Fifth Agreement. Be skeptical, but learn to listen. All my love. Thank you, Don Jose. Let's bring up the next comment.
Actually, also, a lot of people have been putting up the 4 agreements, as you asked earlier as well, so that's fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Margarita Foley said, I'm really enjoying all these talks. They are so real, easy to get and practical. I love Lisa, especially as she is so alive. But I'm enjoying each person also. Thank you for the gift. Thank you, Margarita. I hope the rest of you feel that way too. Final comment. This is from Manish Mittal, Vishen, Asha. Thanks for this opportunity to listen to these incredible speakers. It's nearly 1 a.m. here in Dubai, unable to decide whether to sleep or continue watching, being a weekday for me.
Stay!
Asha?
Oh my gosh, it's like 5:15 for us over here. We're drinking
Where
coffee.
we are, it's 5 a.m. Well,
Yeah.
she's drinking coffee. I'm on Japanese whiskey. Look, at 5 a.m., whiskey keeps me awake.
Yeah, I think I might have to switch pretty soon. But talking about what's going to keep you up, if you need to be woken up at any stage and you really need to kind of feel that life force and that energy coming through and you need someone to give it to you, the next guy up is going to do that for you. He is going to light a firecracker up your arse because his talk is so absolutely magnificent.
Bo Eason is one of the most incredible speakers on stage. This was voted as the #1 talk at that last AFES. Bo is a former NFL player, but he didn't just stop at the NFL. He's a guy who becomes the best at everything he does because of his sheer determination. He became the best at his particular role in the NFL, which for those of you who live outside America is the American National Football League, or what Americans call football, what the rest of us call rugby. From there, Bo went on to actually start a one-man show on Broadway, and it became one of the best-rated Broadway shows. He then went on to become a professional speaker and went on to win all of these awards as one of the most dynamic speakers on stage. 3 different industries, best at 3 different, completely different roles. And this particular speech is going to light a fire under your ass to be the best at whatever it is you seek to do on your quest. Let's get rolling with Bo.
Enjoy.
When I was 9 years old, I had this dream. So I made a plan. And the dream and the plan was to be the best safety in the whole world. Safety is a position in football, for American football, for those of you who don't know. So I had this plan, I drew up this plan to be the best safety in the whole world, and I had 20 years to do it. I brought that plan with me today. I'm going to show it to you. Some kids just reminded me the other day that this plan is now 46 years old. So I felt really good about that. And there it is. That is my little Declaration of Independence. I got to show you guys this. Check this out. Oh, nice. It's a hell of a jump. Okay, that's me, right? Look at that hairdo. You guys see that? There I am. Right? You got to check these cleats out, though. Look at those cleats. They're like 9 inches long. That's how I drew when I was 9. So that is the 20-year plan to become the best safety in the whole world. Now, if you wanted to be the best safety in the whole world, there's one thing you got to do better than anyone else in the whole world. And that's this. You got to do one thing better than everybody on this planet, and that is this. You got to be able to run backwards faster than the fastest man in the world runs forward. So for the next 10 years after drawing up that plan, all I did was run backwards. Every recess, boom, boom. All my buddies were running forwards. I was running backwards. My dad, he woke me up every morning at 5 a.m. I went out to the wet grass, and all I did was run backwards. 10 years passes. 10 years passes. The dream is going along just like it should be. Now it's time for me to go to college. So if I'm going to be the best safety in the whole world, I got to go to college and play safety, right? So there's 350 colleges in the United States that play college football. 350. Not one wanted me. Not one. Not one wrote me a letter. Not one recruited me. 0. Think of the worst college you ever heard of. Or a junior college in your neighborhood. They didn't want me. So this is what I did. I invited myself to this small college near my hometown. It was called UC Davis. And at UC Davis, they don't give any scholarships. They basically play football there for fun. It's not even a real deal, right? So I go, that's perfect for me. I'm going to invite myself to UC Davis. I'm going to keep the dream alive by playing football for them because they don't give any scholarships or anything. Anybody could play there. So I go to UC Davis. And the first day at UC Davis, I get in this line. And the line is like this with 100 guys in this line. And I'm right in the middle of the line. And at the front of this line is a window that is cut out of the wall. On the other side of this window are 2 equipment managers named Sid and Beasley. And these are the 2 meanest dudes I ever met. They had tattoos way before it was cool to have tattoos. And they hated freshmen, especially if you weighed 145 pounds. So I'm in this line with 100 other guys, and by the time I get to the front, I say this to Sid and Beasley. Hi, I'm Bo, and I'm a freshman. And I would like to play on the UC Davis football team. To my shock, Sid and Beasley gave me a practice uniform and a combination to a locker. So I went over to the locker and I ran out to practice. And I practiced for 2 hours with the UC Davis football team. And at the end of the 2 hours, all us 100 guys, all us players run into the locker room. And the locker room entrance is about right here. Our head coach, a guy in front of the entrance to the locker room, and he would watch us men file by. And as I got close to him, this is what he did after the first practice. Excuse me, Mr. Eason, hi, can I have a word with you, son? And I was like, oh, shit. Coach, and I said, hey, Coach, how you doing? And Coach said, I'm doing pretty good. However, you, not so good. Look, you're too small and you're too slow to ever play football at this university. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to send you home. And we're going to take away your dorm key. We're going to take away your meal ticket. Now, you can go home, and in 30 days' time, when school begins, you can come back. You can go to school here, but you will never play football at this university. I ran as fast as I could right into that locker room. I went right to my locker, and I undid the combination. I took off my practice uniform, and I hung it up. I put on my civilian clothes, and I ran as fast as I could out to the parking lot. And in the parking lot is my 1977 Ford Courier pickup. It is a piece of junk. It's all rusted out. It's blue. The windshield is totally broken like this. And then I stole one of my mom's hangers so that it would be the antenna so I could get music. And I stuck it in there. And I got in this Ford Courier pickup and I drove as fast as I could to the grocery store. Fast as I could to the supermarket. Because 24 hours before this happened, 24 hours before they sent me home, I was sitting in this Ford Courier pickup, just sitting there in my mom and dad's driveway. And I'm the youngest of 6 kids, so all my older brothers and sisters, they all said goodbye to mom and dad. They sat in their piece of junk car and they drove off to college for 4 years. And now it was my turn. So I'm sitting there in my little pickup and I'm waving goodbye to my mom who's on the porch waving. And my dad is standing right at the headlights of my pickup truck. And my dad is a cowboy. He's a rancher, so he doesn't talk a lot. But me and my dad make eye contact through the windshield. And then he walks around to the driver's side and he knocks on the window. And I was like, oh shit, Dad's gonna say something. So I rolled down my window and I said, Dad, what's up? And my dad still doesn't say anything, but he reaches into his back pocket and he pulls out his wallet. He opens his wallet and he pulls something out of the wallet and he hands it to me through the window. And he said, son, I want you to take this to college. It was a $10 bill. I said, Dad, I don't need the $10. They're paying for my room and my board. I don't need it. He said, son, just in case of emergencies, take the $10. So 24 hours later, I'm so happy I got $10 because I go to the grocery store and I get the biggest jar of peanut butter that they have and old stale hot dog buns, 2 bags. Remember in those days? You get old bread, like a month old, they sell it for cheap. So I got 2 bags of hot dog buns. They were so hard, you could drive a nail with these buns. I got in that Ford Courier pickup. I parked it in the driveway of the locker room. And I ate peanut butter hot dog bun sandwiches for dinner that night. And I slept in that Ford Courier pickup. Next morning, second day of practice. And I just sort of did, what I always did, which was to pretend nothing happened. And I snuck into the locker room. And as I was making my way over to my locker, I looked up at that window and Sid and Beasley were right there and they were looking at me like this. And I snuck by them. I got all the way over to my locker. I opened it. It was empty. There was no practice uniform in my locker. So I went back to Sid and Beasley. I said, Sid, Beasley, you guys, guess what? Bo, that freshman from yesterday. Yeah, guess what, you guys? There's been a mistake. Yeah, there's no practice uniform in my locker. And Sid and Beasley go, yeah, there's no practice uniform in your locker because you're not on the team. We sent you home yesterday, took away your dorm key, took away your meal ticket, so get. But I can't get, see, because I got this, I have this dream, and I got a plan, and the dream and the plan is for me to be the best safety in the whole world. And I only got a few more years to do it, so could you just give me, like a practice uniform? Sid and Beasley are tough, man, tough. But Beasley had this soft underbelly. And he said this to me, freshman, you wait right there. And he walks to the back of the equipment room and he grabs something off the wall, like a hunk of cloth, something off the wall. And he walks back over to the window and he throws this hunk of cloth at me. And it's an old uniform, practice uniform that doesn't match the rest of the team. It's a different shade of blue up here. The pants are a different shade of gold. There's no stripes. And they gave me this big-ass helmet that was so big. It's called a suspension helmet. They don't make them anymore. But the padding inside is actually rope. Rope is the cushion inside. So they gave me this big old helmet, like this big, so I couldn't see. Like every other step, the helmet come down over my eyes like that. But I didn't care. I didn't care. I took this old unmatching uniform and helmet. I went back over to my locker. I opened it up, took off my civilian clothes, hung them up, put on this practice uniform, and I'm out at practice again, just trying to blend in, but I don't match. 100 guys out there. It's hot. We're training. I'm taking every rep. I'm working as hard as I can. And nobody says anything to me for 2 hours. But I just keep practicing. 30 days goes by. Every day I sleep in that Ford Courier pickup. I eat peanut butter hot dog bun sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I go out to practice every day. And no one says anything to me. But everyone, now and again, I could see a coach going over to our head coach, Jim Soker, and going like this. Coach, can I have a question? Why is that goofy freshman still here with the uniform and the helmet and all that? But nobody said anything to me, so I just kept going. 30 days goes by. Now it is time for our first game, and our first game is tonight. And my mom and dad are driving 3 hours to come see me play. So on game night, I just kind of did, what I always did, which was to pretend that nothing happened. And I sneaked my way past Sid and Beasley over to my locker, and I opened my locker, and it was empty. There was no game uniform in my locker. So I go back over to Sid and Beasley. I go, Sid and Beasley, you guys remember me, Bo, that freshman. Guess what, you guys? Yeah, there's been another mistake. Yeah, there's no game uniform in my locker. And Sid and Beasley are like, yeah, there's no game uniform in your locker because you're not on the team. We let you practice. We thought that was cute. But this is a real game with real players. You're not one of them, so get. I said, no, you guys, what you forgot was I still have my dream. And I still have my plan to be the best safety in the whole world. And guess what, you guys? My mom and dad are driving 3 hours to come see me play. They're going to wonder where I've been for the last month. If you could just give me something, just something so I can go out, just something. These guys are tough, man. But Beasley, that soft underbelly, but he's pissed. Freshman, you wait right there. And he walks to the back of the equipment room again. He grabs another hunk of something off the wall, returns to the window, throws it at me, and he says, here's the deal, freshman. You're going to put that uniform on. Again, this thing doesn't match. There's a totally different color uniform. He goes, this is what you're going to do, freshman. You're going to put on that unmatching uniform. Then this is what you're going to do. You're going to run out with 100 guys with the lights on and the marching band, and you're going to be on the sideline. You are going to run to this little spot on the very end of the bench, and you are going to sit in that spot the whole game. If you move, or if the coaches or you get in the way of the real players, we will lose our jobs. Do you understand, freshman? I said, I'll do it. I'll do it. So they gave me this unmatching game uniform. I went to my locker, I opened, I took off my civilian clothes, put on an unmatching game uniform, and I run out with the varsity. Game night, lights on, marching band. I was running out trying to blend in with 100 other guys. And as I'm running across the field, I look up into the bleachers, and my mom and dad are at the very top of the bleachers like this. Oh, there's our boy playing his first college football game. Little do they know, I'm not even on this team. And I make my way, just like Beasley told me to do, right over to this little spot on the very end of the bench, and I sit there the whole game. The whole game, I just sit there, and all I could do was look up at the scoreboard. and at the clock ticking down, lower and lower and lower, until there was 1:34 minutes left in the game. And we're beating this team like 35-0. We're killing this team. I think we're playing like Chico State, somebody like that. We're killing them, right? And all I could do was just watch that clock and then look up at my mom and dad. And I thought one thing. I got to get in this game somehow. So it was time for us to kick the ball off, right? UC Davis is going to kick the ball deep to their return man, right? The kickoff team at UC Davis, that was the best special team to be on. Everybody wanted to be on that kickoff team. In fact, our best player, the captain of our team, a guy named Daryl Goss, he was on the kickoff team. And Daryl Goss got the kickoff team to huddle right here. All right, kickoff team, hey, bring it in. Hey, you guys, listen up, bring it in, kickoff, get ready. I was sitting 10 yards behind Daryl Goss, just staring at the back of his uniform. Because the number on Daryl Goss's uniform was number 2. That's the same number they gave me. They gave me a duplicate, unmatching jersey of our captain and our best player, Daryl Goss. So I said, this is my chance. So I sneaked up behind Daryl Goss, and I tapped him on the back of the shoulder pads, and Daryl Goss turns around like this. He doesn't even look at my face. He doesn't even know who I am. He goes, why are you wearing my jersey? I said, Daryl, don't worry about that right now. I got to ask you a favor, Daryl. I got to run down on the kickoff team for you. Can I? Daryl Goss like, are you crazy, man? You can't run down on the kickoff team for me. The coaches will kill me. I said, no. They can't kill you, Daryl. You're our best player. You're the captain of our team. If you just let me run down, man, my mom and dad are sitting up right up there and they could just see me. And Daryl Goss thought that was the funniest thing he ever heard. And he gathered all the senior boys and he goes, you guys, check this out. You guys got to check this guy out. You see that freshman wearing my number? He's going to run down on the kickoff team for me. Let's isolate on him. Let's watch him. So the UC Davis kickoff team lines up. And let's pretend going right down the middle of the stage, all the way to the back of the room, is the UC Davis sideline. So if you're off the field of battle, you're over here drinking Gatorade, right? If you're in the field of battle, you're here. This is where Daryl Goss lines up. Right here, he's the very end guy on the kickoff team. The sideline is 1 yard behind him. He lines up here. Our kicker's there, gonna kick the ball that way. Daryl Goss gonna run down and make the tackle. Here's where Daryl Goss lines up. Here's where I line up. And right before the kicker kicks the ball off, this is what Daryl Goss does. And this is what I did. And now the number 2s have traded places. Our kicker kicks the ball off, I take off. Now I am small, but I am fast because I am scared. And I'm running down that field as fast as I can. Now, if you are the first person down on the kickoff team, you are met with what is called the wedge. And the wedge is the 4 biggest players on the opposing team. And this is what the wedge's job is. They interlock arms like this, 4 of them straight across, as if they're getting married. 275 pounds each, these guys. They lock arms like this, they run full speed to create a wedge. If you are the first person on the UC Davis kickoff team to get down there, your job is to become a wedge buster. And a wedge buster's job is to go full speed into the wedge and knock them all down like bowling pins so that your friends can now make the tackle. And so I'm running down, and I look around, and I'm the first one down, of course. And I knew my job, and all my whole life just passed before my eyes. And it turned to slow motion. And as I was looking at this wedge, and I could only see him every other step because that helmet was coming down like this. All I could think about was, uh-oh, this is really gonna hurt. And as I got to the wedge, instead of busting the wedge, this is what I did. I closed my eyes and I went airborne over the wedge. And on my way back down to earth, bam! I hit the ball carrier right in the chest. Bam! He goes flat. The crowd stands up. Yeah! And I stand up. Yeah! And over the loudspeaker, I hear this. Tackle made by number 2, Daryl Goss. I dropped my hands and I tried to turn invisible and get off that field as fast as I could, because the part I didn't tell you guys was Daryl Goss is a 250-pound black man. And as I was making my way back to the little spot where Beasley told me to sit, I looked back over my shoulder, and our head coach, Jim Soker, the guy who sent me home 30 days ago, was standing on the sideline like this. And standing right next to him is the real Daryl Goss. And he's standing like this. So I watched the last minute, 20 seconds tick off the clock, and I heard the gun sound, and I ran as fast as I could into the locker room, straight to my locker. Nobody was in there. I went right to my locker. I opened it up. I took off this game uniform. I hung it up. I put on my civilian clothes. I didn't even shower. And then I ran right out to the parking lot, and I got in my Ford Courier pickup. And I had peanut butter hot dog bun sandwiches to celebrate. And that whole weekend, man, I was dying. I was thinking, this is it. I'm out of here. They're going to kick me out now. Sid and Beasley are probably going to get fired. Daryl Goss, he's not going to get to be the captain anymore. I'm out of here. Then Monday morning came around. Practice. So I just, just did what I always did, which was to pretend nothing happened. And I sneaked into that locker room on that Monday morning. And I looked up at Sid and Beasley, and they were pissed. I made my way all the way over to my locker, and I opened it. And there was a brand new varsity uniform in that locker. 4 years later, I was the first safety chosen in the 1984 NFL draft. Yeah. People always ask, they go, well, how could that be? How could you be the worst player in the history of America that 350 colleges do not want, and then 4 years later, be the best player in the world at a position. And I said, it can happen because what's invisible to you is this. It's all those 5 a.m.s that nobody saw. My body caught up to me my whole life. I've been obsessed. And if you talk to my wife, who's in the back, she would say the word that best describes me is haunted by this term called the best. I left football after 5 years. I had 7 knee surgeries while I played, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And the next thing, I just thought, just like all of us football players who come out of the NFL, what we're good at is very violent stuff. When we're the best in the world at that one thing, like running 25, 26, 27 miles per hour, and then just throwing your head into other bodies. That's what we're great at. That's what I was the best in the world at. And after I got injured, I thought one thing. I thought, what am I going to do now? And the first vision that popped into my head was an orange jumpsuit, that I was going to prison. I did, because the best thing that I do is illegal in the civilian world. You can get a lot of money out there and you can get a pat on the butt out there, but in the real world, you don't. You go to jail. So to avoid jail, the very next thought in my mind was, I've got to find a platform. I've got to find something like this where I can express myself the same way I do on the football field, because you can be the best in the world at that, like physically letting yourself out. Can I do it again? Can I be taught to do it from a platform, from a stage? That way I can avoid jail, which is good for me, and actually make an impact and make a living and build a company. And that's what I did. I moved to New York City, and I went to everybody that I knew in New York City, and I go, I started this plan when I was 9. Now I'm 29, right? And now I'm saying, I want to be the best stage performer of my time. And I went to every student in my class and I said, who is that? Who's the best stage performer of our time? And this was 1990. And all these kids said Al Pacino was the best. And I said, cool, where's he? And they said, he's Al Pacino. You can't talk to him. And I said, I'm going to talk to him, because if he's the best, that's where I'm going. Because he's the only one who can tell me how to be the best at this. And he did. I met with Al Pacino for 3 hours at his house. And he broke down my next 15 years. And I said to him, I said, Al, I'd like to have your mantle. Everyone in my class tells me you're the best stage performer of your time. I'd like to be that of my time. And he's like, I can tell you what to do, but that's 15 years. And I said, that's good, because I work good in those kind of timelines. And he broke down my next 15 years. Basically, he broke it down on a piece of paper, and I just recreated another 20-year plan, with one thing being the same: the best. The best safety in the world, the best stage performer in the world. Not second, not third, one. I don't know why. That's why I'm obsessed with this. So I did it. I did it. In 15 years, basically to the day that Al Pacino sat down with me, 15 years later, I am backstage in a Broadway house in New York City, about to run out to a play that I wrote, and I'm the only guy in. And I've never been so nervous. I'd rather run into the wedge than these critics in New York. And I ran out. And as I ran out, I was doing the show. I was doing the play, just like I'm talking to you today. I'm talking to the audience, because that's the other character, is the audience. And I make eye contact with a guy in row 5, and he's sitting right there on the aisle. And it was Al Pacino. Now, I hadn't seen him in 15 years other than movies and stuff, but I never talked to him. And he was sitting right there. And this is all he did. I'm making eye contact with Al Pacino going like this. I'm trying to remember my lines, and I'm going, shit, that's Al Pacino. And then I'm thinking about like The Godfather, I'm running through all his movies. And I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and he's got his arms crossed like this as he's watching me on stage like this. And he's got his lips pursed like this. And this is all he did. Best review I ever got, right? Best review. I just did everything that he told me to do. I am haunted by this idea of being the best because I think it is natural for us to be the best. Does anyone got a problem with that? Because sometimes I talk to audiences and somebody will go, well, no, I'm not supposed to be the best. And I will just argue it this way. I'm not going to argue with you about you being the best, but you can take that up with Mother Nature. And Mother Nature, as far as I'm concerned, is undefeated. No one's beat her yet, okay? So I'm on her team. And she says, I'm the best. And she says, you're the best. And she says, you're the best. Because the first race you ever entered was on the day of your conception. And on that day, who remembers that day? You remember it? Some people do. Some people go, yeah, I remember that day. And then some people are like, I don't even want to think about that day. But let me just remind those of us who can't remember what happened on that day. 300 million sperm were delivered on that day. 300 million, you being one of them, okay? All of those 300 with 1 million years of design and instinct to do one thing, what? Get to that egg and fertilize the egg. Now, do you think that's a casual swim for them? Imagine that swim. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna do the backstroke. I hope I find an egg. Hope I get lucky. Oh, 300 million to 1 odds. I bet that was violent and dangerous, and we were swimming our asses off. And I know I was throwing elbows at my brothers and sisters, and I don't even know sperm have elbows. So, you tell me, who won the first race you ever entered? 300 million to 1 odds, you. So the rest of your life, once you're born, you're gonna start trying to prove that you're not the best. Take it up with Mother Nature. We are the best. It is our responsibility and it's who we are, okay? There is one thing on this journey that I've been taking attempting to try to be the best. And I'm just using myself as a guinea pig. And I use my kids as guinea pigs. They're great guinea pigs. Kids, go, no, your job is to be the best in the world at whatever you want, whatever you're choosing. That's it. And that's our whole commitment is to that. My whole family's like that. The people that work with me, that's what they do, right? So that's how it goes. And so I'm gonna teach you right now 3 critical things that you've got to have to be the best, okay? Everybody got it? Here we go. Story, number 1, you gotta know your story. And that story has got to be personal, not distance from you. It's not a story like, well, my cousin had this happen to them. It's not like that. It is the more personal your story, the more effect you have. The more personal your story, the more universality that you have. Now, I'll give you a quick example. My dad, remember I told you? I'll give you a quick example of personal equals universal. My dad was a rancher, right? So he roped cattle when I was a little kid. I watched him do it. And one day I was watching my dad rope cattle, and he came up on this steer, and it's a 1,000-pound steer. And he ropes the steer, and steers don't like it when they're roped, so they run the opposite direction. The cowboy, my dad in this case, jumps off the horse and has to hold that steer down, meaning hold that rope in his hand, and it just slides through the cowboy's hand so fast as 1,000-pound steers run the other way. Well, my dad's hands, that day, I saw his hands, smoke come off his hands as the rope slid through. Now, when we would go swimming, me and my brothers and sisters in the summer, my dad would get in the pool with us with blue jeans on. And he would pick us up by our bare bellies and throw us across the pool. Every time he picked us up, we would scream, ah, Dad, put me down with those hands. Because his hands were nothing but scar tissue. So that takes me 40 seconds to tell you that story about my dad's hands. Personal equals universal. When I speak of my dad's hands, you don't think of my dad's hands. You think of your dad's hands. The more personal your story, the more effect you have here. Number 1, you gotta know your story. You gotta be personal. Number 2, most critical step is physicality. Do you guys know that we're predators? You know that human beings are predators? You would never know that this day if you watch the media, right? Because they only assign that moniker to the worst of our society, don't they? We're predators. We are the most dangerous, lethal predators on the planet. Right? Okay. Great white sharks, killer whales, cheetahs, lions, leopards, falcons. We're more dangerous, more lethal. Stop apologizing for it. Well, our whole world has been apologizing for being a predator. So we're walking around like this. Physicality in your storytelling. Physicality to be the best. We're walking around apologetically like this. This is how our world works. Covering every powerful thing we got on us, we're trying to cover. Our heart, here, covering everything. Apologizing. Predators never do that. I was trained by the greatest movement coach in the world, a guy named Jean-Louis Rodrigue. You guys know Jean-Louis? Yeah. He works with the biggest movie stars in the world because their lifeblood is based on their physicality, not what they say. Physicality. Predator movement. There's a tribe in Africa called the Nuba tribe. The Nuba tribe is known to never be eaten by the predator cats that they live among. Yet all the other tribes are being eaten and attacked by predator cats, but not the Nuba tribe. Why? So Jean-Louis my teacher goes and lives with the Nuba tribe. And he takes videos and he takes pictures of how the Nuba tribe move. And they move exactly like I move. They are the predator. They don't apologize for it. So imagine all these cats are all around them, and the Nuba tribe moves through the jungle like this. And the cats are sitting there, just like our predators, just like our criminals in this society where we live. They're sitting there waiting for an easy meal. And the Nuba tribe will not give it to them because they're unapologetic. This is the men and this is the women, and this is how they move, like we're supposed to move. This is how we move. Nobody will mess with you. Nobody. At the end of Jean-Louis with the tribe, he goes to the chief and he goes, "Chief, you've got to be kidding me. You're telling me nobody from the Nuba tribe's ever been eaten by these predators, cats?" And he goes, "No, that's not true. We had some men eaten." And Jean-Louis said, "Why? When?" And the chief said, "When the men get drunk, they get eaten." So imagine these guys, these tribesmen moving through the jungle. Bam, cats all around, waiting. Don't touch them. They go down to the local, drop their guard. It's that subtle. Bam, dead. Dead. No different than our society. Your story, your quest to be the best has got to be physical. In a world that has reduced itself to like communicating like so tiny that our bodies just can't do it. We can't fit into it. And that's the reason we're so messed up. We start crossing boundaries. We start doing goofy stuff with our bodies because it's not expressive. We don't let this sucker out to hunt. Never trust a speaker who's not sweating their ass off. Yeah. Which gets me to my next point. This is the thing. Number one, more personal, the more universal, the more impact you have. Number two, physicality. People believe 50% of what comes out of your mouth. 50%. So as I'm talking up here, you're going, "Oh, I believe that. Oh, I don't believe that. Oh, Bo, I believe that. Oh, Bo, I don't believe that." 50%, one way or the other. But you believe my body 100% of the time because the body can't lie. Body cannot lie. This is why politicians stand behind podiums. It is. That's why they're invented. Because that body is betraying the shit out of them back there. It is. That's just how it goes. Never standing behind a podium. Because people don't trust that. They see your body being hidden, they don't trust it. Your body is so believable. You trust it like this fast. Everybody understand this? We are predators. We are the smartest, we are the most lethal, and we're also the most noble. Don't apologize for it. It's who we are. Don't let the media convince you that, "Oh, predator's a bad guy, a bad thing." It is not. It's the most noble thing on the planet. And those guys, those media guys, and those clowns are going against Mother Nature. I'm going with her. Guess why? She's undefeated. I hate losing. I don't like losing. So I saddle up with the best, which is Mother Nature. And I go with her. And what does she tell me? For one, I'm the best. Number two, I am a predator, and I move and don't apologize for it. So that people, and this is the only promise that I make for the people that I work with. I make one promise, and that's it. You do what I say, or better yet, you just implement exactly what I do. You do what I do. And here's the promise. People will not have the ability to look away from you. And we can do this all day. I'm telling you, listen, think about this. What if I put a lion right there? A lioness. The one that hunts for the pride. What if I put her right there? What are you going to do as an audience? You tell me exactly what you do. I put a lion right here, and she just sits there. What do? You don't do anything. You don't breathe unless she breathes. You don't think about going potty. You're not like, oh, I wonder if I should call my spouse and check in. No. You have to be a predator on stage. All of you have a quest. All of you have a quest. Who do you think is going to help you build that thing? Everyone else. You're not going to build it alone. Everyone else is going to help you build that thing. How are they going to build it for you? They got to have a predator in front of them. Because if somebody's apologetic up here, and I'm up here saying, hey, I'm Bo, and I'm real strong. I'm a powerful guy. But that's what we do in front of people. We just sit up there and we just go, I'm not as powerful as you might think. I don't want to scare anybody, so I'm just going to be half the man or half the woman that I'm meant to be. So I'll just try to fit in at Starbucks like this. But when a predator walks into Starbucks, what happens at Starbucks? When I walk into Starbucks, it goes like this. I walk in, the door opens, no one's seen me. This is what the line does. And they can't see me, the line's like this. This is what they do. Oh, hey, you want to go? They feel it. Your audience feels it. This is a learned thing. I was an athlete. I didn't know this. I didn't know this could be taught. This is a learned thing, who you are. Remembering who you are at the most basic level. You can't take your eyes off of it, no different than the lioness right here. Because there is danger in the room. But you don't feel scared, do you? Anybody feel scared? No. Why don't you feel scared? Yeah, you feel safe. You feel safe. Predators provide safety. They're dangerous, just like our Navy SEALs, just like our firefighters. They're dangerous dudes, but they provide safety. You understand? That's what it's about. So the next time you see, and just think about your own life. Think about and I'll finish up here in just about 5 minutes. Think about the occupations right now that you can't look away from. You can't dismiss them. What are those occupations? Think about that for a second. What are they? What can you never take your eyes off of? Dancer. At the highest level, Mikhail Baryshnikov? You cannot, I did my show at his theater, and this dude and I would get in the elevator to go up to my dressing room, and he would be going up to his dance studio in New York. And, I thought he was a big old dude, seeing him perform. He's like that big. Mikhail Baryshnikov, the greatest ballet dancer, changed the sport forever, changed the art form forever. He's this big, and he's much older than you think. You can't look away from this dude because of all those years of training. You look down at his feet, they're mangled, his feet. He has paid the price. He is a master. You can never look away from a predator like that. Nobody can knock him off. If you saw a Green Beret charging a beachhead with oncoming fire, could you look away from that? Could you go, No, you can't. If you see a firefighter charging into a burning building, a building that you're running out of and they're running into, can you look away from them? Can you go, like you do everybody else? It's impossible to be dismissed if it's life and death. If it's life and death. To me on stage, it'd be life and death. For you to build your quest, that's life and death. Because what happens to you if that quest never happens? What happens to your family? It's life and death to somebody. Everybody understand? The urgency's got to be there, okay? We are predators. This is how we're made. It's so much easier to be this. It's so much easier to be the best than it is to be mediocre. Mediocre, you got to invent a whole kind of language and excuses and point people out. That's our world, man. They just sit over there and point people out. Well, he's lucky, she's good looking. Just be the best. It's easy. Just do it, and there's no competition either. But you got it? Number one, the more personal, the more universal. Number two, physicality, predatory instincts, muscularity to the story. When I tell a story, am I physical or am I just like this? I'm going to tell you a story about me going to UC Davis. How long could you listen to that for? You're polite, so you'd listen for a few minutes because you're polite people. I can't stand when I see that. I just want to commit Harry Carey or something. I want to get rid of myself because of them, because they're not pros. See? The third most critical step that you've got to take to be the best storyteller, generosity. Generosity. Now, I'm not talking about generosity like, hey, I'm really generous, Bo, or hey, Bo, I'm a big tipper. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the art of giving all of oneself all of the time. Anyone remember a guy named Jerry Rice? Who remembers Jerry Rice? For those of you who don't remember Jerry Rice, he's known as the greatest football player ever to play the game, ever. He is so far out in front of the guy in second place, you can't even compare him. He's got 60 more touchdowns than the guy in second place. Do you know how long it takes to score 60 touchdowns in the NFL? If you could stay healthy long enough, you can't do it. I used to play against this dude. It is a nightmare to play against the best player to ever don a uniform. But at the end of my career, I got traded to the San Francisco 49ers. So me and Jerry Rice are on the same team. The greatest player to ever play the game, 100 years. We're on the same team. I said, shit, that's good. I want to see what he does. So we get to training camp. First day of training camp, Rockland, California, 110 degrees outside. I made this little deal with myself when I was like 8. And the deal was this. Wherever practice I had for the rest of my life, whether it was a rehearsal or a tennis practice or football or basketball, whatever it was, I was going to be the first person on that court or on that field. And I was also going to be the last person to leave that field. That was just a contract. I didn't even tell anybody about it, but that was it. And that held true for 20 years. And then I got traded to San Francisco. And I walk out 2 hours before anybody's out there, and I look out at the green field, and I'm like, this is my new home. First one out, 20 years straight. And I look right over here, and guess who's standing right there? The greatest player in the history of a game. I'm like, how could that be? Why aren't the lesser players out here? Why is the best out here, yet the rookies are sleeping? So Jerry and Rice and I stood out there for 2 hours getting ready. The rest of the team comes out, and this is a great team. Joe Montana, Roger Craig, Randy Cross, Ronnie Lott, a lot of Hall of Fame players. So they all come out, right? And we start warming up. And this is the warm-up. Joe Montana and Steve Young are our quarterbacks. Joe Montana gets right here. They snap the ball to Joe. This is warm-ups, mind you. And Joe's going to throw these nice little patterns to the wide receivers who are right over here. Jerry Rice is a wide receiver. The first wide receiver does this. Joe snaps the ball. First receiver does this. Comes off the line, half speed, all cool. Breaks off a little slant route. Joe throws the ball. The receiver catches the ball and stops. Walks the ball back to Joe Montana, gives Joe the ball, back in line. Second receiver comes up. This is what he does. All cool, all pro glide, breaks off a little slant route. Joe throws the ball. Receiver catches the ball, stops. Walks the ball back to Joe Montana, hands Joe the ball, back in line. And then Jerry Rice came up. And I said, oh shit, okay. Let's see what he does. This is what Jerry Rice did. Boom! Full speed. Bam! Breaks off a slant. Bam! Catches the ball. Boom! Gone. 100 yards. Boom! Gone. All of us are like, where the hell's he going? All the way 100 yards, gets his body into the end zone, turns around, full speed, all the way back to Joe Montana, right back in line. Yeah, next guy comes up. Gonna run a little out route, right? Next receiver, this is what he does. All cool. Breaks off a little out route, catches the ball, stops. Walks the ball back to Joe Montana, gives Joe the ball, and then Jerry Rice came up again. And this is what he did. Boom! Full speed. Bam! Breaks it off. Boom! Catches the ball. Bam! He is gone. Over and over and over and over again. 3 hours went by. He must have run 10 miles of dead-ass sprints, putting his body all the way in the end zone, flipping it around all the way back. I never seen anything like this. I played this game 20 years. So I went up to Jerry Rice after practice. And I said, hey, man. I said, Jerry, what's the deal with you, man? I mean, why do you do all that? You know, running. Why do you do that? And he goes, oh, that's very simple, Bo. I do that because every time these hands touch a ball, this body ends up in an end zone. There are no accidents. That guy is so willing to give of himself that I said, look, generosity is a dial that you and me get to turn. Generosity is up to us. All those other receivers, they could have turned it up like he did, but they said no. And you know what's funny about that? I can't remember their names. I know my teammates, I can't remember their names. Jerry Rice lives inside my marriage. He lives inside the way I parent. What? What'd I say? What'd I say? Check this out. I got asked, I'll close with this. I got asked to marry these two young people, right? And beautiful young people in Santa Barbara. And they came into me and go, Bo, will you be the preacher man in our wedding? I'm like, I'm not a preacher man. And they said, yeah, we think you are. And I said, okay. So I went on the internet, and apparently I am, because 8 minutes later, I was a preacher man. And so the first wedding that I ever officiated was this beautiful couple in this beautiful church in Santa Barbara. And I never used notes or PowerPoints or anything. But I wanted to be official, right? So I bought this book with leather bound, but there was nothing written in this book. But I wanted to pretend like I was reading something, deep. And so I get in front of the congregation. The first words out of my mouth of the first wedding that I ever officiated was this. When I think of marriage, the first person I think of is Jerry Rice. Every dude in the audience was like high-fiving each other. They're like, yeah, man, this is my kind of wedding. But that's this guy's a football player, right? He's a football player, but he's impacted how much I'm willing to give of myself every day, every department of my life, whether it's parenting or marriage or speaking or leading. You turn that dial all the way up, and then you see who you end up being. Everybody got it? The first critical step is you've got to know that story, and it's got to be here. It can't be like distant from you. It's got to be personal. Second, you got to physicalize that story. You got to turn into the predator. And if anybody stands in the way of that story, of your quest, then they have to be eliminated. I mean, they do, because, there's a lot of people standing in the way. Got to be eliminated. That's not that hard. They're going to step aside anyway because you're a predator. Watch when you go to the bathroom right now. Watch how you walk. You're like... Man, watch. You watch how you eat. We're going to eat lunch right now, right? Watch how you eat lunch. You won't even use the utensils. You're like, That's what I want you to be with your quest.
Oh my gosh, the guy is such a performer. Like that, like for me, that's the funniest thing. I've literally been sitting here and having to wipe away tears. And Bo, teach me how to do the slow-mo, really fast run. Like his facial expressions, I was sucked in, sitting there going, tell me more stories, tell me more stories. It's unbelievable.
And it's amazing, his gift of storytelling.
Yeah.
And imagine that guy played for the NFL.
It's just, it
Unreal.
doesn't,
and then Broadway, and then the
Yeah.
stage. But let me tell you what Bo was talking about. Bo said, no matter what you're doing in life, seek to be the best. Now, you heard Emily Fletcher speak, and next you're going to hear me and Michael Beckwith. And the three of these ideas from Emily, Michael Beckwith, me, in chapter 10 of my book, I put out this idea that our purpose, our quest, doesn't come from us. It comes from us being the chosen one. Us being that person blessed by the universe to bring forth into humanity that which will push the human race forward. Could be an invention, could be a book, could be a business. But whatever it is, if you're chosen to take on that quest and bring this forth, you want to be the best. My theory is when we go into our quest seeking to be the best we can be, the universe has our back and the possibilities start unfolding. And that's why I was so excited to have Bo on stage, because when you're pursuing your quest, it's incredibly important that you're willing to give it all you can and to seek to be the best. When you seek to be the best, magic happens and things start unfolding for you in ways you never thought possible. So now, let's get on with a couple of comments on that you guys have said. Well, Chanchal Patak, wow, amazing Mindvalley. I'm so blessed that I found your link for this live session. Thank you, Chanchal. Love that, and love your name. Next up, Juan Manuel Gonzalez Galindo. Agree, the three most, this was a reference to the exercise I suggested to William, who commented that he wanted a way to reignite his passion. Juan Manuel Gonzalez Galindo said, agree, the three most important questions opens and blows up your mind, William, to discover or confirm your purpose, contribution, experience, fulfillment for your life. So again, if you're looking for a way to bring fuel to your passion, Google three most important questions.
Or even find your passion. I mean,
or find your passion.
Know?
Absolutely. So next up, you're going to hear from me. And what I'm going to do in this particular section, we're on to the final 2.5 hours of A-Fest. I'm actually going to take all of the other speakers and unite their information into one specific speech. Now, if you like what you hear here and you want to get more, I encourage you to enroll in Mindvalley Academy's Becoming Limitless program. It's a program I teach. It's an 8-hour course on getting you to not just find your purpose, but to then unlock the superpowers to help you manifest that purpose and make an impact, a massive impact in the world. You can enroll in that program at a special discount at this link, afest.com, afest.com/limitless, and it's available now. And when you enroll now, you also get some exciting bonuses. All of it is on that link.
And of course, anyone out there who are already students of this, do write in and tell everyone about your experience with Becoming
great
Limitless.
idea.
Yeah.
If you've taken Becoming Limitless before, leave a comment, share your experiences with everyone else here watching.
Awesome.
And
Now it's your turn.
Let's go on to the next speech. And I won't introduce the speaker because it's basically me.
Vishen Lakhiani.
But what I do best is aggregate information. And this is what you're going to hear next. I'm going to take key ideas from all of the speakers and put them together so you have something powerful that you can take away with you. Let's get started.
Awesome.
So in my book, I talk about how we evolve through different levels of awareness. Levels of awareness in terms of our relationship with the world. At level 1, you are a victim of the world around you. At level 2, the awakening, you understand that you can choose the world. You understand that through methodologies such as goal setting, intention, creating a business, pursuing a goal, you get to in some way create your world. But as you grow and mature, you move up to level 3, which is what I call recoding yourself. Level 3 is about going within. It's about discovering that, yes, there's a world outside that you can manipulate, but there's also a world inside that is as deep and powerful, and you start exploring this inner world. Now, as you continue evolving, you go to level 4. Level 4 is about understanding that you have a quest and that you can change the world. Now, the thing is, at each level, you react to the world and you shape the world in different ways. Most of you here, I would say, are at level 2, level 3, maybe level 4. What I'm going to do here is basically share with you a really interesting paradigm on how to rapidly ascend the levels and how the tools of personal growth that you use in your life are going to be different depending on the level you use. Now, one really interesting thing about this model, which is actually inspired by Michael Beckwith's work, is that when you can see these levels and you can understand how different tools apply at different levels, you can speed up your acceleration in these levels, but you can also help other people speed up their evolution within these levels. So I've really found this idea, sparked by Michael Beckwith, to be one of the most profound ideas I've discovered in personal growth. Now let's get started with level 1. Now, I doubt there's anybody here at level 1, right? But every now and then, we do have people at AFES who bring a friend or a partner, an ally, and that person may be at level 1. And AFES is an awakening for them. But level 1 is basically where you feel you are a victim of the world. This is pretty much 80% of human society. They're in a dead-end job, they're in an awful relationship, they are aging faster than they should, they have more negative thoughts in their mind than positive thoughts. You see level 1 consciousness emerge when you look, for example, at the conversations around the current election with so much anger and hate. At level 1, you fail to recognize that life can happen to you or life can happen from you. You are stuck in the life is happening to me paradigm. Now, the tool for level 1, if you know anybody at level 1, this is a really, really, really effective tool that you can teach them casually that can help them emerge out of level 1. And this tool actually is a really interesting idea called segment intending. It comes from Esther Hicks. Any Esther Hicks fans here? I'd love to get Hicks at AFES, but she doesn't actually speak very much at other people's events. But her work is very, very, very profound and has had a big impact on me. So segment intending works like this. You teach them, now this could be your child, this could be a friend, you teach them a simple exercise that when they wake up in the morning, they think about their day unfolding as a series of different events. Commuting to work, early morning meeting with the boss, and mid-afternoon scrum, lunch, working on a particular project or answering emails. And for each segment, as they imagine their day going forward, they ask themselves a simple question. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice as if I was traveling to work in my commute, there was no traffic, and the best songs came on the radio? Wouldn't it be nice if at my afternoon scrum, people were receptive to my ideas and I said something that totally impressed the boss? Wouldn't it be nice if my lunch meeting with Sarah, we had amazing service, the food was great, and we bonded and connected deeply as friends? Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? All the way till your evening. And a beautiful thing about this is it opens you up to possibility. It opens you up to positive things happening. When you go to that restaurant, even if you're a negative person, because you have declared what you wanted to happen, if something does go wrong, let's say the waiter messes up your order, you're less likely to remember that and more likely to focus and remember the fact that your declaration came true. You forged and improved your friendship with the friend sitting across the table with you. So it gets your mind to refocus on the positive aspects of life, and the continual practice of segment intending, which is such a powerful tool, opens you up to level 2 awareness. Level 2 is where you start to wake up to the fact that it's not just about you expecting your commute to go well or your lunch meetings to go well. You can do even bigger things. You can decide the trajectory of your career. You can set bold goals beyond anything you ever imagined. And level 2 is where almost all of you guys are at or have gone beyond. Level 2 is where people who embrace personal growth, many of them live their lives. But there is a problem with level 2, and it affects most of us in personal growth. And the problem is modern goal setting messes us up. And it messes us up because of this concept called rules. A rule is a bullshit rule that society creates to help us keep safe, right? Because think about it. Human society is so complex. From the time we're kids to growing up, we got to learn all of these different things, male-female dynamics. We got to understand college. We got to understand job prospects. We got to understand our bodies. We got to understand our culture. We got to understand God. We got to understand religion. So rather than try to discover everything anew, we follow the patterns that past generations teach us. The problem is these patterns often don't evolve. And because most human beings do not question, they end up stuck in patterns that have long past hit their expiration date. The way most people practice spirituality, the way most people practice health, the way most people think about their education or their jobs are all based on the bullshit rules that society drilled into them. And so while level 2 is good, you got to be able to understand that we are constantly surrounded by rules. Now, there is a very, very, very important idea that one of our speakers here spoke about, sovereignty. And it's from Jeffrey Allen. I love this word, sovereignty, that Jeffrey coined. Sovereignty means, Jeffrey calls this one of the key pillars of being spiritually fit. Sovereignty means you are sovereign over your own mind. You respect your parents, but their ideas will not infect you if you believe it's a brew. You respect your religion, but you understand that you can choose what aspects of your religion you want. You do not have to be absolutely Christian or absolutely Muslim, because in all of those religions, there's a lot of absolute garbage. You understand that the education system is just one way of being successful in life. In fact, you understand that success isn't predefined. It isn't the amount of money you have or your titles. There are multiple different ways to be success. You are sovereign to your own self. Now, a very, very, very powerful level 2 tool is Janet Atwood's passion test. Because think about what the passion test does. It doesn't say, write down the things your school and your parents say you must do. It says, what makes you passionate? That's one of the quickest things you can ask yourself, to go within and identify, what is it that would truly, truly, truly make you happy? So the passion test is an amazing tool that you would apply in level 2 to help people go beyond level 2 and onto higher levels. Now, another really important tool is the 3 most important questions. Because the 3 most important questions, which is a core Mindvalley methodology, all you guys have heard about it, you've read about it in my book, you've watched it on YouTube. The 3 most important questions teaches you to forget the means goals and go straight for the end goals. And those end goals always fall in 3 buckets: experiences, growth, contribution. And you can expand those buckets into these 12 categories. So, 3 most important questions. Now, if you have a friend who is at level 2 consciousness, that means they are setting goals, but you think they could be falling in the trap of the culturescape, which means they are setting goals not for what is really going to make them happy, but goals that they think might make them happy. Mindvalley produced a free course called Extraordinary by Design. It's completely free. We have designed it for schools, for corporations. It is actually a ridiculously good course, documentary-style filming, and anybody can sign up for this and go through this training on their app. And it takes you through the exercise to get you to bypass the means goals, go straight for the end goals, and preserve your sovereignty. So if you're a teacher or you run a company, we do this exercise, by the way, with everybody in Mindvalley. Everybody in Mindvalley does the 3 most important questions, and everybody has their answers on a giant freaking vision board in our office so we can all see each other's answers. We wanted to make this free for the world, so it's yours to distribute, translate, get out to your societies. Now that itself is interesting, but there is a missing piece. And that missing piece is basically going within. So at level 2, you understand that you can shape the world around you, but you may not yet have woken up to the fact that you are a dualistic being, that yes, you have a physical body, but there's also a consciousness, a soul aspect of you. And that soul is just as complex as the physical world. And there are multiple ways you can grow, improve, embrace, work with that soul. And that's when people start going into level 3, which is the world within. Now, level 3 tools go beyond level 2 tools. Level 2 tools are what you might learn in corporations, goal setting. But when you get to level 3, that's when you start working with tools such as, say, creative visualization, which actually says that we, to some degree, can shift our reality. So I want to share with you a little story of creative visualization and how I went from level 2 to level 3. Because I was really lucky to have a dad. Dad, where are you? Somewhere in the audience. Oh, there's my dad. I was really lucky to have a dad who was into personal growth. So when I was 14 years old, I remember he had this giant bookshelf, and my dad was very, very, very picky about his books. On the bookshelf was a note that says, if you remove any book from this shelf and do not return it, I will be rebarbative, riled, and then like 7 other different synonyms for angry, all starting with R, because he wanted to show off how much he read. But I found a book on that shelf, and that book was The Silva Method. And that book was about creative visualization, going within, meditation. That was my first exposure to this world. And I decided, whoa, you mean I can set big goals and I can actually in some way influence the reality to make these goals happen? So I thought I'd do a test. Now, if you saw me when I was 14, 15, and 16 years old, you would probably laugh. Actually, you wouldn't laugh because that would be cruel. I was small-sized, I was really skinny, I had pimples all over my face, I was very insecure, and I wore glasses that were like this big because I was pretty much legally blind. I had minus 700 myopia. So my glasses were so big, they went all the way down to my mouth. You could clean it by licking the lens with your tongue. So I wore these glasses, and my dad put me in martial arts class, Taekwondo, so I could toughen up, right? So I went to this Taekwondo class, and I loved it. It gave me some confidence, made me feel a little bit tough. But there was this big event coming up. It was the US Open, 1993, in Colorado Springs at the US Olympic Training Center. And my school, or in martial arts they call it your dojo, my school was going to select a group of people to go to this competition and represent Malaysia at the US Open. Now, to get there, you had to go through a series of hurdles, right? You had to go for the trials, then you had to, if you qualified for the trials, you go for the competition, you win a gold in the competition, boom, you make the team. So, for 2 years, I would visualize this. I knew I wanted to be an international martial artist. I wanted to represent my country. For 2 years, I would meditate, and I would see myself, boom, there, in the United States. I'd never set foot in the US before. I'd see myself in the United States, in that ring, as a martial artist, wearing my uniform, with my black belt, completely proud, totally in predator mode, waiting to win some award. And I would see this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Then one day, the trial came up. So I marched into the trial, and what you had to do was, there were 3 men holding 3 pieces of wood, boom, 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 3 pieces of wood around you. And you had to give 3 kicks, and you had to break each piece of wood. Each was about 2 inches thick, with 3 kicks, right? So I knew this was it. I knew I had frickin' bend reality to make this happen. So I got there, and I did my 3 kicks. But it didn't go like boom, boom, boom. It went like bing, boom, boom. Nothing broke. And I was shocked. And then the instructor yelled out, next, and that was it. That was it. I wasn't getting in a competition. I had to sit down. And I couldn't understand what the fuck happened. Why was the universe doing this to me? And I tried to justify it, maybe it wasn't meant to be, maybe it'll happen in the future. So I went to the final competition anyway to support my friend Daniel, who had qualified. So Daniel had gone to the final competition, and there are all these different events. You got to spar with people, which is basically fighting with someone else. Then you got to break the wood. Now Daniel was sparring, and something happened to his leg. So he said, Vishen, I've already qualified through the sparring. Daniel had already won a medal, so he was going to get in the team. He didn't want to exacerbate his leg problem, so he said, Vishen, since you're here, just put on your uniform, go and take part in the wood breaking event. Just don't embarrass the team, but it's better to have someone like you than nobody at all. So just go, don't mess it up, just be cool, nothing to worry about. So I go for the wood breaking competition. I'm not even supposed to be there. I never even qualified. So I stood there, and again, I faced the 3 pieces of wood. And then I went, boom, boom, boom. And I didn't know what to expect. Then I looked at the clock, and I had done it in 52 seconds. And they showed that I was the fastest breaker, and I'd broken all 3 pieces of wood. 52 seconds, and I won the gold. And I wasn't even supposed to be there. And that's when I started to realize, wow, sometimes the universe will bring you stuff that you want in the most unexpected of ways. But that wasn't the lesson. I then show up at the US Olympics. I mean, I'm in America. I remember I saw snow for the first time. I saw America for the first time. I fell in love with the country. So I'm at the Colorado Springs Olympic Training Center, and they call up my name, and I'm facing the Dutch national champion, Glenn Ryback. I still remember that motherfucker's name, Glenn Ryback, because he was a scary mofo. And so I'm there facing Glenn Ryback, and then the referee comes out and he goes, no, you can't do that. I'm like, what can I do? He says, you got to take off your glasses. And I'm like, no. In Malaysia, we fight with our glasses on. These are sports glasses. They're made of plastic. They do not shatter. So you're wearing a helmet, right? So your glasses are kind of protected unless they kick you straight in the face. But in Malaysia, that's allowed. And the referee goes, no, kid, no. This is America. Anything breaks, enters your eye. You're going to sue us for like $1 bajillion. Take off your glasses. So I had to take off my glasses. Problem is, this was 1993. Contact lenses weren't as popular then. I couldn't see. I was legally blind, remember? So I go into a ring facing this giant, and you know how tall Dutch people are, right? Facing this like Dutch guy who is like a giraffe. All I see is a giant shadowy figure like going all the way up there, and I can't see shit. So I'm facing him, and in 30 seconds, I get kicked to the face and I'm on the ground. So I get up, and I'm trying to look for him, because again, I have no idea where the guy is. And before the clock hit 36 seconds, again I get kicked. I was the fastest knockout in the US Open 1993. I remember my instructor threw in the towel, and I was on a bus. I actually ended up in hospital. I was there in a hospital bed next to Paris Armani, the US Olympian. He at least made me feel better because he was this massive guy who was also in hospital bed with me. And then I got on the bus, leaving the event, and I remember at the back seat of the bus, I remember the people in front of me going, oh my God, did you see that poor, like, brown kid who got knocked out 35 seconds? I hope he's alive. And so I realized something. You can bend reality. You can make these things happen. I got exactly what I wanted, though. I saw myself in the ring. I got that. I was in the ring for 36 seconds. I just wish I'd seen myself actually walk off the ring rather than being carried off with like blood and drool dripping down my face. But that was my first lesson, that you can actually, to some degree, bend reality, and that is creative visualization. So creative visualization, for those of you who are new to it, looks something like this. Now, you do it, you can do it as an individual session when you have an urgent need. Maybe you want to get rid of a back pain, maybe you sprained your foot, maybe you have a health problem you want to help improve, or you can do it as part of Mindvalley's 6-phase meditation. If you're familiar with the 6-phase, phase 4 is actually creative visualization. Now, how you do it is you go into a relaxed state of mind, and this is the classic model that many methodologies from Shakti Gawain's book, Creative Visualization, to the Silva method, roughly talk about. Okay, first you see and feel the pain. Now the reason you see and feel the pain is because one of the key ingredients for this to work is you must have desire. So in my case, I would see and feel the pain of me being a scrawny kid, not being recognized, being cut from sports teams. I wanted to do something good to show that I was tough. You see and feel the pain. Next, you stop seeing and feeling the pain, and you now see and feel the solution. Now, it's important. You see and feel. It's not just about seeing the pain, it's about feeling the pain. It's not about seeing the solution, it's about feeling the solution. And then when you're done, and this whole process could take 5 minutes, but typically you're spending more time on the solution than the pain, right? Maybe 1 minute pain, 4 minute solution. When it's done, you open your eyes and you go forth in the world with positive energy, or what Jose Silva calls positive expectancy. You must assume that what you are visualizing is going to come to you. Because if you don't, you're in a perpetual state of anxiety and worry. And every time you're in anxiety and worry, you push that away from you. And trust that it might come to you in the most unexpected manner. So don't try to force the universe to give it to you in a special way. Rather, see the end goal. And when you wake up and you go forth in the world, be a predator. As Bo Eason says, walk with expectancy. Know that you're going to complete that hunt, that you're going to kill that freaking gazelle. You're going to devour it. It is destined for you. You are a predator, and that goal is your prey. So as you go through the day, a lot of people think creative visualization stops at what you do in meditation. No, as you go through the day, there are a number of things which are important. And if you don't do this, whatever you are visualizing in meditation, useless. First is the expectancy effect. You must feel the solution is coming to you. Feel as if the check is in the mail. Imagine you have a friend who borrowed money from you. He borrowed like 10 grand, and he's supposed to pay you back at the end of the week. Now, 2 months have passed, and he hasn't paid you back yet. You're frustrated. You're really, really, really upset with him. And then one day, he emails you, and he says, look, man, I'm so sorry. I was a total jerk. I have mailed you the check. Here is a copy of the check. Here's a copy of the FedEx receipt. Here's the tracking number. It's going to be in the mail. Now, are you still going to be frustrated with him? No. Probably that frustration is going to completely disappear. Have you got the money? No. But you know the check is in the mail. And that is a really, really, really important metaphor to understand the expectancy effect. You must know it's going to come to you. Now, the second thing is avoid worry. Don't worry about it. If you feel, you start asking yourself, am I going to get this goal? You go back and do your creative visualization again. Now, you can repeat this as many times as you want for a boost of faith. And when you repeat it, you take into account any beneficial changes that have occurred. So when you repeat it, if it's a healing, you might see yourself, not the pain you had initially, but the pain you have now, which might be far lessened. So that is what you do. Now, there's a very important lesson I want to share here. And this lesson comes from another really brilliant person who took the stage today, Mia. So I was taking a walk with Mia before the last conference we did together. And Mia shared a really, really, really interesting story with me. She said that she was once in a sweat lodge, and it was an incredible event. She was in the sweat lodge. All of these downloads were coming to her. And in that sweat lodge, she asked her guides or the universe, why is it that, even as you are going forth in life, sometimes life is so painful. Sometimes like the universe just comes and boom, hits you down. How do you know what you should be doing when failure and pain often come to you anyway? How do you know what you should be doing? And how do you know you're on the right track? And the download she said she got was this simple comment. Whatever you're doing, Mia, always do what makes you feel most alive and connected. Most alive and connected. And this is a really important key here. After your creative visualization, live life in a state of being alive and connected. You'll notice we build that state into the DNA of AFES. Do you guys get how alive you guys feel over here? How connected you feel? This is the state you want to bring into the rest of your life. And before we get through with this presentation, we'll teach you some tools to bring this into your companies, into your life, into everything else that you do. But live to feel alive and connected. Now, this brings us to level 4. So as you start exploring these inner states, level 4 starts emerging. As you start spending more time in meditation, more time reflection, more time tapping into your intuition, you start moving to level 4, where you start developing this deep desire to actually go forth and change the world. And this, people, this is when you're truly embracing your quest. This is the point of everything we've been doing here so far at this A-Fest. Now, there are a couple of interesting trends that happen at level 4, interesting states of being, rather. The first is connectedness. At level 4, you truly, truly, truly feel connected to all life. As Tom Chi said, everything is connected. At level 4, maybe it's due to meditation, maybe it's due to the reflection, but you start expanding your sense of self and feeling more connected to the entire human race. Ken Wilber might say it's climbing up from ethnocentrism to world-centrism, but this is a phenomenon of people who meditate. They have higher levels of connectedness, higher levels of empathy, higher levels of concern with what's going on in the world. Meditation, in short, basically makes you a kinder, better, a person who's more interested in doing good for the world. So that's the first phenomenon. But there's a second phenomenon that happens as you pursue this practice and continue it on a daily basis. And that second phenomenon is intuition. I learned a really key lesson on intuition from this woman who was also here at this event, Emily Fletcher. Now, what Emily said is, as you start meditating, listen when nature whispers to you. I love this word nature. Nature is basically what Emily calls the universe or life. Nature, such a peaceful, non-controversial word. But she says nature will whisper to you. And she tells a really interesting story, right? Of Michael Jackson waking up at 3 a.m., calling his manager going, man, butterflies. We got to do a song about butterflies. And the manager goes, well, Michael, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. What are you talking about? Can this wait till tomorrow? He goes, no. If we don't do this song about butterflies, Prince is going to do it. What Emily was talking about is the fact that sometimes in nature, there is a desire for something to emerge. And nature isn't picky about who it chooses. It could go to you, or you, or you, or you, or you. Maybe Michael Jackson in his sleepy state was the best person for that particular song about butterflies. But nature isn't dedicated to you. Nature is not your bitch. If you don't answer the call, nature goes to someone else and goes, okay, he's asleep, let me go to someone else. And I thought that was such a powerful lesson. Listen and act. And this is where the third ingredient comes in, which is basically inspired action. Inspired action is where now that you've got that dose of inspiration, now that you know what it is that you are meant to do, you basically are acting from inspiration. You see, at level 2, your goals come from your intention. You intend your goals. You intend that you're going to make that money, that you're going to start that company. But at this level, level 4, inspiration leads to intention. Your goals don't come from a lecture you hear or a book you read. They might, but it's coming because a higher aspect of life that you're tapped into causes that to emerge from you. Right now, almost all the goals I set in my life, I'd say about 80%, come because I wake up in the morning with a calling. When I was doing the Breath of One exercise with Gregorio yesterday, I'm so tapped in, like I get like a 30-point to-do list every time I meditate. But it's coming from somewhere else. These are original ideas that I never think about in conscious life. It just comes to me when I'm in meditation. Now, here's the key. When you get these callings, jump on them and stick with them. Nature isn't saying it's going to be easy, and this is where I love what Jeffrey Perlman said 2 days ago. You must stay with your asana. Too many people, when they get this inspired callings, they work in it, dabble it, and then they get distracted by something else. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, wow, this is really funny. Oh, wait, look at that thing. No, you want to stay focused in your yoga pose, on your asana. As Jeffrey said, you want to dedicate yourself, focus on this thing. I've been doing A-Fest now for about 6 years. I've been doing Mindvalley now for about 12 years. Stay on that thing. And this is the fourth ingredient that happens when you do that. And that fourth ingredient is you start to feel lucky. It's really interesting. But when you're on quest, when you're listening to that inspiration, it no longer feels as if as you're moving towards that goal, you're getting all of this resistance and roadblocks. In fact, sometimes that resistance and roadblocks could simply mean that you are pursuing a level 2 goal, a goal that came from the culturescape. And nature is really trying to say, would you please frickin' turn around? Okay, see, this is the easy way. That is what we call luck. I genuinely believe in luck. I believe there are individuals in the world who live life with beautiful situations of luck unfolding. We use different names for it, coincidences, synchronicities, but it's luck, and it's coming because you're on path. I was talking to Jeffrey Perlman about Zumba and how Zumba became a $1 billion brand, and he said, you wouldn't believe it, Vishen, if we hadn't jumped on the call for Zumba, I'm convinced someone else would have. Zumba needed to emerge in the world. And he says he believes that because of the sheer number of coincidences that led to Zumba. First, his partner Beto forgot to bring his music tapes to a fitness class. So he goes, since he was Latin, he had some Latin music lying around. So he put it in the jukebox, hit the song, and boom, he turned Latin music into an exercise. First coincidence. And then they thought, well, this will make a good infomercial, so they put up these infomercials. Second coincidence happened. Nobody was buying the infomercial product, but people were calling them going, hey, can you train me in this? And then people would come for those trainings. Another coincidence happened. They noticed that at the trainings, people were filming the trainings. So Jeffrey thought, well, what if we just film all our trainings, put it online? They created an online website called ZIN, Zumba Instructor Network. 200,000 instructors subscribe to that now, paying something like $49 a month. 200,000 people. All coincidences. So Jeffrey is so humble about how he built up a $1 billion brand. He says, look, it was just these coincidences that would unfold one after the other after the other. That, people, is luck. Now, you want to make that happen to you? Remember what Bo said, seek to be the best. If you're pursuing a passion anyway, right? Why not aim to be the best at it? Think about it this way. Let's say you had a boss, and your boss said, okay, you, Bob, I need you to basically build this particular prototype of product X. Now, imagine how your boss would feel if you, Bob, said, boss, I'm going to build that. Not only am I going to build that, but I'm going to build it so that it is the best of that which you need in the world today. Your boss would probably be pretty freaking impressed. I don't think he'd blame you, if something did happen and you failed, but he'd be impressed with your dedication, with your commitment to this. He'd probably open up more doors for you. He'd probably pay more attention to you. He'd probably give you support because he knows you're committed to his work. It's the same with the universe. The other boss, you want to seek to be the best. When I felt a calling that I was going to be an educator in personal growth, I decided, if my goal is to spread enlightened ideas, I want to be the best. I want to do more to spread enlightened ideas than frickin' Oprah. God bless her, but I want to do more. I need to be the best. And I have 40 years left in my life. I believe I'm going to do it. Now that is why I believe I have so much luck in my life. Because I've told the boss I'm dedicated to this. I'm going to stick to that asana and I'm going to be the frickin' best. So remember, at level 4, you want to observe these 4 qualities. A sense of connectedness with all life. You're tapped into intuition, or nature as Emily calls it. Inspiration drives your intention. And finally, luck is on your side. That's the most beautiful thing possible. Luck is on your side. Now, when you combine all of this together, I actually call this the Godical theory. The Godical theory suggests that we are all particles of God. I do not believe in religion. I think religion is actually a very suboptimal form of spirituality. And the time has come for mankind to move beyond it. But I do believe in some of the things religion says, that there is a higher power. And I believe, though, that we are particles of this higher power, or God. So all of you here, I think of as Godicals. And a Godical is a cell of God. Now think about the cells of your body. Every cell in your body has a purpose. I was just reading Bill Bryson's book, A Short History of Everything, and it's amazing how every cell works and the complexity of every single cell. You go deeper into a cell and you identify things such as mitochondria, and even how they work is so amazing. You go deeper, you understand molecules and how they work is so amazing. You go deeper and you start to understand what constitutes a molecule. Amazing. But as you go upwards, you have you, and you are a molecule of God or a cell of God. And every molecule serves its purpose. Every cell serves its purpose. Every one of you serve a purpose. Or as Michael Beckwith says, there are no extra people on planet Earth. If you have a pulse, you've got some sort of purpose. I love the line that Gregorio said just an hour ago. I am life force. That is literally what you are. You are a Godical, pure life force. I've started to believe that this whole physical thing is just like a glove, right? But ultimately, we are life force. So if you put it all together, it looks like this. As you go to level 4, you develop a feeling of connectedness. That feeling of connectedness, tapped in with all life, produces intuition. The intuition creates vision. For your life. Michael Beckwith said, he said, the idea is not motivation. A lot of people think you need motivation, you need motivational speakers. No, you need motivation if you are setting goals that are not inspiring you. But if you are pulled by a vision that is coming from source, you do not need motivation. You are pulled by that vision. Even during the rough times, you aim for that vision. You are so pulled through it that the rough times, you know why they are there, but you don't give up. Think about Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is a great guy to understand this pull by a vision phenomenon, and a great guy to understand the feeling of luck Amazon. I got to attend a mastermind with him once, and he was speaking about his journey. Elon Musk has 2 companies, right? One company is dedicated to making mankind an interplanetary species. The other company is dedicated to moving us off fossil fuels. Two massive, 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 massive goals. But Elon Musk also said this about entrepreneurship. He said, sometimes entrepreneurship is like chewing on broken glass and staring into the deep, dark abyss of death. But he does it anyway. And the other thing about Elon Musk is he's perpetually pulled by a vision, and he has insane luck. You wouldn't believe it, but the first 3 rockets that Elon Musk launched for SpaceX, right? So after he sold PayPal, he got $200 million, put it in rockets. He decided he wanted to build rockets. First rocket exploded. Second rocket exploded. Third rocket exploded. Now, we all know building rockets is pretty expensive. He was down to $20 million, his last rocket. If he had that last rocket explode, Elon Musk, as we know it, and Tesla would be over. Now, while that was happening, Tesla was about to go bankrupt. Larry Page from Google was interested in buying Tesla at that point. Sheer luck that Ford rocket took off. And at that point, Elon Musk told us he was so broke, he didn't have money for rent. He put his last $20 million in that Ford rocket, and he was sleeping on a friend's couch. That last rocket took off. And just around Christmas, I believe it was 2010, NASA called him up and signed a $1 billion contract with him. Luck. But I don't believe it was just luck. I believe the reason why men like Elon Musk and Richard Branson and so on, we perceive them as lucky, is because when you talk to these men, you see how amplified they are by their vision. It is unreal how dedicated they are. And you'll notice the same thing with whether it's Tom or Jeffrey or Tom Bilyeu. Now, here's what I actually think is happening. You guys heard the phrase, put a dent in the universe? Right? So let's say that's the universe. That's the culturescape. Everyone else is in the center. They're playing in the center. That's level 1 thinking. Everybody has a religion. I'll have a religion too. Everybody is becoming an accountant. I'll become an accountant too. Everybody's becoming a lawyer. I'll become a lawyer too. No offense to the accountants and lawyers over here. But a couple of us decide that they want to do something different. But because they're different, they get chastised by their parents or their educators. They are told that they are the misfit, they are the rebel, they are the troublemaker. But what these people are doing is literally taking the entire culturescape, which is that mass dimension of human ideas and creativity, and making a dent in it. And when you make a dent in that, you are creating something new. You are extending human ideas into the space of maybe space travel, maybe advanced forms of spirituality, maybe greater feelings of connectedness, maybe healthier eating, maybe Latin dance parties like Zumba. All of us get a chance to put a dent in the universe every single day with your quest. And that's why I want you guys to be the misfit, the rebel, because they will only call you a misfit and rebel when you're starting out. By the time you're done, you'll be a visionary. Yes, yes? Which is why Don Jose Ruiz's comment makes so much sense. Toltec, he says, means artist. So we are here to make our lives a masterpiece of art. Every single one of you is here to create your life as a masterpiece of art. You're not just putting a dent in the universe to advance the human race. You're putting a dent in the universe because that is who you are destined to be. That is part of your quest. That is what makes your life a masterpiece of art. Nobody is saying you need to fly rocket ships to Mars. You can make a dent in any way, from raising kids in a unique way so they become incredible adults, from working for a company that's doing good in the world and doing the damn best you can do at your job. But remember, make that dent. Now, sometimes you may be wondering, well, I have so many different things I could be doing. How do I know what to focus on? So I want to share with you something, okay? So I made a list once of my life and all the random shit I did before I started doing what I do now. And that's basically all my different jobs. Stage actor, dishwasher, stagehand, theater troupe director, Java programmer, photojournalist, working for Microsoft, vice president of a nonprofit, unemployed, B2B salesman, unemployed again, phone sales, director of sales, meditation instructor, home-based entrepreneur, startup founder, CEO. I only figured out my mission at 39. So, and I'm 40 now. So really, guys, I confess. Only just figured this shit out 1 year ago. But the thing is, I always knew my mission was somewhere around education. But I would forget every now and then. You see these levels, you don't just ascend them, You ascend them, but you sometimes drop. You ascend them, you sometimes drop. You go up and down and up and down and up and down. And I hope you never get to level 1, but you go up and down. And it's only now that I realize I've understood it to a depth where I can spend more of my life at level 4, more of my life listening and not trying to imitate or copy, more of my life trying to be an original and not comparing myself to others. I still do that too. I still have deep, dark, depressing days, but the idea is you learn to bounce back. So you can spend your life in level 4 or level 1, right? But what you want to do is expand the amount of time at level 4, shrink the amount of time at level 1. What I mean by on mission at 39, it means that only now at 40, 39, I figured out how to spend maybe 80% of my time on my quest and reduce 20% to like the real miserable shit. But so there is no perfection in this game, right? But you want to keep growing, keep studying, keep expanding. Thank you, Janet, for laughing at me when I talk about the miserable aspects of my life, you cruel, cruel woman. Amir Ahmad said something very interesting. Amir was one of our workshop facilitators, and I learned this from Amir. So, where's your mission, right? How do you find it for those of you who don't know? Amir said, the clues to your mission may lie in the stories of your past. The clues to your mission may lie in the stories of your past. What if, play with me here, what if the universe set you up? What if the shit that you went through as a child was nothing more than a little way to kick your butt and light a fire under your ass so you discover your mission? I think for me, the most miserable point of my life was the years from 7 to 12, because I went to a public school in Malaysia, and Malaysia has one of the worst schooling systems in the world. In the school, I looked different from every other kid, because I'm not ethnically Malaysian, so I was the victim of racism, bullying. I remember I would actually, between the ages of 7 and 12, get sick a lot. And I think part of that was just a placebo effect, because I so hated, absolutely hated school. I never want to go back to my years 7 to 12. Hated school. Most people loved their childhood. I did not, because school was such an awful experience for me. But I think that's why I am so passionate about education. That's why I have Mindvalley, because I want to change that. Should I go back and change my past? I would never do it, because it was a clue to what my mission is today. Now think about the horrible shit that happened in your past. Maybe it was a divorce. Maybe it was going broke. Maybe it was, like me, miserable schooling. Maybe it was something someone did to you or something someone did not do to you. What are the clues in there for what you can shift in the world? That to me was a mind-blowing idea. And it made me accept with forgiveness all the bad stuff that happened in my past, because I could see a direct straight line between the crap and the beauty. Yes, yes. Michael Beckwith calls these Kensho moments. Kensho moments are growth through awakening. See, it's when your life dips, but you learn something from it. You end up in hospital, but you learn to appreciate your health better. A business goes bust, but you learn what not to do on your next business. Someone breaks your heart, but you learn how to expand yourself so you attract someone else who's a better fit for you. The more you exist in level 4, the less of the Kensho moments, the more the Satori moments or awakening. Now, when you do get a glimpse of that vision, I love Tom Bilyeu's advice. I'd rather go 100 miles per hour in the wrong direction than move slowly in the right direction. As soon as you have a glimpse of that vision, go for it. Maybe you're wrong. Don't wait around trying to figure out if this is really the purpose. If you feel you're passionate about X, do X. Now, here's why Tom says that. Because as you're doing X as fast as you can, you're putting yourself in a trajectory of growth. So when I'm faced with multiple projects to do, many different things, I don't just pick the project which I think is most important to my company. I pick the project which I think is most important to my growth as well. I put growth first, all else being equal. Because I know if I'm taking the project that's going to make me grow, it's just going to make me a larger version of myself for everything else in the future. So it's okay to go 100 miles in the wrong direction, because you are going to grow if it goes wrong. Keep that in mind. It's a lot simpler than it looks. But now, let's come to the tool. And this is the most important part of this presentation. So this tool is called merging. As I've started living life more in level 4, I also happen to realize that a lot of the stuff that I was teaching before would not work at level 4. There's a different tool for personal growth. You guys want to learn this? So merging looks like this. But first, let me tell you the backstory. 1 year ago, with these bunch of like crazy individuals, J.J. Virgin is one of them, Dave Asprey, all legends in this field. Dave invited us to experiment with something in Vancouver. It was an institute called the Biocybernaut Institute, where they hook your brain up to machines and they train you to develop advanced brain states. Now, Dave Asprey was working with them. He calls it 40 years of Zen, 40yearsofzen.com. Now, what happens over here is really interesting. They analyzed the brainwaves of monks, of psychics, of billionaires, and they found that there were certain patterns. So rather than try to meditate for 20 years to become a monk, what if you knew the brainwave patterns of a monk and you could reverse engineer that in 5 days? So it's called 40 years of Zen because you get 40 years of meditation in 5 days using biofeedback training. Now, I'd been meditating for a decade, actually 2 decades at that point, but I can tell you this completely opened me up. So there I was in the chamber, 5 days, meditating 5-6 hours a day. But you're not just meditating, you're observing sounds, you're observing colors on the screen, and you have to change that by getting your alpha brainwaves higher and your coherence higher. And then what happens is you sit down and they analyze your brainwaves and you try to understand what you are doing. When I was in the chamber, I practiced with every single transcendent practice or tool or meditation type I knew to see what was putting me in optimal brainwaves. What I was trying to do is get to a brainwave state called waking delta. You see, what researchers found is that alpha waves, which is the waves that you're at when you're in light meditation, if you can be in waking alpha, you tend to be very creative. Then there's theta waves. Theta waves are waves that where you're in light sleep. If you can be in waking theta, these are moments of intuition. Then there's delta waves. Delta waves are waves that you're in when you're in deep sleep. If you can be at waking delta, you can bend reality. Now, these were scientists who were saying it. Scientists, they had observed that certain men and women who had waking delta, they would be able to create amazing things in the world. Through sheer coincidences. So I wanted to figure out what were the practices that would help create waking delta. Now, that's what waking delta actually looks like when you put it on a, that's actually my brainwave results. I found that I have that gift, I can create waking delta. But what I also found is that creative visualization is the opposite of what you want for waking delta. Creative visualization works for people who are at alpha and want to play at alpha, but if you can get to waking delta, creative visualization actually removes your delta wave focus. You got to be in a particular, almost sleepy state when you're in this. And that's when I developed this technique called merging, which is what I'm going to teach you now. So merging, actually, I found when I started doing this, it has helped my goals, my visions come to me so much faster. You guys ready to try this? Okay, so here's what they found. Now, this comes from my experience, plus the scientists I met at that institute. First thing is, you got to be in a state of active gratitude. That means day to day in life, you must be in awe at how life is. So you're walking around going, wow, I'm so blessed to have this amazing car. I'm so in awe at how fantastic this cup of coffee tastes. I'm so in awe with how much love I have around me. I'm so blessed for the people I work with. You got to be in a daily state of awe. They found that that helps. You want to manifest like a master? Be in active gratitude. Now, so this is your running state. This is why gratitude as a practice in the morning is so important. Gratitude's a muscle. You practice it in the morning for just 3 minutes, you are at higher levels of active gratitude throughout the day. So first thing is, if you want to manifest really quickly, practice gratitude in the mornings. Now the second thing is this. Before you start manifesting, forgive someone or something or yourself. When we were in that chamber, they were trying to teach us how to get our brain coherence patterns and our alpha waves to the levels of Zen Roshi monks. And you know what they found? There was one particular exercise that most elevated your brainwave states, and that one exercise was forgiveness. So 70% of my time in that chamber, all I did was forgive everyone. Every single person in your life that you have even the slightest charge with. You become completely one and connected with everything. I forgave people who had conned me of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I forgave an employee who had stolen $250,000 from our company over 4 years using fraud. I had to forgive people. But it's not just forgive. You had to forgive people to a level that they call forgiveness into love. I had to imagine this man who had defrauded me, who had threatened my family's life when I tried to report him to the police. I had to imagine him in front of me, try to understand what would make him do what he did. Maybe his family raised him in the wrong way. Maybe his father at an early age had to steal for their family to survive. Maybe he had a psychotic problem, but I had to forgive him, empathize with him, and then hug him in my mind. It wasn't easy. It took 4 days to get to that level. But when you can do this, the waking delta, the brainwave coherence, the higher alpha amplitude start coming to you. It is amazing. After I forgave that man, I heard a beep on the machine. I had scored my new record for alpha amplitude, which is a sign of like really effective meditation. So you start with forgiveness. So I always start my meditation practice with forgiveness. Next, when you are merging, you want to be in that state of meditation, be in a relaxed state, eyes closed. Now, we go on to the merging technique itself. Now, this is how the technique looks. First, remember, live in active gratitude daily, moment to moment awe. Next, you forgive something from the past that puts you in the right state for merging. This forgiveness exercise could take 1 or 2 minutes. Now you feel the pain of that which you want to change. Feel the pain. Now you think of a vision that renders the problem obsolete. You're thinking of a vision. Now here's the part that's different. You bring that vision into consciousness. You feel the emotions of that vision, and you feel the vision already existing and that you are merely a small part of it. Then you release and let go. So I'll break it down, right? So can somebody give me a problem? Finances. Okay, great, finances. So you would start by forgiving someone from the past. It could be, honestly, it could be anyone. It could be a waiter. It could be someone who got your order wrong. It could be Uber driver who was rude to you. Doesn't matter. You just forgive one person. Now, in your state of meditation, you feel the pain of your finances, the pain of not having enough money in your bank account, not being able to afford the things you want. Now, you stop. You try to feel that pain for maybe a minute or so. But it's important to bring in the emotions. But now you stop and you think of the vision that renders the problem obsolete. What is that vision that would make that pain obsolete? Maybe the vision is $1 million in your bank account. Okay, but now you don't see that. You feel that. You bring that into consciousness. Now here's what it means. You imagine the $1 million in your bank account has a consciousness of its own. It exists out there in the universe. You can even give it a name. Its name is Phil. Phil is the consciousness of $1 million in your bank account. Now, you try to feel the emotions of Phil. Now, I know this sounds weird, right? But trust me, it works. How do you think I got all of you here? You try to feel the emotions of Phil. Phil is joyful. Phil is happy. Phil loves you. Phil is there for you. Phil is going to have your back. Phil loves his life. Phil feels that he's always expanding. Phil feels that he's safe and protected. You feel the consciousness of Phil. Now, a really important thing is happening here when you do this. You are taking the burden off yourself and creating almost as if there's a separate awareness that envelopes you and is protecting you. But now, you feel Phil as already existing, and he's out there, and he's there for you. And that Phil is part of the universe's grand design for your life. And now, you make yourself merge with Phil. You feel that your consciousness is part of Phil's consciousness. And you're one with him. And then you release and let go. And often you only have to do this once. You do this once and you've brought Phil into the world. So now, let's try this in 5 minutes. Okay? Now, what I want you to do is think about a problem in your life. A problem that you want to heal. Now, I'm going to already assume that you live in active gratitude. But what you're going to do is, before you get to this problem, you're going to think about someone in your life that maybe rubs you the wrong way. And I just want you to practice forgiving them. So I'm going to guide you. Bring this person to mind. Think about what they did to you. Right now, it's okay to feel the pain. Feel what they did to you. We're going to go extra fast, but if you're doing this on your own, you could spend 10, 20 minutes on this, the entire process. Try to understand what was going on in this person's life. What did they not know? Remember that hurt people hurt people. Try to empathize with them. Know that we're all souls here to help each other grow and learn. And I want you to now forgive them. In your mind's eye, actually forgive them. Try the best you can. If it's a really, really troublesome act, it may take multiple sessions to forgive. But for now, just imagine yourself forgiving them. Know that forgiveness is different from pardoning. You're not pardoning them if they've done a crime. You've simply forgiven them, knowing that they cannot hurt you. Now, you're going to bring your attention away from them and onto that element of your life right now that you consider a problem that you want to heal. It could be health. It could be money. It could be lack of love. It could be a promotion at work or a new idea you want to get funding for. Feel the pain of the problem. Just for 1 minute right now, feel this problem. Why does it bug you? Why is it slowing you down? What frustrates you about this problem? Feel the problem. Now I want you to think of a vision that renders that problem obsolete. What vision of the world, of your world, would make that problem, poof, non-existent? Is it a certain amount of money in your bank account? Is it the idea taking flight? Is it a new love of your life stepping forth? Is it a new element of health? What is that vision that makes the problem obsolete? See that vision. Feel that vision. See that vision as a consciousness of its own. You're now bringing that vision to consciousness, as if you could wave a magic wand and give it life. If it's money, see the consciousness of that money. If it's health, see that aspect of your body that is now healed. What is that liver or lung feeling? And as you give it life, feel free to even give it a name. Call it Gonzalo if you must. Feel the emotions of this vision that you have now brought to life within your consciousness. How does it feel? What is it excited about? How is it emerging in the world? How is it growing? How does it wrap around you and connect with you? How is it there for you? Know that as you do this, you are creating almost a new entity within your consciousness. That is this vision. Know that the vision exists, and you can revisit this vision at whatever name it has anytime you want and check in on it. But know that you are part of this vision. Now I want you to feel yourself as being a cell, a tiny little atom in this larger vision. You are part of it. You are plugged into it. But it is bigger than you. It's already meant to be. It's out there. Feel the emotional states of that vision now merging with your emotional states. And it's that simple. You can now open your eyes. Do you guys feel that? So that is how I've changed my practice in the last 1 year. And I encourage you to take that exercise and go with it and apply it in your life. And I found that when I started working with this, amazing things would happen in life. Like roadblocks would be able to disappear. Things I wanted would just come to me extra fast. But the craziest thing is, rather than creative visualization, where I have to repeat over and over and over and over again, with this, often I just have to do it once, just once. And if that thing was part of my quest, it would happen instantly. Now, as you do this, just 5 simple rules you want to keep in mind. Remember to forgive the past, incidents, and people. But you also can forgive yourself. Often the number one thing we need to forgive is not someone else, but ourselves. For me to really grow my business, I had to forgive a younger version of myself that had failed at business because I was angry at myself for those past mistakes that cost me millions of dollars. You can forgive yourself. Number 2, respect the golden rule, which means do not use this to manipulate anyone. Don't do to others what you wouldn't want them doing to you. Number 3, feel and think of other people, other life benefiting. If it's health, think about how your grandkids will benefit when you're healthy. If it is money, think about what you can do with that money to benefit the world. Jose Silva found that when you're practicing transcendent practices to attempt to mold reality, if you see more than you winning, it comes to you faster. 4th, it must be best for everybody concerned. There is no win-loss. It's not a game. Everybody must win. And finally, it must be within the possibility area of current human possibilities. In other words, you know, if you lose an arm, you can't imagine that arm growing back. But whatever other human beings have done, no matter how big, starting a billion-dollar health company, or writing a best-selling book, or being in an incredible relationship, if another human being have done it, it's in the possibility area, and you can now make it your own. So remember, active gratitude. Live in active gratitude, and that is the merging technique. Now, I encourage you to take this home, try it out in your meditation practice. I wasn't originally going to talk about this. This is actually from another seminar that I do with Mia called Extraordinary. It happens every year in San Diego, and it's actually an incredible event. People who go, right now it's getting a higher rating than even A-Fest because it's not about the parties, it's just really hardcore spiritual practices like this. But I wanted to share it here anyway to give you guys a taste because my nature was telling me last night, just as I got off the bus to come back to the hotel, that you guys would benefit from this. So I actually scrapped the original presentation today and decided to share this with you. Thank you.
Well, that was a fantastic talk.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. And as that was happening, we were reading the comments. Dylan, we saw your comments. We hear you. We are sending you love. And although we cannot address the issue you brought up, know that we care, we love you, and we are sending you a lot of our love and care.
Yeah, everybody out there, please send loves, likes, everything to show support of Dylan, because I think we're a fantastic community and this is one of the best things that we do together. Now, before we move on, I'm sure most of you might have heard the telephone ring during Vishen's speech. So what I would like to invite everyone to do is, we are now currently crafting a meme for who was calling Vishen and what they were trying to tell him as they called him midway through his speech and interrupted. So if you guys want to send in your most humorous taglines, we might just have something to give away to the funniest one, okay? Even if it's my earrings. I don't care. So come on, it's now 7:25 in the morning for us. We've got the last sort of couple of hours to go and we really want your humor to make us laugh. What do you reckon?
So, thank you for joining us. It's now been, what, 6-7 hours?
Yep, I lost count at 2.
6-7 hours. And I know not as people are tuning in and sometimes for an hour or half an hour. Some of you have been here for 8 hours. If you've been here for the entire thing, please leave a comment. And firstly, that is incredible. Thank you for doing that. And I'm sure, and I hope you're taking away some incredible knowledge from this. Now, our next speaker adds a whole other interesting dimension to what we're about to learn. His name is Taylor Conroy, and you've heard people from business, Tom Chi from Google X, Tom Bilyeu from Quest Nutrition, talk about following their quest when it comes to building massive companies, massive inventions. But what if your quest is to work in the nonprofit world? And that's where Taylor Conroy comes in. So our next speaker is Taylor Conroy.
Enjoy it.
You guys, I really want to tell you about my favorite story, which has to do with my favorite social entrepreneur in the world, this 7-year-old boy named Dylan. So this story started 8 years ago. I got back from my first trip to Uganda and Kenya, and I got a call from a friend of mine. We got a Kenyan or Ugandan in the house? Was that what that was? Yo! So I've never had that before. So I get back from this trip, and a friend of mine calls me up. She's a grade 1 teacher. Her name's Christina. She says, Taylor, I want to do something really innovative with my kids this year. I don't want them just to fundraise. I want to teach them about charity. I really want them to learn and soak something in. I said, great. Well, I'm really passionate about entrepreneurship, more notably social entrepreneurship. So why don't we do this? We'll go to your class, grade 1, 6-year-olds, and we'll give them $100, and we'll tell them it's their seed money. And their goal will be to spend that $100 starting a business, and their goal will be to turn that $100 into $500. And that way they'll learn that business is a tool for doing social good. She said, great idea. Goes back to all the teachers at her school. It ends up having 18 teachers at this elementary school all want to do the same thing. And so I walk in there. Is that cool? So badass teacher. So I walk in there with this I thought it would be a good idea to bring a wad of $100 bills into an elementary school. And I'll never forget, you got to picture like 25 7-year-olds sitting here. It was a grade 2 class, the first class I walked into. I'm excited. I'm like, you guys have got $100. What are you going to do with it? They're like, I want to touch it. The teacher's like, Taylor, whoa, you cannot just walk into a room full of 7-year-olds waving around $100 bills. Like, we've got a flip chart. And so she gives me one of those, I don't know if you remember being in grade 2, but those little like squat chairs. I'm sitting in this chair, and she opens the flip chart, and it has, in very perfect grade 2 teacher writing, it says like, bake sale, lemonade stand, that kind of thing. Typical kind of businesses you'd start when you're 7 years old. And then down in the bottom with this like squiggly 7-year-old writing, it says Dylan's Plays and Stories. Like some kid was like, puts it in. And so I zone in on that and say, who's Dylan, and what are these plays and stories? This sounds really exciting. And there's this kid, so you picture all the 7-year-olds here. He's sitting separated. He's like the cool kid in class, sitting in the back, and he goes, ugh, that's me. He's like, it's a hassle. I said, Dylan, would you tell me about the plays and stories? They sound really cool, man. And he says, fine. Gets up. All the kids are like, oh, Dylan's going to talk. And he's wearing skinny jeans and a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. He's like a 7-year-old hipster. And he starts pacing like this, and he says, well, I've written a number of plays and stories. They've all been very successful. And so he says, I've written a play for all of the kids to perform, and we'll probably have the money raised in a night. And so you got to picture this. So Dylan, 7 years old, he writes this play. They put on a play night. They charge their parents to come watch them. Can you imagine that, like 7-year-old like bouncer, like, what's your name? I'm your mother. And so they put on this play night. They do it. Then they sold them pizza and Coke and all the things, and they turned their $100 into $500 in a night. And I didn't hear from that school for about 2 months. And I get a call, and they said, we're done. We called it the Early Entrepreneurs Experiment. Oh, and by the way, this important piece that I missed is that $1,800 is what we gave out. Their goal was to turn it into $500 each. So 18 times 500 would be $9,000. And $9,000 is enough to build a schoolhouse for kids just like them that lack access to basic education on the other side of the world, in Kenya. So telling like it would be a school building a school was the goal. And so I get this call, and I said, well, did you do it? Did you make the $9,000? They said, just come pick up the check, just come to the office. So I go to the office when I'm supposed to go to the office. They said, you got to go to the auditorium. I go to the auditorium, 400 kids sitting in the auditorium. And they've got a check, like, the publisher's sweepstakes under a curtain. And I'm like, I'm hoping that they did it. I'm like, how empowering would that be? And they open up this curtain, and the check is not made up for $9,000. It's made up for $18,000. Thanks. So, and what I dissected that. I like to kind of take a scientific approach to any of these random fundraising initiatives that I do and think of like what made this work and learn as much as I can out of it. And yes, the kids were creative, they were brilliant, they thought outside the box, they didn't have failure as a mindset. Those are all things that 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds don't have or have. But what I learned, what struck me the most was that they had this innate sense of empathy, this unimpeded sense of empathy, where you told the kids, by the way, there's kids that are just like you on the other side of the world that they don't have a school, and they're like, excuse me? We need to do something about that. We need to put on a play night. So, and I love that sense of empathy, and that kind of catalyzed a lot of the things that I do now, and what I exist for in this world is to scale empathy. I think empathy heals. And I'm talking about empathy as in oneness, as in sameness, as thinking, not only knowing what someone's feeling, but feeling what they're feeling. And I wasn't as fast in life as Dylan was at finding something that was my calling. It took me a little bit longer. Like this guy, that's me 8 years ago. My favorite pose. And that's strutting around in front of about 400 people in a pair of bright blue man panties. And I'm wearing them right now. And my power panties. And can you see the tan from there? I don't know if you can see it. Like, you have to lather that thing on at 12 a.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m., and 6 a.m. to get it that dark. And obviously, no one told me I was supposed to put it on my face, too. So, yeah, quite the character. Anyways, I like showing this picture not only because of the panties and the little naked man trophy I'm holding, but because this was the epitome, or like the pinnacle of my outward search for happiness. This guy existed for one person, and he's on that screen. And after a lot of trying to find fulfillment in all these different places, in money, in relationships, in physical fitness, I decided none of those were working. I was 28 at the time, and I said, I'm going to go on a trip. I'm going to actually start giving. I'm going to change my own life paradigm a little bit. And this generation, a millennial generation, or slightly older than the millennial generation, we are somewhat disillusioned with nonprofits as a whole. And we want to know where our money is going. I find it's a thing that is repetitive in this culture. And so I decided, and I'm stereotypically one of those people, and so I decided I was going to go on a trip, I was going to find a cause that I could really sink my teeth into. And I went on a trip to Uganda, I went to Kenya, I checked out a whole bunch of different nonprofits. This is the first one, this is the first village that we visited. And this is on the border of the Congo in the Rwenzori mountain range. And I remember getting up to the top of this mountainside and saying to my guide, I said, this place is incredible, it's beautiful, I love it. There's so many kids. Where are their parents? My guide looks at me and says, well, Taylor, 70% of this village has AIDS. Their parents are dead. And that's when the trip went from being this adventure, this thing where I'm going to find something that I want to find fulfillment out of, to being the most transformational experience of my life. And the biggest, I guess you could say, empathy builder of my life as well, because when I met these two girls, something happened in my brain or my heart or my mind or my soul, however you want to say it, that these walls kind of came crumbling down in my head of this separateness of, I'm different than people living in Uganda or people living in Mexico or people living in Guatemala or Sierra Leone or wherever it is. All these walls came tumbling down, and I literally felt like I felt what they were feeling. And knowing what their life trajectory was like, it made it completely impossible to do anything but contribute to ideally making their life a little bit happier. So I decided I would start with one thing. I would get home to Western Canada, and my goal was to raise enough money to build a schoolhouse for kids like this. I knew it would cost about $10,000 to do. So I looked into crowdfunding. I thought, okay, I'll just get a whole bunch of people to give $20. Then I did some quick math. I would have to get 500 people to give $20 to raise $10,000. I don't have that many friends. And so I decided I'd come up with this equation, something a bit different, and it goes like this. 33 people giving $3.33 a day for 3 months adds up to $10,000. So a group of people, like this tiny section of people here that are sleeping right now in the beanbags, wake up! Giving the price of a cup of coffee a day for 3 months adds up to enough to build a schoolhouse for kids that will educate roughly 1,000 kids over the next 20 years, which is mind-blowing to me. And so I set this goal, and I didn't want to do the whole crowdfunding thing, well, kind of crowdfunding, but I did this equation. I made a little website like this, and I sent it out to my 33 friends, each a personal video to each one of them. And the video that would play would say, like, let's say I was sending this to Vishen. It'd say, hey, Vishen, really excited about this. We're going to build a school in Kenya. Watch this video. It's going to tell you everything you need to know. Then this animated video would come on, because you know Vishen's going to have questions. And it says, hundreds and hundreds of kids are going to get educated. You're going to get a Facebook cover photo to show everything that you've done. You're going to get a tax receipt, Vishen, because I know you do your taxes. It's going to say that it's the price of a cup of coffee or a slice of pizza or parking downtown for 2 hours. It's less than the tip that you would leave at a restaurant. And if you give this $3.33 a day, your mom's going to be really proud of you. So send that out to my friends, really like hack together this site on YouTube and Dropbox and whatnot. Sent it out, and all my friends gave. We raised $10,000 in 24 hours, which blew my mind. And then I'm guessing, like, I love talking to rooms like this because we're all the same way. We're thinking, well, what if you had 10 people do it? Then it's 10,000 people do it. So you get that vibe, right? And so I had a friend of mine do it. He raised $10,000 in 24 hours. Another friend, 10 people do it. We ended up funding 150 schools, all this exact same way. Thanks. all the same way with $3.33 a day for 3 months. And in total, we had 16,000 people from 80 countries all over the world give $3.33 a day for 3 months, funded 400 projects in 14 countries, and we scaled. We had like schools, libraries, water projects, girls' scholarships, anti-sex trafficking work, homelessness initiatives, veterans rehabilitation, you name it, all under this idea of giving $3.33 a day for 3 months. But what blew my mind, and I'm talking fast because the timer's going fast, is what people were feeling after these campaigns was a deeper sense of empathy. They're feeling similar to what I felt when I went on my first trip to Uganda and Kenya. And I started thinking, is it possible to scale this? Is it possible to scale that? Not just fundraising, but that feeling. Can I give someone such a crazy, visceral experience that they are a different person when they come home? Because this room is the perfect example of, I know we're all very empathetic, altruistic, philanthropic human beings in this room, but we're also very successful. You guys are very successful entrepreneurs or doing cool, big things in the world. Imagine if rooms like this all over the world started to feel that empathy, came home and geared their business towards doing social good, which I know a lot of you guys are doing already. And the number one question that we had asked by those 16,000 people was, can I go see the project? Can I go see the school? Can I go see the home? Can I go see the water project? And so we decided to do an experiment, and we changed the equation from 33 people giving $3.33 a day for 3 months. Not that I've ever said that before. And we changed it to having 10 people give $3.33 a day for 3 months, which added up to $3,000, enough to build one home for a family living in slum conditions throughout Latin America. So we partner, we're a for-profit company, we partner with a nonprofit that's been around for 20 years. They build 100,000 of these homes, they're prefabricated, they go up in 2 days. And we decided that we'd say, yes, you can go and build the home. If you raise $3,000, you can go and build the home in person, yourself, with the family that's going to be living in it. So what we do as a snapshot, Christina, who's here, is anyone else coming to Nicaragua with us in a couple weeks? We're heading to Nicaragua, so what we'll do is we'll land on Friday. I'll stay over Friday night at a hotel. Then we'll go Saturday morning, Nicaraguan coffee on our hands. We'll go build with the family that's going to be living in the home. We're building 20 homes this trip, meeting the kids, learning about them, and learning their stories. Like this woman, this young woman here, and these homes are built for the gamut. They're built for the most in-need people. There's a 1,000-point analysis that the nonprofit does on every single family in these communities to make sure that the homes are going to the person or the family with the most need. Like this young woman on the right, her name's Yorling. She's 18 and she's pregnant. And currently, well, prior to her receiving a home, was sleeping on the ground in her mother's home, which was made of tarps and 2x4s. And on the left is Angela, who helped her build her home. So it's an 18-year-old woman all the way to these hands. This is what happens on the second day of our build trip. So you build all day Saturday, build all day Sunday. At the end of the day on Sunday, if we all work our butts off, the house is done. We have a ribbon-cutting ceremony. And those hands belong to a 95-year-old man named Senor Rodriguez. And Senor Rodriguez has never had a brand new home. He's been on the earth for almost a century. And I would love to tell you how he felt, but I think this does a better job. So, and this is that moment. This is like us, we're building a social business. You always have these two hats on, right? Like impact and business. From my standpoint, I was about 20 feet away from this moment happening, falling my head off like every time. And watching Marlon, 40-year-old nightclub producer who built Senor Rodriguez's home, who raised enough money to build Senor Rodriguez's home, built it alongside him. I'm watching Marlon have that moment that I had in Uganda. I'm watching tears stream down his face. This is a guy with tattoos down both arms, back piece, chest, shaved head, really tough, gruff-looking guy. Watching him cry and knowing that he'll never be able to go back from that moment. And I'm watching empathy be created in someone that already had empathy, of course, but maybe it's going from a 2 to a 10 or a 3 to a 7 or something like that. And it was a beautiful moment. And so after this, we go to the beach, we do surfing, we bring amazing yoga teachers, we do 3 days on the beach. This is Danielle Rosati from New York, an incredible yoga teacher. And we do meditation, but most of all, we create community around this thought of shared empathy and this thought of a world with oneness. And that's what brings me here to you guys today, because this is an incredible community. And I'm here for 2 reasons. 1% of why I'm here is to talk to you right now. 99% of the reason that I'm here in Mexico is for Give Back Day tomorrow. And who's going to Give Back Day? Dude, this is ridiculous. I've never been to a conference with that ratio. It's usually like the 10 kind of bleeding hearts kind of thing. That's what just shows this community. Can we give a hand to all those people going to Give Back Day tomorrow? And I'm excited about Give Back Day for a ton of different reasons. One, because I got to go visit the project yesterday. I got to visit the community center, the founder's home, which was falling apart, which was covered in rain. And also a home of 3 boys, 6, 10, and 21 years old. 21-year-old is deaf and mute. 6 and 10-year-olds share a hammock where they sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a very incredible day. And I implore all of you, and I advocate for every single one of you that's coming on Give Back Day to feel every single emotion that comes up. For me, it doesn't matter how many trips I've been on. We've now built 70 homes, all these hundreds of other projects. Every single trip, I feel all these feelings. I feel shame. I feel guilt. I feel depressed. I feel hope. I feel optimism. I feel the ability to make massive change. So I hope I won't be able to talk to all of you that are coming tomorrow, but feel every single one of those feelings. Because the more that rainbow of feelings in my mind leads to the most beautiful, world-changing emotion in my mind or state, which is empathy. Because I believe that a world where we truly all genuinely feel empathetic, where we feel like we're the same as every single other human being on this earth, is a world that legitimately could not have war. It's a world that would not have gender inequality. It's a world that would not have poverty. It's a world that I know that I'm here to help create. And the reason I'm standing right here and doing this day with you guys tomorrow is because I want to create that world with every single one of you. Thank you.
Do you know what I absolutely love taking out from Taylor's talk was that feeling of being 5 years old and wanting to set up a lemonade stall and just being convinced that everyone in the street was going to come by for me and I would make this money and I would then be able to grow my business, right? And just the sort of concept and the proof of what one person can do. I think that people feel that they don't bother to vote, they don't bother to make decisions in their life, they don't bother to participate or support because they feel that just themselves, what can they possibly achieve? And I think Taylor just brought it together nicely, like how much a group of people doing just that tiny amount does, and the massive change you can affect.
That's a beautiful summary, Asha. And Taylor, what an amazing speaker, what a charismatic guy.
Yeah.
So let's bring up a couple of comments.
Yep.
Earlier, Asha, Hugh.
The comments first. We've got comments first. So yeah, couple of comments. You have to read it.
I killed all the data on my phone while at work today after Don Jose Ruiz was so hurt. I ran home ASAP and caught a part of Bo Eason and been back on track. Moving to Estonia for the free internet. Love, Jones. I'll see you in Estonia, Jones.
Love it. And one more comment. Oh, you guys are cracking us up.
Oh boy,
tonight.
Bo Eason. You told one of the best inspirational stories I've ever heard in my life from Shanti Sharazade.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I just love his facial expressions. Now, earlier, I asked you guys to participate in a whole Vishen meme thing for that accidental call. Okay, so we've got two of our favorite. Now, if you are just joining here or haven't thought of one yet, maybe there's a chance for you to be added on as a third, but we've got two surefire winners. Vishen's going to explain what they win.
So basically what happened is the camera crew that was filming this, someone left a phone by a receiver, so everybody, about 2,000 people heard a phone go off and people started panicking. They thought they were getting FaceTimed. One lady commented that she was in the toilet watching this on a potty. She heard a phone ringing and she immediately had to shove her iPad on the floor because she didn't want to be seen on a potty. Turned out it wasn't your phone, it was our mistake.
Yeah.
So Asha asked for people to put up the funniest comments related to that incident. And these are the two winners. First up, Carl Shatke. Ring. Hi buddy, Trump here. Can you give your presentation at the White House? So Carl Shatke, you get a free copy of Becoming Limitless. And the second comment is from Steve Jobs. The universe is calling to complain that you are giving away its secrets. So Carl and Steve, both of you get free copies of Becoming Limitless.
So send us your email so we can get in touch with you and give you Becoming Limitless. And this is going to be super special because there's live calls going on with this one. Vishen, do you want to just explain a little bit about Becoming Limitless?
Yes. So Becoming Limitless is the Mindvalley program that is most related to the topic of this particular A-Fest. So Live Your Quest comes from chapter 10 of my book, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, where I talk about the 10 different thought models that someone has to go through to become truly extraordinary. The final thought model is the idea of living your quest. And that chapter, I introduced to the world people. Well, I introduced to the world people who have inspired me, like Michael Beckwith Emily Fletcher, Peter Diamandis, and this A-Fest was inspired by that chapter, by the idea of living your quest. Now, if you want to take these ideas further, two things. First, stay tuned for our next speaker, Michael Beckwith, who is this guy who was just incredible on stage. It is mind-blowing seeing him speak. Secondly, Becoming Limitless, which is my program in Mindvalley Academy, one of the highest rated programs, takes the idea of living your quest way beyond. You learn to tap into intuition. You learn to identify what your vision is. You learn how to rally people around your vision. You learn tools to help your vision manifest faster. You learn how to get yourself to heightened levels of spiritual growth. It's an 8-week program, about 1 hour to 90 minutes every week for 8 weeks. And it is intense, but it totally transforms you. You can get that program at a massive enrollment discount by going to afest.com/limitless. So go check it out. The URL is on this video, somewhere above me, below me. I have no idea where they're gonna put it, but it's somewhere in this video.
So it's time now for the force of nature. He's so enigmatic, he's so amazing. There was a story I heard a long time ago that he spoke about, and it really made me understand how valuable I was, and it was a story about the fact that a rose doesn't have to think about being a rose. It is a rose, it's in its DNA. As long as you have the right soil, you nurture it well, it's gonna be a rose no matter what. It cannot be anything else. So if you think you're on the wrong path, or you're not sure what it is you need to be doing, you just gotta have faith that it's in your DNA.
So we asked Michael to close A-Fest because of how elegantly he speaks and how mind-blowing his ideas are. And keep in mind that Michael Beckwith, was the person who I was interviewing almost 2 years ago, who first planted in me the seeds of the idea of living your quest. So let's start now with Michael Beckwith.
Peace and blessings, everyone. I love you all as well. Don't get nervous because you hear the word Reverend in front of my name. I'm not religious. As a matter of fact, religious people are trying not to go to hell. Spiritual people have already been there. and so we're keenly aware that there is a divine presence that's never an absence, that it is our very life and being, that we're emanations of it, and that it's seeking to become conscious of us, as each and every one of us. Look around the room for a moment and see all the people that you've fallen in love with during these 5 days of transformation and celebration. Just release a dynamic prayer for all of these beings, that they may wake up to their extraordinariness, that their magnificence, and realize, of course, as the law says, that you only get to keep what you give away. So as you are indeed casting prayer on all of these individuals, it's getting on you first. Now localize it just a little bit and look at someone sitting right next to you, and look at that being and say, oh my God. Out of 7.5 billion people, I get to sit next to you. And we've got something to say to each other. Now say this, you are extraordinary. There are gifts within you. There's dynamic love within you. There's infinite intelligence within you. And you have come to set it free. To make a mighty difference on this planet. Let's do this. Let's be this in the here and now. And so it is. Give a high five, a hug, whatever you have to do to seal the deal. And be keenly aware, as you already know from the beginning of our time together on Wednesday or whenever that day was, that you've been co-creating a field of love and beauty and intelligence, a field that is real as electromagnetism or gravity, a field of love and beauty and intelligence that's becoming active in you more and more and more and more, that's pulling you out of the world of lack and limitation, scarcity, not enoughness, impossibility thinking, racism, bigotry, homophobia. That world, you are pulled out of that world. And the conversations that you are having is beginning to create, and for many of you is already magnifying the world that you're already living in. All of you know by now that there is a difference between the world and the planet. The world is a synergetic network of conversations, beliefs, perceptions, attitude, experiences that create a world. And the planet is, of course, Gaia. It's a 3/4 water. It's alive. It's vibrating. Its energy is becoming more and more awake and more alive every minute that we're here. And so there's a difference between the planet and the world. Two people can stand on the same place on the planet, but be in two different worlds based on their inner perceptions, their beliefs, their attitude, and their opinions. So you have created a field in which you are inviting yourselves to be in a world of possibility, to be in a world of intelligence, to be in a world of inspiration, to be in a world where the activation of your gifts, talents, and capacities becomes so vibrationally real to you that all that you see are open doors and possibilities, that all that you see are your assignments for downloading the world that most people can't see and anchoring it in time and space through your conversation, through your word, through your actions, through your deeds, and through your attitude. You're coming to an awareness, as you have heard the speakers speak this particular week. You have come to an awareness that there is a difference between consciousness and content. We throw the word consciousness around all of the time, but sometimes we need to just break it down. And there is a difference between consciousness and the content of your consciousness. Just as there is a difference between the ocean and the pollution in the ocean. They are not the same thing. Your consciousness, your awareness, you as an avenue of awareness is not the same as the content that is flowing through. The beliefs, the experiences, your perception of your past experiences, that's content. But your consciousness is your absolute awareness, that God consciousness, that love consciousness, that peace consciousness. You are becoming aware that you are aware. And because of this week and the extraordinary work that you're doing upon yourselves, you're learning to separate yourself from content as identity and step into an ever-expanding awareness where you have choice to begin to identify yourself with that nominal awareness, with that which is beyond phenomena, that which has never been born, that which will never die, that which is your real life, which is extraordinary, which is light and love and luminosity. And the moment that you begin to disidentify yourself with the historical self, with the content, in that instant, you become available to rich inspiration. No longer mentation, no longer the regurgitation and the rehashing of the thoughts that are emerging from your historical self that has created a construct, a world of safety, a world of convenience, a world of comfort zone, compulsive behaviors, defense mechanisms, and that will keep you safe within the construct that the historical self is creating. Are you following what I'm saying? Am I speaking too fast? All right. And so in that instant, when you begin to disassociate yourself or have aha moments, insights into your ever-expanding awareness of your oneness with love and beauty and intelligence, this moment of choice is a function of expanded awareness. Everything else is reaction within the construct. In that moment, you begin to break free. You begin to see that you have been indoctrinated by the world of appearances, the nefarious and malicious hypnotism from mass media about the world that you live in, and you have been reacting to that particular world. Many people live in that world. It's the world of appearances. It's the world of lack and limitation and fear, doubt, and worry. It's the world of business as usual. Humanity will never, ever solve any of these problems, so just get rich, be happy until you die, or be anti-bored until you die. But the moment you begin to break free from that construct, you begin to see a different world. You begin to see a world of possibility. You begin to see a world of opportunity. You begin to see a world where your assignment is. In the first world of appearances, it's just trying to make it in the construct of separation. comfort zones, conveniences. In the second world, you see opportunities, you see possibilities. Every being that came up here during this particular week talked about seeing opportunity and possibility, even if it emerged from pain. Whether it emerged from pain or insight, it motivated them to see the world differently. And then as you continue in your spiritual practices, as you continue making high choices, as you continue having a transformational conversation, as you continue to study, as you continue to open yourself up to insight and revelation, you begin to see a different world totally. You begin to see a world untouched by time and space. Many years ago for me, as I was attending USC as a psychobiology major, my trajectory was med school at that particular time, and I began to have a series of inner experiences that I labeled pathological. I was in the psychology department. You don't talk about dreams and visions. You don't talk about leaving your body. You don't talk about traveling and hearing conversations and getting it validated. That stuff was crazy. So the first thing I stopped doing at that moment was I stopped smoking weed. I said, there's something going on here. I can't control it. It's got to be the cannabis sativas. It's got to be. But the inner dynamic that was occurring got more and more amplified until one day I was in a lucid dream and I was stabbed in the heart and the pain was excruciating and I died. And when I woke up from that lucid dream, I could see that we were surrounded by this luminous presence. It was animating animate and inanimate objects. Everything was glowing with it. The beauty beyond description, the life essence moving through everything beyond what I even ever knew about at that particular time, and the love that I felt penetrating every cell of my body temple, that unconditional, all-conditional, agendaless love at the core of my being shattered my perception of the world at that particular time, and I could see a different world untouched by time and circumstances. It was real. That world for many years was more real than anything, and it took me a period of time to integrate that so that I just didn't look like a freaked out Jesus freak kind of guy. People thought I had lost my mind because and nothing in this particular world had any importance to me. People were running around making money and doing all this stuff. I say, can't you see this world that is everywhere? That you're full to overflowing with the love and the beauty and the intelligence and a dynamic good that is infinite within you, that you never were born, you're never going to die. It's a constant unfolding of a life that is within you as a unique expression of infinite potential. Oh, shut up, Michael. I could see it. And so that first world is the appearance world. The weapons of mass distraction called our media keep us in that particular world. Fight and flight, fear, doubt, and worry, lack, limitation, scarcity, not enoughness. Just kind of take care of yourself and be anti-bored until you die. And then openings happen, and you begin to see the world differently. There are opportunities in this world. There are possibilities. There's potential. There's assignments. The world provides for us our assignment to activate our gifts, talents, and capacities so that we take that assignment, and that assignment, as we move towards that particular assignment, activating our gifts, talents, and capacities, our life begins to change. That which is latent within us becomes active. That which is potential becomes possible. And we become different beings, moving in the direction of what's possible, and then continuing our inner dynamic work. We begin to see a world. Perhaps it's called a vision. Perhaps it's called a dynamic dream of possibility. And from that moment on, we're pulled by this transcendent vision that becomes more and more imminent with every step that we take towards the activation of our potential. And we end up living in that world even when we're in time and space. When Lisa Nichols was playing that particular tape recording of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he had the capacity to live in the finished dream even though he was going through the slings and arrows and oppression and degradation in time and space, the world that he wanted to live in was more real to him than the temporary experience that he was going through. There comes a moment when we can see and describe that world of possibility, and it begins to activate our nervous system. It begins to activate everything, and we see it. It informs our thought, called inspiration. It informs our conversation, called blessings. It informs our work of our hands, called gifts. And we live in that world even before the manifestation of that world occurs. And as Tom Chi reminded us today, even if you fail walking in the direction of that world, your energy, the template, the vibratory frequency that you released goes into the noosphere, the mental atmosphere of the planet, and it assists everyone continuing to unfold and grow, develop, and unfold to their greatest yet to be. As a matter of fact, when we talk about spiritual terminology and we hear the word image and likeness of God, people don't break that down as well. And they think that you look in the mirror and you say, I'm looking good today. God is looking really good today. But no. We're talking about a formless, intangible substance of love, beauty, and intelligence that's conscious of itself. The image and likeness of God means you share a faculty with the infinite, and that faculty is reflective consciousness. That you have the ability to think independent of circumstances. You have the ability to think independent of your historical self. You have the ability to think independent of anything that has happened to you, and to make a new choice. The moment that emerged in human consciousness, natural evolution stopped, and now all evolution is participatory. You have to participate in your own unfolding. It's not just going to happen for you. It's only going to happen according to your ability to participate. As you are doing this week, you're participating with new ideas, new insights, new relationships, new revelations, shifting your priorities. You're participating so that evolutionary impulse that governs all creativity, that evolutionary impulse is another name for God, that evolutionary impulse, you're giving it permission to take over. You're surrendering to it, so that you're pulled by the new world, the eternal world of joy and harmony and happiness and love and peace, and you're participating in with your moment by moment by moment choice. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Are you getting it? And so, as we're moving through these three worlds, we begin to navigate through these three worlds through many ways. You've heard people talk about it. Some people were motivated by pain, and it woke them up. Some people were inspired by an idea that captured them, and it wouldn't turn them loose. Whether it's pain or insight, we're growing, developing, and unfolding. And from that stage 2 consciousness that Vishen talked to you about in the construct of my 4 stages of spiritual growth, development, and unfoldment, stage 2 is motivation, external motivation. That's stage 2. Stage 3 is inspiration from the mind of the infinite when you're captured by an idea. Stage 2, you learn how to program your mind, because your mind, in many cases, has been misprogrammed. You've been told that you're not worthy. You've been told that it's not enough. You've been told that the world doesn't work. You've been told all of these things, and so you become aware that you have a mind, but you're not your mind, and you can begin to program your mind. You begin to tell it what you want it to think. You begin to tell it you're poised, confident, articulate, and spiritual powerful. You begin to tell it all of my needs are met. You begin to tell it everything is working together for my good. You begin to program the mind that all that I need is within me. Anything that I can want, hope for, and desire is already loaded and coded within every cell of my body, temple, every cell of my being. Even the spaces between my cells are full to overflowing with a luminous darkness that contains infinite potential. You begin to affirm and program the mind, and then you segue into a more of a stage 3 awareness where you're humble enough to ask for help, to be available, to be open, to be receptive. yielding, allowing, surrendering, not to a reluctant deity outside of yourself, but surrendering to the presence within you, surrendering to the next stage of your own unfoldment, surrendering to the next stage of your own evolving talents and gifts. You learn to ask for help. Now, a few months ago, I was in Costa Rica, and I was out in the ocean, and I got caught in a riptide. And I didn't realize I had gone really out in the ocean. I grew up in Los Angeles and went to the beach all the time. It wasn't a beach trip until we went out and touched the buoy, and then we would swim back in. So I turned around, and I was way out. Like my daughter was with me, and she's like a little ant on the beach. And I said, whoa, I better get back in. And I couldn't. The riptide had pulled me, so I tried to swim to the side like we do, but there was another current coming in, and I couldn't move. And I was exhausted. And so I thought to myself, I had these prophetic dreams sometimes. So I scanned my mind. I said, did I have any dreams that this was my last day on the planet? Now we can laugh about it now. But in that moment, I was saying, am I going to get back in? And so I checked everything. I don't have any dreams that this is my last day. Okay, I think I'm going to get in. And then there was a moment in which I got dunked, and I was under, and I swallowed a lot of water, and I had such peace. I said, well, if this is it, this is really cool, you know. But no, this is not. I'm not doing this. So I programmed my mind. I said, regardless of how tired the body gets, keep on swimming in. Regardless of how tired the body gets, do not pay attention to the body. Keep on swimming. And then what came out of my mouth was, help. I need help here. I didn't say it consciously, it just kind of came out. Help. I need help. Now, there was no one on the beach but my daughter. There was no one coming for help physically. I said, help. I need help here. And there was a quiet that happened, and then this small wave came and gave me a little momentum. Then another small wave came, gave me more momentum, and then the third wave came, and I started coming in. It still took me a long time to get in, and I hurt my left shoulder trying to swim, but I finally got in. When I touched that sand, oh my God. Thank you, God, thank you, whatever name you want to be called. But I finally got in, and it took me a long time to recover. But I came back home, and I was telling a friend of mine who's a medium. I was telling him about this experience. I said, I was in Costa Rica, and this thing happened, and I said, and then she started looking, and she said, can I look? I said, yeah, go ahead and look. She said, you asked for help out loud. I said, yes. She said, when you asked for help, at that moment, an archangel swooped down and ruffled the water 3 times for you to get in. I said, that's exactly what happened. And it reminded me, one, of humility to ask for help. It also reminded me that on an ancestral realm, on a shamanic realm, no one can interfere unless you ask for help. And so on one level, you program your mind so that it is fit for success and well-being. It is fit for progress and unfoldment and evolution. You program it. On the other level, you open yourself up and you ask for help. You become available. In other words, your AQ always trumps your IQ. Your availability quotient is stronger than your intelligence quotient. If, in fact, you open yourself and become available to insight and revelation, you ask for help. You become available to the presence that is everywhere, the intelligence, the insights that you're living, moving, and having your beingness in, the world in which your physical eye can't see, the world in which your ears can't hear. You begin to become so available, even if you think you're unworthy. Even if you think you're not smart enough, even if you think you're too young or too old, your availability, your ability to be open will trump the IQ. And you'll find yourself radiating a presence. You'll find yourself radiating intelligence. And what will emerge in your field are possibilities. In other words, in stage 2, there's attraction. You're attracting things to you. Stage 3, there is no attraction. It's radiation. It's already within you. You're now available to it. And you begin to radiate. And since we live in a field of infinite potential, when that inner condition becomes right, the potential rises. It's emerging. The gifts emerge. The possibilities emerge. There's no cause and effect at this level. Everything already exists in the field of infinite potential. And now you've become the right being through your availability, and that which is already here emerges via your radiation. Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Yes. You catching this? And so in stage 2, you have mind power. Sometimes that turns to willfulness. Stage 3, you have willingness. Where there's willfulness, there's a wall. Where there's willingness, there's a way. It's a different frequency, a different vibration, different frequency, different vibration. Take a breath here. Release. Take another breath. And so here you go. Continue to feel this. Continue to feel this. You have content. You identify with your content. You begin to identify primarily as a historical being. You identify with your expanded awareness through affirmative prayer, meditation, life visioning, yoga, whatever technology you're using. You begin to identify with the light and the luminosity of your being. You do not put down your human incarnation. You do not put down the historical being. That is your lamp shade, but it is not the light. We get to celebrate our lamp shades. We're black, we're white, we're straight, we're gay, we're bi, we're trans, whatever we are, we get to celebrate the lamp shades. But that's not our primary identity. That's the shade. The primary identity is a historical being that never had a birth, that's radiating and glowing through the lamp shade. And here's what happens as you incrementally have insights into that awareness. You become impervious to the laws that have been set in motion by the lamp shade. In other words, every temporary identity has its own mental laws and stereotypes and glass ceilings and things as to how people think about you based on the color of your skin or your gender. They have their own mental laws. When you begin to identify with insight and revelation, you can't pretend your way there. You begin to identify with your ahistorical self. You transcend those temporary mental laws, and you begin to evoke a law of love and beauty and resurrection and renewal and transcendence. It starts to take over your existence, and you begin to realize that for so long, you have not been in touch with reality. You've only been in touch with your thoughts about reality. Two different constructs. I'll give you 2 examples. One, when I was attending Morehouse College before I went to SC, we used to do a practical joke. I don't know why we called it practical. But we would take a book of matches, light a match, blow it out, and then we'd go touch somebody really fast with a cold match. They thought they were being touched with a hot match, and they would form a heat blister. And they'd be all upset and say, no, you did that. You thought you were being touched by a hot match, and so your thought about that reality created that experience. Follow me. And we'd have a crowd. And then they would do it to somebody. And at the end of the day, people's coming to an awareness that their thinking was producing the heat, producing the blister, but it wasn't a match. Now, a few years ago, I was coming home from a conference. It was a conference that we had put on, a Season for Nonviolence conference under the aegis of the Association for Global New Thought. Matter of fact, that was the last time I saw Yolanda King, the eldest daughter of Martin Luther King Jr. alive. She was a member of my congregation. And on the way to the airport, I got into the airport uncustomarily early, because I always have drama around airports. I always stay where I am too long because I love where I am. Oh, I gotta go, okay. And so I got there uncustomarily early, but I noticed I didn't have any names on my baggage. So I reached behind the bin there to get some baggage tags, and I was writing, and I looked up, and I saw this police officer looking at me. He was staring at me. And so I tried to ignore him. And you know what happens when you ignore somebody. You're engaged with them. So I'm trying not to pay attention to this police officer. I get down on my knees, I'm writing my name on the bag, putting it on the baggage. He gets on his walkie-talkie, and then there are 2 police officers standing there. So my historical self is thinking, did I do something wrong going behind there? And, I haven't done anything. Why is he staring at me? So I try to ignore them both. So I get down on my knees, I'm writing, and I can feel them coming up behind me. And he says, "Sir?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Me and my wife drew a line in the sand ever since we saw you in the secret. and we were staring at you because we wanted to make sure that was you. Because you changed our lives so much. So I called my friend over here because I wanted to introduce him to you. Because ever since we saw you, we followed your work, we Googled you, we went on all this stuff, and we started taking your classes, and I'm leaving this job in August because I'm going to go for my bliss now, and my wife is taking all these women classes, and we just wanted to hug you." And so I'm standing in front of the airport hugging these 2, which I thought were police officers. I'm hugging these 2 peace officers. And we're just hanging out at the airport, just hugging and exchanging numbers and going through this. But the point is, I had an experience of my thought about reality. Now, let's expand that for a moment. Let's say I was really nervous and upset, and, cortisol started running through my body, and my hemispheres stopped talking to each other, and my immune system started to become squished, and I speeded up my blood pressure, and my aging started to increase. All of that would have been created by my thought about reality. Had nothing to do with what was real. What was real is 2 men were in love with me and wanted a hug. And the historical self who had had different relationships with police officers. It's like it's a whole different thing, was creating the reality and the construct within reality, and I was experiencing that particular construct. It would have had nothing to do with what is real. The humanity, through viewing through the lens of merely the historical self, has created a construct, a world, that it tries to be anti-bored, it tries to cope, defend, and have compulsive behaviors. And you're here breaking free, breaking free. And so people ask, if we continue to do this kind of work, we continue to meet, we continue to collaborate, we continue to dive deep and activate our potential, we continue to understand the universal principles that govern reality, is this going to save the world? And I say, no, you're asking the wrong question. We don't want to save the world. Do you want to save the world where bigotry is still existing? Do you want to save the world where homophobia is still existing? Do you want to save the world where there's a big gap between the haves and the have-nots? Do you want to save the world where people actually think they can build a wall against Mexicans? Do you want to save the world? You want to save the world in which we're eating depleted, neutered food, and you want to save the world in which we're polluting our environment and the oceans. Do you want to save the world in which there's mass incarceration? Do you want to save the world in which our taxpayer dollars is going to build more and more and more and more weapons while the other weapons are sold on the black market to fuel other wars on the planet for somebody's profit? Do you want to save that world? No. We're not here to save the world because the world is different from the planet. We are here to serve an emerging paradigm. We're here to serve a paradigm that we're beginning to articulate at a gathering like this. We're beginning to articulate a new world, a possibility. We're beginning to articulate it. And as we begin to describe and articulate this world, it begins to show up. You begin to collaborate. Collaboration is the new sexy at this stage of our evolution. Immature competition is fading, and the new sexy is collaboration. Who you collaborating with? Who you working with? Who you sharing with? Who are you sharing your resources with? It becomes the new sexy. So we're not here to save the world. We're here to serve that which was previously invisible, articulate it, until we become the instruments of its visibility. You begin to ask yourself, am I representing with my thought, my word, and my deeds, this world that I'm beginning to see. It begins to allow you to have moments of sobriety, not just free from alcohol, I'm talking of and drugs, a moment of clarity. Is what I'm about to say or do, does it represent the emerging paradigm that I want to live in? It becomes a dimension of our practice so that we ultimately anchor. And then we begin to, as we've talked about here at this conference. The last time I was with Tom Chi, we were at a Success 3.0 conference in Denver 2 years ago around Halloween. And he came with his big brain, as he always does, and wowed everybody. And I had the privilege of closing the conference with a description of what Success 3.0 meant. And I said, and this is so fitting for us here, I said, Success 1.0 is I get rich. 1.0, I'm getting rich by any means necessary. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have all of my needs met. Success 2.0 is I get rich and I become a philanthropist. I'm going to get rich, and when I get rich, I'm going to give. When I get rich, I'm going to share. When I get rich, I'm going to support things I believe in. Success 3.0 is in my business model is my give back. In my business model, as I am developing my business, already built within that particular model is my give back, where I'm supporting the emerging paradigm so that my business is fueling and funding the world I want to live in. You guys are 3.0 success moguls. That's where you're living. That's your dynamic. You're not just trying to get rich. You're not going to wait till you get rich to do something good on the planet. It becomes a part of your DNA. And it comes from the fabric of your being when you have a realization, as was already said, the fulfillment, it's about fulfillment, not fulfillment. It's not about fulfillment, it's about fulfillment. And that comes with an awareness that, I was thinking, as Tom Chi was talking about the galaxies and the universes and everything, I remember this story about this little girl who was in a science module in her class. And the teacher asked the students, what is the universe? And she said, the universe is one big orgasm. She wanted to say organism. But she said, it's one big orgasm. And the teacher said, that gives a new meaning to the Big Bang Theory. But here's the deal. The proverbial Big Bang, from this infinite void of infinite possibility, the luminous darkness that is the cosmos with a K, that undifferentiated wholeness of life and love and beauty and intelligence that birthed cosmos and universe and galaxies and trillions of galaxies within every universe. That did not come because we're worshiping or celebrating a lonely God. It wasn't, God is lonely, so I'm going to produce some people and some universes so I'm not lonely. No! It was out of a moment of celebration. It was an orgasm. It was a moment of total celebration, total fulfillment, bursting into expression. You are here to localize a cosmic celebration. You are here. You've been dancing and celebrating since the time you got here. You have been hugging and embracing since the time you got here. You are localizing a cosmic celebration with the awareness that you're already fulfilled. Everything you can want, hope for, and desire is within you, and that you're setting it free. And so your moment by moment celebration, your moment by moment claiming that your need is met, your moment by moment coming out of the construct created by your historical self, fear, doubt, worry, lack, limitation, not enoughness, your moment by moment insight and revelation, satori, your moment by moment giving, your moment by moment walking in the direction of your vision. And a vision is allowing a dynamic celebration to take place. Now I want you to do something for a moment. I want you to close your eyes for a moment, and I want you to consider when the surface mind is running amok, when the surface mind is, from the historical self, is having sway, what does it say that you're missing in your life? Now we know from a quantum level, from a spiritual level, there's nothing missing in you at all. You're not looking for anything to complete you outside of yourself. On a spiritual level, this is so. You know that everything you can want, hope for, and desire is within you. You know inside there's a fulfillment. You may not know it all the time. Maybe this particular entry into A-Fest is activating that within you, but there are times when the surface mind says, I wish I had more, fill in the blank. More money, more prosperity, more peace of mind, more health, more love in my life. Whatever it is that appears to be lacking, just be aware of that, what that surface mind is saying. And I'm going to take you on just a brief journey. I want you now to become aware of someone in your life or someone that you know where that particular quality of life is not an issue for them. That when you think about them, they're living that particular quality in abundance. Maybe they're surrounded by love, or they're oozing with prosperity, or oozing with a dynamic success, a 3.0 success. They're oozing with a sense of peace. So when you think about them and you see them in your mind's eye, they seem to have what appears to be lacking in your life. The first thing I want you to do is to be aware that you can only see that in them if it's in you. Even if it's in incipiency, an embryonic state. In order for you to see it, it has to be somewhere within you, and you are projecting it on them. So right now, take a deep breath. Release the sound of ah. And embrace the dynamic possibility that that which you're looking at, you're looking with. That which you're looking at, you're looking with the quality. Next step, as you see them, I want you to begin to celebrate the good that's in their life. You're going to transcend the egoic perception of, if there's good over there, or if success has happened over there, or if beauty has happened over there, or love has happened over there, the ego might say, well, there's less of it for me. That's a thought inside the construct of separation, a thought about reality that's not true. That which is real is infinite. You are a unique being in a field of infinitude with a mandate to reflect and to reveal the cosmos in a way that has never happened before, because no one can be you. So right now, I want you to think about a moment, and maybe Juan Pablo will help us in this particular moment. I want you to think about a moment of sheer celebration. A moment in which you were caught up in the rapture of celebrating. And I want you right now, as you're thinking about that being that appears to have something that you don't have, I want you to celebrate their good fortune as if it's your own. Stomp, scream, shout right now. Just enter into the vibration of celebration. Let go. Let go. Let go. Feel the celebration. You can stand up. You can stand up at this moment. Now here's what you're doing. You're thinking about the being that appears to have more than you, that appears to be reeking with the dynamic quality of good that you don't have. Celebrate them. Scream. Somebody scream up in here. Somebody shout up in here. Let your body feel it. Let your body feel it. You're celebrating them. If good is happening anywhere, good is happening where you are. If anyone has been successful, it means it's imprinted within the newest field here and you can be successful. The ego has no control in this moment of celebration. You're celebrating their good fortune. Somebody scream. Somebody shout. Give me some drums. Hit it. Let your body do what it wants to do. You're in the frequency of celebration. Feel it. Feel it. Somebody scream! You got infinite power, infinite energy. Okay, bring it down, bring it down. Now I want you to feel a moment in your life in which that particular quality was not an issue for you. Before experience and your interpretation of the experience came. And you began to think, I'm not worthy. You began to think, I'm not enough, I don't have enough. Began to think, the good is happening over there, therefore it can't happen over here. Before all of that. And if you can't think of a moment, re-engineer your imagination. So you imagine what it feels like to have that quality in abundance. First, you remember it. If the memory isn't there, you imagine it. You got it? Now take a breath. Release the sound of ah. I'm going to ask you to take a breath in a second, and I'm going to ask you to take a breath, and you're going to hold it for a couple of seconds. When you hear the clap of my hand, you're going to magnify that feeling times 10. Take a breath. Hold. Magnify. You're activating the mystic chord of memory. When you had all of your needs met on every level so that you're living from a sense of fulfillment, not fulfillment. A sense of giving, sense of generosity. The world does not have anything for you. You have everything for the world. You have come bearing gifts, talents, and capacities. The world doesn't have anything for you. You have everything for the world, and because of your uniqueness, this infinite intelligence never repeats itself, never does a do-over, never makes a mistake. So you, as an expression of infinitude, have a mandate to be you. You're beautiful. That means be the full you. Be the full you. Beautiful. Be the full you. Beautiful. Be the full you. Now feel into your memory or re-engineered. Feel that quality is right there within you, what you have to give to the world. It's not lacking in you. It's real. Now, let's amp up the celebration. Celebrate that you've got it. Celebrate that it's within you. Celebrate that the entire universe is on your side, seeking to become conscious of itself as your life. It's friendly. It wants you to be you because only you can be you. Celebrate that everything you can want and hope for and desire, you've already got it, and you're not trying to get it, you're trying to let it. You're trying to allow it. You're trying to yield to it. You're seeking to surrender to it. You're open. Somebody scream. Let the celebration continue. You're celebrating yourself now that you got it, and you got it to give it. You only get to keep what you give away. Somebody scream. Move that body, move that body, move that body, move that body. Repeat after me. All my needs are met. All my needs are met. All my needs are met. I've got so much to give. I've got give. I've got peace to share. I've got joy to share. I've got intelligence to circulate. I've got gifts to give. I've got gifts to give. I've got gifts to give. And it's happening right now. When somebody scream. Roll. I'm just your rockin' DJ from LA here to say, hey, who loves you, baby? It always begins where it always begins, that is within. We begin to see an ultimate reality, and as we see it, it sets us free. Somebody scream about it. Take a deep breath, release, and be aware that as you continue consciously on your journey, you bump into amnesia and deja vu happening at the same time. You begin to forget your historical self as your real identity, but you feel like you've been here before. It's a homecoming. You're not in the past, you're not in the future, and you're not in the present. The past, shame, blame, immature pride. Future, ambition and fear. Present, sometimes is embarrassment and vanity. It can become an open door for the eternal now, a moment in which you are free. Those insights, freedom. Free to choose out of the construct. Your good is not in your comfort zone. Your good is not in the convenient zone. The good is outside of your present paradigm. Everything you're doing is about breaking free so that you're guided, you're available, you're open to help. Collaboration, you're open to help from the wisdom that's all around you. You're open to help. And you yield to it. Indeed, something wonderful is happening. And it's happening through you. Now, peace and blessings to you. Peace and blessings.
That man is so inspirational. I feel completely pumped up. It's like sort of, 8:30 in the morning when I should be feeling tired, and I just feel so alive.
And if any of you ever make it down to LA, go check out Michael Beckwith at his church, the Agape Spiritual Center. It's in LA, close to Santa Monica, but you can Google the address.
You've been there, right?
I do. Every time I go to LA, if I have time during the time when sessions are in place, I go there. It is amazing. It's this church that unifies people of all ethnicities, all religions, into one incredible festival-like atmosphere that often feels a bit like A-Fest, but you got to see it to understand it.
That's fantastic. That's on my list of things to do. And I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's been with us. Your comments have been so hysterical, so funny. By the way, thank you everybody who is putting up what they're eating or what they feel like eating, because now I know for the next live webcast, we're gonna have PB&J sandwiches with bananas and all the rest of it. You guys are making me drool.
Let's have the comments on screen.
Yeah.
We just want to share with you some of the best comments we've seen. Imago Mana said, woke up early this Saturday morning in Hawaii to immerse myself in A-Fest. So grateful for the opportunity to spend the entire day in the company of all of this inspiration. I cried and laughed and laughed and cried. And most, I've learned so much. Mahalo. Thank you, Imago. Next comment, Lara Flint. I had the privilege of meeting Michael Bernard Beckwith. What a beautiful soul. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this day. Next.
Awesome.
And this is from F. Samuel. Watched videos of previous A-Fest on YouTube, but being able to see it live was incomparable. Let's get the next comment up. Stay blessed, all of you.
That's fantastic.
And Vicky Hackey says, my son is 7 and I have him watching now, and then to help with his frustration and anger when he makes mistakes. Was great to show him adults discussing mistakes, to be learning and natural to grow. Vicky, we love getting this knowledge out to kids, so I'm so happy you have a 7-year-old watching this.
Yeah,
now,
that's pretty awesome.
what we're going to do next is, if any of you have any questions that you'd like me to answer to bring all of this together, go ahead and write it in the comment box. We'll maybe, if we have time, do a couple of questions. Let's talk about next steps. This entire AFES Livecast has been about not just the idea of following your purpose. We all know that that is important. It's about how to, through the various speakers, address different challenges that we have when we try to get on this path, whether it's not knowing the right action to take, or it's understanding how to tap into intuition, or it's discovering what that purpose is, or it's
Baby
being able
steps.
to choose from multiple purposes, or it's taking those first baby steps. So the idea behind this AFES was really to bring a plethora of different ideas and speakers and insights to get you to take the next steps towards finding your purpose. Now know that as you do this, there's this concept that I call the beautiful destruction. And what it means is, as you start listening to your purpose, as you start following that, sometimes parts of your life will self-destruct. So the next most beautiful aspect of your life can come true. I mean, for me to follow my purpose, I had to quit previous jobs. I had to abandon previous companies. Some of us, as we follow our purpose, end up giving up relationships we are in so that we can be with the one who we are truly meant for. So the beautiful destruction often occurs, but it is simply an unfolding to help you get to that next level of your life. Be prepared for that. It is not easy, but it is amazing when you get on that path. Now, for those of you who want to take this path further, here are the resources we listed. Number 1, Google the 3 most important questions exercise. You can find it free on YouTube by Mindvalley. Google for 3 most important questions, Vishen Lakhiani. It will help you identify the elements of your life that might help you discover your purpose, the experiences you want, the ways you want to grow, the ways you want to give back to the world. Second, if you want to be aligned and be truly in tune with your inner self, start doing the 6-phase meditation. Again, you can Google that. 6-phase meditation, Vishen Lakhiani, or 6-phase meditation, Mindvalley. You'll find the videos. They are freely out there. Millions of people do it. But this particular 6-phase meditation process helps you get in tune with your inner self so that purpose can come forth. Asha, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just want to say, if you guys are enjoying this, which I know you are, please, please, please click subscribe onto our YouTube channel, because you'll be alerted to the latest stuff that comes out. We have a lot of snippets that come from AFES and other places that are unseen before, and you're going to be seeing them come up, you know, in your YouTube channel.
So right above this video, you'll see a subscribe button. What you want to do is click subscribe, because what we're going to do is we're going to be releasing additional content from AFES. Now, many of you are wondering, how do I get to AFES? So we have about 2,000 people apply every year for AFES to join the tribe. AFES is a community of about 1,200 to 1,400 people right now. Now what happens is you apply, we choose people from around the world. We have about 40 to 50 countries represented across the board in the tribe. And it's not easy to get in, because AFES is a curated community. We keep the talks accessible on YouTube for everyone. But to actually come in AFES, what we try to do is look for people who can be change makers and who can spread these ideas best. So, you know, you might be the CEO of a company. Great, you can share these ideas with your employees. We want you there. You may be a teacher in a school or a principal of a school. You may be, we've had people come who were politicians in their countries, who have a YouTube channel, who were writers, bloggers, who have given TEDx talks, who are from the US military. Because we cannot have everyone at AFES, and we refuse to blow this up and make this some 1,000-person event. We like to keep it small and intimate. We choose you based on your ability to help these ideas spread to the world. Because the more people you expose these ideas to, the better it is for humanity. So anyway, that's what AFES is about. If you can't afford it, you don't have to worry, because all the talks are free, right? You are actually seeing the best talks. Everyone else who comes there is coming there for the community, the collaboration, so that smart people can come together and help each other magnify their purpose and magnify their wisdom and reach even more people. Now, I just got a note from the
Yeah, we both were like,
audio
oh, what was that? It
editors
was the
that
voice
a
of God.
question is coming up. Let's pull that question up. How does it make you feel when you change people's lives to the better? Frida. Well, the Dalai Lama once said, if you want to be happy, make other people happy. And I think when you are able to make someone's lives better, you're really creating an incredible change. You're truly making someone happy. But you're not just making them happy by giving them a gift or a compliment. You're making them happy by giving them the keys where they can continue with that happiness for the rest of their lives because something in them has changed. And that, as the Dalai Lama says, makes you happy. So it is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful feeling to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Now that brings us to our course that we recommend for those of you who enjoyed this webcast, Becoming Limitless. See, Becoming Limitless is more than just about following your purpose. It gives you the tools to be a change agent. As you know, it's an 8-week course, and if you purchase it today, if you enroll today at afest.com/limitless, you get it at 66% off. That means you're paying 1/3 of the usual enrollment fee. Plus, you get additional bonuses. You get 4 coaching calls with me where we have several hundred students call in. I'm there. I take your questions live. This is only available for this batch that comes in right now to participate in these coaching calls because they start in around the 3rd or 4th week of March. So go to afest.com, afest.com/limitless and check it out. You get the discounted enrollment, and oh my God, this course, I'm so proud of it. This is like all the best wisdom, tools, and practices I've learned that I want to get out of the world to shift humanity and help people up-level their life. Now, the course covers many things. You can read all about it on the page, but I want you to pay attention to the final chapter. It's about enrolling people in your vision. Because when you set forth to change the world, to follow your purpose, whether it's to start a company or to change the lives of children or to donate to a nonprofit or to save the environment or to even write a book, or maybe your purpose is just to be the best damn mother you can be to the kids you're raising. What happens is that when you can enroll other people in that vision, if you can get other people to come together around that vision, you magnify your impact. Becoming Limitless doesn't just teach you to be a powerful visionary. It teaches you to call on abilities and tools that regular schooling tells you doesn't exist. From your own intuition, to your ability to bend reality, to your ability to influence the world as Tom Bilyeu said, you are living in the Matrix. And then finally, that final chapter, which people absolutely love, is about getting other human beings on the planet to come together with you to create that change. So go check it out, afest.com/limitless.
Okay, so there's one more thing that you want to do, and that's to actually show a few more faces.
Awesome. So can I just have the Mindvalley team that's been helping out come behind this camera?
The very tired little team. Come on, everybody.
These guys have been like running this show for 9 hours straight.
Yeah, they've been amazing.
Coming up, guys.
In fact, you guys out there have been
Jason.
making them laugh.
Jason is one of our leaders who runs AFest. Alvaro is our community manager. He is also one of our key people at AFest. Tiffany is our producer. Tiffany, come here. Tiffany made all of this possible. She deserves a special award. Katya is a filmmaker on our team, a documentary producer. Agatha is one of the key members of AFest and one of the best people I have the pleasure of serving with. So guys, just pose for a picture.
I love this. We're posing for a picture live. This is
right.
so rad.
And yeah, just want to say how much I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Vishen.
Thank you, and thank you all of you who've made us laugh, who've made us like our hearts wide open, bursting with just so much appreciation for all of you guys actually watching and staying with us throughout these past 8 hours.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh yes, thank you. Subscribe. Right. Oh, one more thing. We have a crazy active community on Facebook. It's called the Mindvalley Community. Search for it. It's a group, and what you can do is click join to join the group. We'll approve you. You get in this group. This community is super active. It's some of the most active Mindvalley authors, students, and what's nice is that everyone is there together.
Yeah.
You can post anything you want. I'm super active. I'm always responding to people, and I think you'd really enjoy it. So thank you all for joining us. Go forth, live your purpose, and let's create like a really magical world.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ta-ta.
Bye, guys.
Clear? We're not clear. We're still on air.
We're still on air.
We're
Okay.
still on air.
Apparently, we're still on air. Right.
Well,
I'm
so
gonna
what are we
take
having
this
for
jacket
breakfast?
off. What?
What are we having for breakfast?
I have
You're
no
buying,
idea.
right? Didn't you bring your wallet?
I'm going straight to sleep, Asha.
Are you kidding me? You promised me breakfast. That's the only reason I'm here. Cheapskate.
Let's just order McDonald's delivery. Yeah, they have fantastic. That's the only thing open right now.